Good afternoon, honorable members. Honorable members, when the business of this House suspended, the honorable member for Fox Hill had reserved the floor for the member for Seabreeze. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Seabreeze.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon. Mr. Speaker, as I make my contribution to this very important debate this afternoon, I would like to begin by quoting Prime Minister Boris Johnson, the British Prime Minister, hot off the press, the Washington press, who just stated that the variant of the novel coronavirus, first detected in England and spreading around the world, including in the United States, may be associated with a higher degree of mortality. Says Prime Minister Boris, the new strain was already known to be more infectious than the original virus. Studies have suggested it is 30 to 70% more transmissible. Mr. Speaker, because of the prevailing circumstances we find ourselves in as a country, and indeed the world at large, Seabreeze stands to support the resolution by the good member for Killarney, tabled on Monday, the 25th of January, 2021. So, Speaker, as I begin this contribution, I would like to thank God for his continued blessings on myself and my family, and certainly the government of the Bahamas, and by extension, the people of the Bahamas, as we endure this most trying period. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to thank the good people of Seabreeze for their support of my representation and that of the government of the day under a minister-led Free National Movement administration. Mr. Speaker, I also want to report on behalf of the good people of Seabreeze that in my time with them, I have been able to observe that the residents of Seabreeze continue for the most part and by and large to be compliant and cooperative, Mr. Speaker, with the emergency powers orders. Mr. Speaker, we are moving forward together. Our theme in coming in 2017 was building a better Seabreeze. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the next or the few months ahead when we will be able to demonstrate and account to the Bahamian people that Seabreeze, I can't speak for everyone, but Seabreeze is moving forward together, and we have done that which we have committed to do. So Seabreeze is better now, and we're moving forward together. I also, Mr. Speaker, in this introduction, would like to thank the pastors who continue to pray for our nation, that the Lord would strengthen us and guide us through this very turmoil period. I want to thank the medical practitioners, the doctors, the nurses, and their support staff for continuing to be there for us, again, during such trying time. Security forces and the judiciary for working together to keep us safe, Mr. Speaker. The food store owners particularly, and I must point out Mr. Rupert Roberts and his staff at Super Value. Every time I go there and persons go there, and I'm sure in Grand Bahama as well, the food stores that you have, they continue to be stocked. Mr. Speaker, this is work that has to be done to do that. And so I want to thank them for their sacrifices in keeping food on the shelf. And then I would allow us to ensure that food is in our cupboards. I want to thank, Mr. Speaker, the management and staff of the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture for their cooperation or their continued cooperation with the emergency powers orders implementing safety procedures and practicing the safety protocols as required. Mr. Speaker, on that note, while speaking about the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, I must indicate with sadness that the ministry lost one of our outstanding and long-standing employees, though not to coronavirus or COVID-19, as I am told. Mr. Speaker, however, I want to publicly extend condolences to Pastor Carlos Reed and the family on the passing of his brother and a baseball giant and sports administrator in the person of the late Michael Scooter Reed. May his soul rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, finally, on behalf of the people of Seabreeze, I extend condolences to all Bahamian families on the passing of loved ones as a result of and during the passage of this COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the resolution. The resolution that is tabled before us today and upon which we debate is in furtherance of and to extend the proclamation for the state of emergency for a period of 4 months, expiring on the 23rd of May, 2021. It is, Mr. Speaker, in compliance with Article 29(1) of the Constitution, the supreme law of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, things are being done in decency, things are being done in order, and we are here today to follow the doctor's orders. Mr. Speaker, there are 10 considerations I would very quickly like to share with this august body why Seabreeze supports this resolution before us. The first point, Mr. Speaker, is the captain of the ship has made a request. So we look at who is making this request for the extension of the order. It is our leader, it is the Prime Minister who has held us up during Dorian, during Irma, and now who is holding us up during the passage of this pandemic. That's the first point, why Seabreeze is supporting this resolution. Point number 2, I consider the record of the decision maker. Mr. Speaker, there is a record of stability from what I have seen. There is a record of consistency. There's a record of results achievement. There is a record of benefit to the Bahamian people, to our economy, and certainly to industries. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the challenges before us, all is not lost. The country has not, Mr. Speaker, been done away with, I would say. We've not lost our way, but we continue as a country and as a people to move forward, upward and onward together under a minister-led administration. Mr. Speaker, Dorian is estimated, and we just had that, Mr. Speaker, in 2019, Dorian estimated damages. According to the Inter-American Development Bank report on the 15th of November, 2019, the damages were estimated at $3.4 billion, Mr. Speaker. So this is not the government of the Bahamas that reported that figure, but this is the report, and this is where we are, and why I call it prevailing circumstances, Mr. Speaker, and certainly an unprecedented situation. So, Mr. Speaker, not even being able to fully recover or even partially recover from the effects of the damages of Dorian. A few months later, Mr. Speaker, we inherited COVID-19. Estimated damage, Mr. Speaker, in the billions. Yes, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding billions of dollars in damages, unexpected occurrences, unprecedented events, Mr. Speaker, but here we are, and there is still in place under this government, Mr. Speaker, unemployment assistance for those that need it, and certainly the numbers are greater than they've ever been. Mr. Speaker, the facts and the reality is food assistance continues, Mr. Speaker, and the reality is all government employees, Mr. Speaker, accordingly have kept their jobs. These are the facts on the table of this administration. So, Mr. Speaker, this government, notwithstanding the prevailing challenges, notwithstanding the unprecedented, unexpected situation before us, we're making it work. We're making it happen. We're doing our job, and we're benefiting the Bahamian people. So, Mr. Speaker, that is my second point. When I look at the record of the decision maker, this is why Seabreeze supports the resolution tabled by the good member for Kalani. My third point, Mr. Speaker, as a result of these unprecedented and extraordinary circumstances, Mr. Speaker, the third point is we need a comprehensive management plan, and we have it. Today, this here represents a portion, a part, or parcel of that plan, Mr. Speaker, and it is a proactive part of the plan, Mr. Speaker. And so when you talk about a comprehensive plan, you would have, they say, a short-term plan, a medium-term plan, and a long-term plan. According to the various textbooks, they would say that short-term remedy is 1 to 2 years. Well, Mr. Speaker, many have argued here today, and rightfully so, that about 10 months we've been under emergency powers orders, Mr. Speaker, but the fact is the pandemic still remains. And so we really are still in the 1 to 2 years early part of the comprehensive plan, Mr. Speaker. And so we are doing what we are supposed to do as a government, and we will not be deterred. And so I agree with the Bahamian people. I agree with all members here that after the 1 to 2 year short-term plan, that comprehensive plan should include, secondly, a medium strategy, a strategy as to how we're going to manage this and the immediate effects of it, Mr. Speaker. And I am certain, and you find that we have, Mr. Speaker, appointed a committee to do just that. We tabled the draft or the summary report. So, Mr. Speaker, we are on our way in executing the comprehensive plan, and that is 2 to 4 year strategy. And then a good comprehensive plan would have a long-term plan for recovery and development with respect to a crisis, 5 to 10 years and even longer. So, Mr. Speaker, these things will continue to unveil according to the situation. And it starts off with an emergency plan and an emergency situation. So that means, Mr. Speaker, you won't get everything all at once. Why? Because everything is not happening at once. I think someone said earlier, the good member for Southern Shore, the situation is fluid, Mr. Speaker, and the fact and the reality is that it is. My fourth point, Mr. Speaker, these are unprecedented and prevailing circumstances, and our decisions must be proactive in nature. Given these circumstances of the COVID-19, that it is still alive, it is still spreading, it is still rampant, Mr. Speaker, there is now a new variant, a new stream. We must be proactive and take the necessary precautions. The 4-month additional ask for is to demonstrate, to show, to ensure and implement necessary precautions. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic, meaning the world remains at risk, has not dissipated. It's still here. It's not gone anywhere. So the world at large, not just the Bahamas, remains in a state of emergency. We then must, Mr. Speaker, hunker down. The fact is, we must do so until the storm passes by. We must hunker down, and we must do so. We must work together until the storm passes by. Mr. Speaker, the reality is it is an irrefutable, indisputable, and undeniable fact. Now, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, the good decision to support the resolution tabled before us is credibility. Credibility, Mr. Speaker, of the person making the request or the decision. Credibility is the quality of being trusted and believed in. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, we are one of the countries that are doing well. We have credibility. Many countries around the region and around the world are looking to the Bahamas to find out how are we doing it? How have we done it? And I would like to, Mr. Speaker, for one moment, digress here to say it was not one man, not one woman, not one boy, nor girl, but it was all of us working together. Why the world, why the countries in the region are looking to the Bahamas as that benchmark. So, Mr. Speaker, at one point, the reality is, and we said the situation is fluid, Southern Shores. So at one point, we did have to look and see where things were going right and to see if we can follow that lead. We were looking, but things were really looking grim all around. But we're now at the point, and the situation has changed, Michael, and now the world and now the region is looking to us, Michael. So we want to give honor where it is due. We want to give praise where it is comely. And so we want to congratulate the good member for Killarney. He didn't fall up and say, you know what, I ain't signed up for this, I thought I was going to be here for 5 years, and, we'll just try to make sure we don't have no 4 downgrades, and but it didn't work out like that, so I'm going to leave you all by yourself. He didn't do that. He did not abandon ship. Come on, somebody. And we are not going to abandon him. Somebody saying, church, I don't have to get an amen on that, but I'll say it again. And so, Mr. Speaker, some people, I'll be honest with you, some people have little to no credibility to speak on certain issues. Now, that's another reality. I'm still on credibility, point number 6. I only have 10. I don't know why the good Lord did it, but he did, and gave us a doctor during a time such as this. You think now, when you're sick, where you go? You think now I'm going to listen to listen, man, I'm not going to listen to all kinds of voices. No, but I'm not going to go against myself. I'm an attorney. But I'm not going to listen to all kinds of people who have no credibility, no authority, no experience to speak on certain matters. All right? And so when you want me to hear you, let me bring your credentials. Bring your credentials. Hello? Thank you. And so, Mr. Speaker, for one, this is a national health crisis. In such a time, Mr. Speaker, I will be guided by a trained and qualified expert. This is very important. As we make decisions concerning health, we want to be guided by health. As we make decisions concerning law, we want to be guided by the legal practitioners. As we make decisions concerning various things, we want to look to the experts of those fields. Mr. Speaker, that process has not changed. And so for this particular exercise, I'm going to follow doctor's orders. Also, I consider people's background, still on credibility, point number 6. Not only do I consider whether they are qualified, have influence, have the authority to speak on a matter, I also consider, Mr. Speaker, their background in a certain area, their experience before I hire them for a job. Now, this is very important. You see, when I want to deal with matters and I know I'm going to get something out of the way, I'm going to call Southern Shore, I'm going to call 40, because we're going to get it out of the way. I'm going to call Minister Henfield, who knows what it is to go on a ship for weeks and make the sacrifice for country. I'm going to call Minister Wells, who knows what it is to serve in the public service. I'll even call Anderson. She has a record of service. I say to people, be very careful about selecting people who don't have a record of service. I'm not talking about business. I always talk about my good buddy here, Mr. Michael Pintard. I'm telling you, he ran and he just loved this country. Just for him running, I would have just supported him. This is a committed man, committed to service, Marco City. I can't say that for everyone. I can't say that for a lot of people. I hear 200-300 people are trying to run on tickets. I'm trying to figure out run where with no credibility, no record of service, no dependability. Run where, South Andres? South Andrews, you have a record of service. I cannot speak for the rest, but you have a record of service. Fox Hill, I said it before, have a record of service. For the most part, the people that represent the people today have a record of service. This means they know what it means to sacrifice for country and to put others before self. Mr. Speaker, that is my 7th point. You must have a record of service. A good member for Kalani was able to share with us today the experience of losing two brothers during the passage of this pandemic. And notwithstanding, not one day he came and said, you know, but my brother died and so I can't come to work today. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it until he said, I didn't hear it. This is what we're talking about, Fox Hill, about sacrifice, leadership, and servant leadership. They tell me in the police force, you can't come crying nowhere. Raise your head up and get the job done. This is what I'm saying. Run and don't stop running until we tell you to stop. But you have all kind of people, Chanel, with no record, Fox Hill with no record of service. And they want to come, so they're running against you, running against all that. Where you going? Now, hold on, I want to be clear. As we speak about people with a record, well, you know, Pine Ridge, you know, you got a record of service too. I can't deny that. I know you from a young girl, record of service. Come on. Michael, record of service. Tall Pines, record of service. But I can't say that for everyone. And so you must have, your record of service will allow you to create a character of servant leadership, an archetype that people can rely on and depend on and trust, Mr. Speaker. And that is why it was not a question. When it was time to select candidates, you have the quality of candidates that we have today in the House. It was no question for the people, because immediately what happened, Golden Gates, is they looked quickly and they saw the record of service. And so what that meant, we could have run a day before we could have been nominated, Michael, and we would have still been in there. People don't understand this. It is because, Mr. Speaker, like your good self, we did not just start our work yesterday. Hello? We started a long time ago. Hello? Mr. Speaker, and so you must have a servant's heart. You must have servant leadership. Mr. Speaker, if you are going to repose your trust in anyone, go with the record. And that is what we're doing today in support of this resolution. We're going with the record. Does their life reflect any level of national service? Have they demonstrated a commitment to the tenets of servant leadership? These are the pertinent questions you ask people who want you to support them, Mr. Speaker. And so on that premise, I'm able to support the good leader of the Free National Movement, Honorable Prime Minister, good member for Killarney. Oh, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Elizabeth is my friend. I'm telling you serious stories. Immediately after he demanded office as Minister of Health, let me tell you, you know, sometimes you'll be like, you missed that office or you did. I don't know. All I know is the next week, a family member of mine was able to call and say he was in the operating room all night operating on my cousin, and my cousin is living today. Come on, somebody. I'm talking about record of service. Doc, I can't say that for everyone else. But I'm saying that Elizabeth, I know, and I have the testimony that I thought that he would take a little vacation. You know, even East Grand Bahama, good men and women in here. You know, one or two women go, women and men. One or two of us, you might take a little break, but look at East Grand Bahama. Roll on, sail on, record of service. And this is why people have no problem whatsoever reposing and continuing to repose confidence, Mr. Speaker, in persons like yourself. My 8th point, I have 2 more. My 8 points why Seabreeze is supporting. We don't need to be here long on this. This is to the point. We are in a state of emergency. We're trying to get in and get out. Hello? We're trying to get to the point. And so agility is the next point. Agility. We said that the situation is fluid. The leader, the good member for Kalani, understands the fact is, and this is a very serious point. He has demonstrated that he understands there is a time to be hard and there's a time to be soft. I think so. That's called agility. There is a time to be hard and there is a time to be soft. That's called agility, an agile leader. And so a good leader is agile, knows how to adapt the situation and to the needs of his followers or her followers, Mr. Speaker. And the good member has demonstrated that. And that is another reason why Seabreeze has taken the considered view to support the resolution before us. I accept that the diverse population, Mr. Speaker, has different perspectives and priorities. Some of these are, for some, priority is shelter, for some it's safety, for some it's health, for some the next business deal, for some it's oil, for some it's gender, for others it's children and young people, for some their prevailing issues is sports, for others it's culture, for some natural resources, for others Narragansett, for others the economy, for some education, for some self-actualization. They always wanted to be this and that. And so I can say, based on those factors, Maslow's hierarchy of needs have advanced greatly since its evolution. I might as well say that. It has advanced greatly in terms of what people prioritize as their primary need today. And so a good leader is agile, astute, and able to understand the needs and the moods of followers and to adjust accordingly. Mr. Speaker, so I think one person said here today, things change. 1 minute it's this decision, the next minute it's, that is how a good leader does things in crisis. Today it's this, tomorrow it's that. And the fact is, tomorrow it'll be something else. Because one day it was Dorian, and the next day it was COVID-19. And now you're talking about another variant. Maybe COVID-20, I don't know. And so the fact is, a leader must be agile. And based on that fact and what we have seen, Mr. Speaker, the good member for Kalani and his team, his entire team, because he doesn't do it on his own. He cannot. He cannot run this country alone. And so with the support of the members of cabinet, with the support of the parliamentary colleagues, including the opposition with their dissenting views and reasonable opposing views, Mr. Speaker, he's able to lead. And so, Mr. Speaker, he must be able, and he has demonstrated to balance, that he is able to balance the needs of the populace and above all, put everyone's needs before his own. That's the reality. That's the reality. And you want to continue reposing trust in someone that will do that. Mr. Speaker, my 9th point. Why Seabreeze is supporting the resolution tabled before us to extend the proclamation of the emergency powers orders. Leadership. I believe we have that leader for this time and this period, and based on the prevailing extraordinary circumstances, we must complete the course of the bitter medicine now to protect our future. It's a bitter medicine. Nobody wants to be locked down. I don't like spraying alcohol on my hand every second of the day. It dries the hands. Nobody wants to wear a mask. I have to take it off for a moment so I can breathe well. Nobody wants to do that. But here we are under prevailing circumstances. Here we are in an unprecedented situation, and we must adjust. Mr. Speaker, the leader has demonstrated that he can, and his team are able to adjust for the good and for the benefit of the Bahamian people. My 10th point, Mr. Speaker, if we follow the doctor's orders, we're going to make it. Mr. Speaker, let's follow the doctor's orders. If we endured a year, then what is it? 4 additional months. What are we arguing about? If we endured 10 months, what are we arguing about? South Central and South Abaco. No need. Mr. Speaker, based on facts, based on the law, based on the prevailing circumstances, Mr. Speaker, of potentially catastrophic health challenges, based on these considerations, the good member for Kalani has made a decision, Mr. Speaker, with his colleagues, that he believes and we believe is in the best interest of the Bahamian people. Let us continue to work together. Let us complete this course of treatment, Mr. Speaker, and follow the doctor's orders. My final statement is best sang by Myrna Summers. I want to encourage Pine Ridge with this. She said, or she sang. I know somehow, and I know some way, we're gonna make it. No matter what the test, whatever comes our way, we're gonna make it, Michael. With Jesus on our side, South and Central Andros, things will work out right. I want to encourage the people of the Bahamas, the good people of Seabreeze, let us follow the doctor's orders. With the help of the good Lord, we're gonna make it. Seabreeze supports the resolution.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, you should recognize this Honorable Member for the Exumas on Ragged Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to stand as the chosen one to speak on behalf of the people of Exuma. Exuma Kings and Ragged Island. I say a happy new year to my colleagues, the people of Exuma and Ragged Island, and all of the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The Speaker, 2020 was a trying year, to say the least. It tested us all in ways we surely never imagined as 2019 closed out. But it also revealed something about us that we can be proud of. Last year showed us how resilient we can be, how we can perform difficult tasks, survive trying situations, and band together to help the vulnerable amongst us. This has all been a very painful process, revealing more need, more desperation than many of us imagined existed in our Bahama land. I want to express my condolences to those who lost loved ones due to the pandemic and during the pandemic. The loss and the subsequent restrictions preventing traditional funerals have taken a heavy toll. This pandemic has exposed the fault lines in our economy, in our healthcare system, and in leadership in our country. And no, it didn't have to be this bad. Yet we question whether there is the will, the desire, the plan, the ability, or the energy in this administration to fix the myriad of problems that confront us. We need to press the reset button. We need a fresh start. That's what we need. And I see why Bahamian people have become tired of politics and politicians and political posturing. Because as we face serious national crisis in our country, we came here this morning with much political posturing, much campaigning, much attempt to score political points. But here's what the IMF said only yesterday. They said, we face significant human, social, and economic toll. They said real GDP is projected to contract by 16.2%. 3, that public debt is expected to jump to almost 90% of GDP. 4, some banks and credit unions are vulnerable to pandemic-induced risk. 5, downside risk loom large. This is the environment. This is the environment in which we now live. And then, Mr. Speaker, they go on and they say, they call for tax policy, administration reforms, and expenditure prioritization to ensure a robust and equitable consolidation once the pandemic abates. This is the IMF 2020 Article 4 consultation with the Bahamas released January 26, 2021. January 26, 2021. So I make this point, not that these points are new or surprising. Not that these points are new or surprising, but they are blistering and sobering and reminds us that we are facing a serious national crisis. Yet, no mention of these realities today by the Minister of Finance, none whatsoever. And therefore, it is incumbent upon us to bring focus to saving lives and preserving livelihoods, as well as balancing the need of our economy and our country. Mr. Speaker, I won't speak in great detail to the extension of the state of emergency itself. Our leader has laid it out clearly. And it is quite clear that this administration continues along the vein of purely acting out of convenience and taking the lazy way out. Our leader has pointed out the various options available in law, and there's no need for me to rehash those points. We want there to be ongoing review and consent by Parliament. That's why we're here. And with the supermajority of this administration, it cannot be that he is concerned as to whether the Parliament is going to support his policies. It could not be that, Mr. Speaker. But I won't belabor the point, Mr. Speaker, because more useful things such as figuring out why Exuma is still under many of the measures that were put in place when the situation was drastically different bears being addressed today. Leadership is about balance. So the state of emergency, of course, gives rise to this emergency order. Let's first establish that Exuma has not recorded a COVID-19 case since January 3rd. And weeks before that, Exuma barely recorded a single-digit case 2 days in a row. By contrast, Grand Bahama has recorded dozens of cases since January 3rd. Yet, in-person schooling is allowed on Grand Bahama. But for some reason, in-person schooling on Exuma is still prohibited. I can tell you that parents and teachers and students are past being ready for face-to-face school to begin. And they are prepared in terms of the protocol. I also want you to know that many people on Exuma do not have adequate internet still and cannot use the Ministry of Education's portal. Some parents have taken to dropping their kids off at schools to use the internet there, which is also insufficient, I am told. Therefore, we see many students simply not in school. In Williamstown, in Black Point, and elsewhere. I will send you the list, Mr. Minister, and I'm grateful for your usual response. Just to be clear, Exuma has not recorded a case since January 3rd, yet San Salvador has. However, indoor dining is prohibited on Exuma when it is not on San Salvador or Grand Bahama. I wonder if the competent authority has considered that Sandals Emerald Bay is expected to reopen shortly. With it will come visitors who wish to explore more options than are on property. But local restaurant owners will not be able to take full advantage of the tourist spend outside of the Sandals Resort. This is not to say that we're not excited about the return of jobs, Mr. Speaker. But the reopening of Sandals, we believe, is an opportunity for us to regain some income that may have been lost over the past year. And we must position Exuma appropriately to take advantage of these opportunities. I remind you, Exuma hasn't had a case since January 3rd. Nassau, however, has recorded scores of new cases in 3+ weeks. and we have many more of the same restrictions as Nassau. Again, Exuma has not recorded a case since January 3rd. However, Andros has recorded. However, funerals in churches are allowed in Andros and not yet on Exuma. No case since January 3rd, but Barry Islands has cases. However, I miss East Grand Bahama. I miss East Grand Bahama. I speak for Exuma. I'm the chosen one for Exuma. That's why they sent me here, Mr. Speaker. All I am saying is we must be balanced in our approach, Mr. Speaker. We have crushed the curve. We have crushed the curve in Exuma with the help of our health officials and free testing offered by the MP. But we fail to understand why we treated this way. We're starting to wonder if it's personal, Mr. Speaker. Further in relation to Exuma, I want to note that we are keenly interested in vaccine availability for Exuma, as well as storage capacity for persons who are interested in taking such vaccines. The Minister of Health promised to speak more to this, but we want his assurances that we will have the coolers, we will have the facilities, we will have the logistics available in Exuma and the other family islands so that we are not disadvantaged. And I have two concerns, and I know the Minister will speak to this in his wrap-up, but I have two concerns, Mr. Speaker. Firstly,
just a moment, honorable member. The member for Bambutan, the chair recognizes the member for Bambutan on the point of order.
Information too. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that I would have said on numerous occasions that the Ministry of Health is poised for its program to be able to deliver the vaccine throughout the country. It was a program that was approved by the Cabinet of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I would have also informed and intimated to the Bahamian people that the government has approved the purchase of at least 9 ultra-low temperature freezers.
tell us in the wrap-up,
ULT.
You got
The largest one is going to be here in New Providence. In case we get the Pfizer vaccine, it can hold up to 300,000 dosage. The smaller version can hold up to 50,000. That will be in Grand Bahama. And we have 7 mobile units that we will be using throughout the Family Islands and in Exuma, in Abaco, and in other islands so that we'd be able to vaccinate the entire population within a very restricted and confined and defined time frame. So the plan is there, and I want the member to rest assured that the Ministry of Health has it in hand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 other concerns in relation to the vaccines. I'd be happy to wait until the minister wraps up, Mr. Speaker. We're going to need a thorough, sensible public education campaign about the vaccine. People aren't conspiracy fools, you know. We have a reluctance to take vaccines generally. We need to be properly informed. The vaccine was developed rapidly, and we want assurances, Mr. Speaker. That's what is necessary of our leaders. And we're not talking about workshopping billboard campaigns, Mr. Speaker. The second point is that we want to be sure of the adequate availability. I'm watching the world headlines about vaccine shortages. I note that even in the EU, we were told by one of the major drug companies that it might not get immediate delivery of the vaccine paid for upfront. So we want to make sure that this administration will be focused on moving heaven and earth to ensure that we have ample opportunity to have 70% vaccinations available for the Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, are we securing enough vaccine for everyone else who wishes to take it. And this is an important and significant question that I would welcome the opportunity during the wrap-up for the minister to address. It's a key question. So we need to ensure for Exuma and the other family islands all of the proper logistics, as I mentioned before, and I trust that this applies to all of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, regrettably, as the pandemic rages, we do not have the luxury of ignoring all of our responsibilities to the Bahamian people and the economy of our country. So I want to address the issue of the Exuma Airport. We recently heard that there would be government funding cuts for the construction of the new international terminal. I issued a statement on this, so I won't reiterate everything that concerns me here. But I would note the comments by the Prime Minister about seeking a PPP to fund the remainder of the cost of the airport and run it. In essence, this is something we recommended years ago, but better late than never. However, I want us to be careful of making a decision that Exuma has to live as to how much this deal has already cost the Bahamian people. What we want to ensure is that there is not a fire sale now going on with this property that we begged you not to burden the Bahamian people with. We told you it was an egregiously bad deal. We were rightfully concerned then, and we are rightfully concerned now. You see, we know this administration's track record when it comes to negotiation. And we know that this track record leaves much to be desired. So we are very, very, very concerned. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the European Union and these threats that persist, we continue to confront these serious national crises, even as we face the pandemic. And we don't have the luxury to ignore them. And this is why I get woefully concerned when we spend so much time playing politics. In relation to the EU, I note the new goalpost moving tactics of the European Parliament. And they're looking at setting specifically for the Bahamas and a few other regional countries new requirements. There is a new apparent lobby for countries with a 0% corporate tax rate to be automatically blacklisted. What we know is that we are still on the EU anti-money laundering listing, and we'd like an update in this regard. But what we also know is that the EU will continue to change the standard to which we are held while not holding their own member countries to the same standard. And what we also know is that they don't care. We know as well that though we have a diplomatic presence now, our small country perhaps does not have the political clout to see these policies altered simply through bilateral engagements alone. What I've always urged is that we remain proactive on this front. And we shouldn't wait for the new blacklist to figure out what we need to do to get off of it. So since we already have the mission in Brussels, we should use that to recruit more weighty players to our cause. For instance, we could engage the European Banking Federation, which is in Brussels, and explain to them that the potential detriment of these blacklists not only impact us, but it impacts the banking sector across Europe. For instance, if Mauritius makes the list, which is in effect a corporate tax. Premium taxes, for example, on the life insurance industry, I can tell you, equates to roughly 30 to 40% of net income if you calculate it that way over the past 3 years. 30 to 40%. This is a real tax. So maybe the time has come to stop being cute about it and call it what it is. We were told there were studies being done 3 years ago. We were told, but we have yet to hear the reports on these studies. And I have requested them. Finally, Mr. Speaker, finally, the issue of Family Island banking remains a vexing problem for the Family Islands. This week, Scotia is leaving many islands bankless. And they still plan to exit Exuma during February. I once again urge this administration to use its influence, its moral suasion, its good office, to make every effort to help to find a solution or to encourage the providers to delay the exit until there is a workable solution. I cannot overemphasize for Long Island, for North Andros, for many other islands, how crippling the lack of proper banking services is to commerce, how crippling it is to our tourism product and the very way of life of our Family Island brothers and sisters. Mr. Speaker, I close, but I found it necessary to speak to these pressing issues because we do not have the luxury of ignoring them as we fight the pandemic. We must move forward with progressive plans to address all of these issues that confront us as a country, that's wrecking our economy, that's impacting lives literally and livelihood literally of our brothers and sisters. There's still too much hunger in our country. And these are the issues, Mr. Speaker. Rather than playing politics. And I know the season may be approaching, but we have serious national issues that we must continue to confront. So as the leader said, we will not support this resolution. He has made the case in great detail. So I will close by wishing the entire country a more healthy, a more prosperous, and a recovered 2021. And may God bless the people of Exuma, Exuma Keys and Ragged Island. And I thank them for choosing me to represent them here in these halls. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable member. As many should recognize the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
The member for Exuma, but Mr. Speaker, the member for Exuma had intimated that perhaps we may have some issues in regards to our capacity to procure vaccines. I think, Mr. Speaker, both the Prime Minister and I would have spoken on a number of occasions to the Bahamian people and even to this Parliament about our position, Mr. Speaker, on the fact that we would have put down, I don't want to leave that on the record, Mr. Speaker, we might be here at 10 o'clock, but Mr. Speaker, the reality is we would have put down a down payment in September and October to secure about 80,000 doses for about 80,000 persons in country through the COVAX facility of the WHO. And Mr. Speaker, along with Caribbean region, we understand from the WHO that the deliverance of that vaccine is very, very, very soon. We would have already fulfilled our commitments in regard to what we need to prove to the WHO to be in a position to receive those vaccines. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we are also getting 75,000 vaccines for about 75,000 persons through the African Union, Mr. Speaker. The government of the Bahamas right now is seeking to connect with the African Import-Export Bank to be able to ensure that that for 75,000 persons is also going to be on its way, Mr. Speaker. And so between just those two facilities alone, Mr. Speaker, there's the potential for 150,000 persons in the Bahamas being capable of receiving that vaccine, Mr. Speaker. We also are talking with India. The Indian government has reached out to us with their Covaxin vaccine. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the Covaxin vaccine has not yet been approved by the WHO, but we are talking to them about the COVID Shield vaccine that they have that is based on the patent of AstraZeneca. So, Mr. Speaker, with an adult population of about 200,000 in this country, Mr. Speaker, I think I could assure the member for Exuma that the government of the Bahamas is well on its way to receiving enough vaccine to vaccinate the Bahamian people.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for North Abaco.
Speaker, as tough as it is to follow the chosen one, I'm going to do my best to represent the people of North Abaco who gave me the privilege of being in this place. You know, Mr. Speaker, since being appointed the Foreign Minister of the Bahamas, every conference we attend as a body, a multilateral group, CARICOM, and wherever else, we represent to the European Union and others like them, institutions, about how difficult it is for small jurisdictions like ours to maintain pace with the moving goalposts that we often see when we wind up on these lists. And so I want to assure the member that we work assiduously every day. The Minister of Finance formerly and the Minister of Finance now and the Attorney General's office have done, I think, a wonderful job in trying to sensitize these bodies as to the crippling effect these gray listings and black listings have on our economy and on our banking jurisdiction. You know, I want to also assure the member that this government has worked hard in Exuma on behalf of the people of Exuma to get them to where we think they need to be as a growing economy in this country. I believe that Exuma benefited tremendously from a lot of what we lost in Dorian and Abaco. And I saw some photographs on the tarmac, and we know you need a bigger tarmac. We know you need a bigger airport. We know that, right? We're building new roads. We're building new roads. We're not only giving you an airport, you know. We are building new roads in Exuma. I'm talking to the people of Exuma now on behalf of this government. We're building new roads. We've mobilized. We're building new roads, right? Just today, we unofficially opened a passport office in Georgetown. Now you know my colleagues from Eleuthera and Long Island, right? No, I couldn't tell you. I wanted to hear what you had to say first. And when we open it formally, officially, we're going to invite the Prime Minister, and we want you to come too. Yeah, man. Yeah, you can be able to do everything there. No, you got your fingerprinting system set up. You got everything set up. You go and then you collect your passport. That's what we're doing. You know, my colleague answered you on the. No, we coming to you. You know, my colleague addressed the issue on the education of vaccines because I listened this morning with DeLon Brennan, Dr. DeLon Brennan, on Guardian Radio, trying to explain to the Bahamian people how important it is for us to to be vaccinated. Now, Mr. Speaker, the member referred to this IMF report. And you know, when we say what we're trying to do good and right, it's posturing and it's politicking and it's pandering. But when they point out the things that we're not doing so right, it's not politicking. It's pointing out what we're doing wrong. But with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I think he placed the report on the record. But I have a copy of the report and I'll table it for you if you wish. But indulge me to read. I had it in my remarks, but since he did it, I want to start up top to read a few paragraphs from this report.
Just state the.
Mr. Speaker, this is the IMF Executive Board press release number 21/23. The heading is IMF Executive Board concludes 2020 Article 4 consultation with the Bahamas, which means that the IMF send their economists to the Bahamas to speak to government officials and to central bank officials on the economy of the Bahamas. That's all this means. And here's what I find astounding, that the member would cherry pick this report. No, I can read the rest. I can read the rest. Yeah, I even need studying that. When my time up, I can sit down, but I can put this on the record. You know? And here's how the report begins, Mr. Speaker. And I quote, the COVID-19 pandemic has exacted a significant human, social, and economic toll on the Bahamas. The archipelago was just starting to recover from the severe damage caused by Hurricane Dorian in the fall of 2019, when the global outbreak of COVID-19 led to a sudden stop in tourism, the main source of its income and employment. The authorities mounted, this is what they said about us. This is what they said about the government of the Bahamas. The authorities mounted a rapid emergency response to support the economy and vulnerable households and put in place strict containment measures. No, you chosen one, you've had your say. Let me have my time now, please. Let me have my time now, please. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me move to the executive board assessment, right? This part I think is very important. I think this part is crucial. But you can let me read or what, man? What you can do, right? Mr. Speaker, I quote, Mr. Speaker, from the executive board assessment. Executive directors express sympathy for the loss of life and economic hardship caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. But here's the part I want you to really listen to. Directors commended the authorities, the government, for the timely measures to sustain public health, protect the vulnerable, and cushion the impact of the pandemic on employment. They noted, Mr. Speaker. But let me just, I really want to get to my remarks, so let me just go to this paragraph. Directors agreed that the near-term priority is to save lives. It's the same report. The directors of the IMF agreed that the near-term priority is to save lives and livelihoods, and postponing the achievement of public debt target by another 2 years in response to the pandemic is appropriate. Now you don't want to interrupt you,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for the Exumas and Ragged Island on a point of order.
I want to caution the honorable member for North Abaco because he's misleading in that he accused Exuma of cherry picking And then he proceeds to pick three phrases. Mr. Speaker, I invite the member, right? And I invite the members of this honorable house to access the record that I will lay, Mr. Speaker, to read the entire report. And if I have great regard for the member, I can't hear myself, but I'm standing on a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members.
So we must not seek to pretend or mislead the Bahamian people in thinking for just a tiny weeny minute that this report is a positive one from the IMF, Mr. Speaker.
No, I didn't say that.
So I want the member to be very careful.
No, I didn't say that, you know.
Because as he accuses me of cherry picking, Mr. Speaker, he cherry picks himself, and I trust that it's not to mislead this House and to mislead the Bahamian people, that this is a positive report.
Honorable members.
This report is anything but positive. And the member for North Abaco knows this.
Honorable
He knows
members.
quite well.
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, there's nothing positive about it. It says nothing positive of your management of Hurricane Dorian and North Abaco either.
Honorable
Mr.
member.
Speaker,
For Zuma.
Speaker, please, Mr. Speaker, please.
it ain't a positive report.
The chair
Mr. Speaker.
recognizes the honorable member for North Abaco. Honorable member, you had indicated earlier that you would be prepared to later report.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you know, the member raised this report, you know. And so if the member raised the report, I can speak to the report. Now, I offer to later report for the benefit of the House, so that each of us can read selectively if we wish. And the whole Bahamas can see the report. I mean, it's online. All right? So, but Mr. Speaker, what I wanted to do, right? But you know, Mr. Speaker, the only point I'm trying to make is, if the member can pick out the negative points, how you can accuse me of picking out the positive points? How you going to accuse me of that? Right? The rectors agreed. Can I read this statement again here? This is very important, I believe. The rectors agreed that the near-term priority is to save lives and livelihoods, and postponing the achievement of the public debt target by another 2 years in response to the pandemic is appropriate. So you know, the Bible is clear, you know, Exoma. A prophet is always without honor at home. It takes the people to come from the IMF from Washington to fly down here in the Bahamas to tell us that we're on the right path. To save lives, to save livelihoods.
The chair recognizes the member for Exumas on a point of order.
I want the member, and on a day like this is when I wish East Grand Bahama was sitting over there.
No. Don't distract.
Because
He's coming to you. He's coming to you.
Honorable member,
Mr. Speaker,
state the point
yes,
of order.
Mr. Speaker, the member is misleading. And I want to, no.
Honorable member.
I just want to tell you why he is misleading.
Honorable, just a moment, honorable member.
Speaker, will you protect me? So I can-
Honorable member,
Man, this man read
the
the
member
report. He could have read what he
just
wanted.
simply read
But
I'm reading
a
from
quote.
the report.
I'm saying he's misleading.
I'm reading from the report.
in
Mr.
reading,
Speaker.
in reading the quote.
Mr. Speaker, may I finish? May I finish, Mr. Speaker? I won't be long.
Honorable member,
I won't be long.
honorable member, all I am trying to find out
I'll tell you.
from the chair is, are you disputing what he read?
I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, that the member, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, if, honorable
Mr. Speaker,
member,
may I have 30 seconds?
honorable members,
Mr. Speaker.
honorable member, honorable member. No, the member, let me finish, honorable member. Resume your seat until I'm finished. The member simply read from the report. Unless you are disputing the contents of what he read, then you don't have a valid point of order because he's simply reading a quote from the report. He hasn't made any other statement. Honorable member. No, honorable member, your point of order is invalid. It's not. It is not well taken. The member. I don't need to hear it. The member only read a quote. The member only read a quote. And I'm asking you, are you disputing the contents of the quote? If you are not disputing the count that he is reading, and you have a copy of the report yourself, then you don't have a valid point of order. Are you disputing what the member read? No. Honorable members, honorable member, the ruling of the chair is that your point is not well taken. The chair recognizes the member for North Abaco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member for Zuma.
I wish now, Mr. Speaker, I wish
Just
now.
a minute, North Abaco.
Thank you.
Honorable member, the recent statement by the honorable member with respect to the report, whether it is good or bad or whatever, is hereby expunged from the record. The chair recognizes the honorable member for North Abaco.
My aunt, I read it early this morning. No, Mr. Speaker, I move to lay this on the.
Order that the document be brought up.
Yes, sir. Hello. Yeah, it's on the table. It's for all, and it doesn't say anything about us. Yeah, but it doesn't say anything different about us than it does about any other country.
I don't see.
Yes.
No, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I read the report.
You selectively chose.
Just about every country in the world
Another report.
is faced with the same circumstances, and so and so when we come here and try to paint this dark picture of the Bahamas,
Like we doing something wrong.
and like we exist in a world in a stratosphere all by ourselves, it's not true, right? That's my signature mark.
We can go and check
That's
on
my
the
mark.
report.
That's my mark. And so, Mr. Speaker,
Order that the document do lie on the table.
it was the universally renowned South African freedom fighter. Yeah, I can move on. Nelson Mandela, you're my friend, you know, who said it always seems impossible until it's done. Let us hasten to add that it takes perseverance and commitment to get it done. And that is why, to quote from our Prime Minister in his address in this place this morning, when he said, "We cannot let our guards down." If I could sing like South and Central Andros, I would strike a baton in here and say, "We come too far to turn back now." And, Mr. Speaker, I don't feel no ways tired, because we come too far from where we started from. Now, nobody told us, that the road would be easy. But I don't believe he brought us this far. I don't know why, my Carl don't help me with this, because I know she can sing it. I know she got Blackwood voice. She could sing this. We come too far from where we started from. And I can preach because that's what we need now. We need inspiration in this country. We need encouragement in this country, not just doom and gloom and how things so bad, and it's only so bad in the Bahamas. All over the world things tough. But we are tough people in this country. And if anybody can make it, I believe we can make it in the Bahamas. I believe that. And this is how the Apostle Paul chooses to encourage us in Galatians 6 and 9. He said, "Let's not go weary in well doing. Because in due season, but you can't faint. We simply cannot lose heart and undo all the hard work, sacrifices, hardships, and uncertainties that we've been forced to undergo since last March. So as such, Mr. Speaker, the people of North Abaco supports this resolution to extend the emergency order 2020 until the 23rd of May, 2021. It is our prayer, Mr. Speaker, that by that time, we will have vaccinated all of the population of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, now, you know, we often get accused of patting ourselves on the back. And I really don't want to be accused of that today. And so I want to point out that it took teamwork to get us to the point where we are now being highlighted among those countries that are holding strong in the fight against this deadly and dangerous COVID-19 pandemic, which has now taken more than 2 million lives around the world, Mr. Speaker.
Choose one report.
Bahamas.
I know you got more than 190 countries, all basically gone in 220.
Mr. Speaker, so permit me to thank and commend the Prime Minister. Much hell is he to sketch.
You said, how you let them pull out on you?
Right? To commend the Prime Minister, to commend the Minister of Health, our healthcare professionals, inclusive of Dr. Merceline Dalregis and her team. I want to commend our security forces.
That's right.
And, Mr. Speaker, most of all, I want to commend the Bahamian people and the residents for the great collective effort to get us to this point.
That's right.
It is because of your hard work and tireless efforts that we are holding our own in this fight. Mr. Speaker, in a Tribune article by Tanya Cartwright-Smith of 22nd of January 2021 entitled "Bahamas Has Tamed COVID-19 Pandemic," Dr. Nakia Forbes, Director of HIV/AIDS and Infectious Diseases Program at the Ministry of Health, is quoted as saying the following: "The Bahamas is one of those 27 countries that has flattened the COVID-19 curve." Dr. Forbes is further quoted in the same article as saying, "This is good, but remember that this can change in a relatively short period of time if we put our guard down." Dr. Forbes, Mr. Speaker, comments were reportedly centered on a publication produced by scientists of endcorona.org, an international volunteer coalition of researchers and community stakeholders. In a Nassau Guardian article of 22nd of January, same day, 2021, entitled "Bahamas Climbs on COVID Recovery Index," Jasper Ward, citing a report issued by the Global COVID-19 Index, or CGI, published on the 20th of January, writes the following, and I quote: "The new score indicates that the Bahamas is among the countries who have made the most progress in curtailing the spread of the pandemic and can be used as an example of best practices." Mr. Speaker, Bahamians are working hard in this country to get us where we are.
Absolutely.
Now, we are not naive to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that the advances made in the fight against COVID-19 did not come at a tremendous price. The introduction of COVID-19 in the Bahamas and the world resulted in the shutting down of our economy, which resulted in tremendous hardship to many Bahamian households. And so we acknowledge that we did not win every skirmish in this battle. We didn't win every brawl. We were not perfect in the fight.
No country.
But we have consistently tried to err on the side of caution by putting life and health above all else. And you know, if you really want to be honest, Mr. Speaker, there's simply no happy medium in this fight. This government's response in acknowledgement of the casualties of the war on COVID-19 were clearly elucidated by the Prime Minister in his New Year's address delivered on the 12th of January. He pointed out, and I quote, "To support our fellow countrymen, your government spent over $177 million through the end of October 2020 on our comprehensive COVID response." The Prime Minister went on to explain that $44.4 million were given in support of businesses and workers through tax and credit referrals, which funded the payrolls of 7,000 employees in the private sector. In an effort to protect almost 4,500 jobs in the small business sector, $47.3 million was made available. This is what he said. He pointed out that outside of its existing benefits, Garden Hills, on top of the support for Bahamians in hospitality sector and those self-employed people, some $45.5 million was paid out in unemployment support by NIB. And so, Mr. Speaker, between March and October 2020, the government of the Bahamas funded food aid to Bahamians at a cost of $17.2 million. And in the result, provided food for about 100,000 people at that time, Southern Shores. You did well. You did well. And so this is the part where I come to the IMF report. I already dealt with that.
Yeah.
So let me move on.
Catch him in
Mr. Speaker.
Catch him.
Mr. Speaker, since March 2020, COVID-19 has grabbed the whole of the four corners of the world and has shaken it violently ever since. There is no doubt that we in the Bahamas, like the rest of the world, are experiencing COVID-19 fatigue in our personal lives, in our businesses, and more particularly, in our economy. But what is the alternative? You know, I sit here often and I wait to hear the side opposite, whom I know has the ability, whom I know has the intellectual acumen to present us with an alternative if you think what we're doing is not right. And so I continue to ask, what is the alternative? What is the alternative? The alternative that is not seen in the United States,
What did he tell you?
that is not seen in Canada, that is not seen all over Europe. What is the alternative? I mean, if we're going to nitpick on this modality or that modality, fine. But give us an alternative to what we seek to do.
Or come to the meeting.
It's all well and good. It's all well and good to criticize, but there must be objective criticism if we are to move this country positively forward in the direction I believe we are capable of taking it. And so, Mr. Speaker, although vaccines are being discovered and produced at a relatively good rate, there is still no certain outcome for us here in the Bahamas or the rest of the world for that matter, as we are now, as pointed out this morning already in this place, seeing variants of the virus. Mr. Speaker, while introducing more stern measures and protocols to slow the spread of the variant of the virus, which is said to be 70% more transmissible, and now in many countries of the world, Prime Minister Boris Johnson in the United Kingdom said the following, and I quote, "When the virus changes its method of attack, we must change our method of defense." Let me say that again. When the virus changes its method of attack, we must change our method of defense. But for us in the Bahamas, we too must maintain the ability to protect and defend against this most deadly and destructive virus. If it's working, Mr. Speaker, if it ain't broke, huh? Mr. Speaker, a lot of countries in the world, you know, we were one of the first countries in the world to require legally, lawfully, through legislation, that people wear masks. We were touting this issue of social distancing and cleansing from day one, hand washing from day one, Mr. Speaker. And now finally a lot of countries in the world are beginning to realize. You know, I read one report which indicates that just simply wearing a mask is 80% mitigation from COVID. Mr. Speaker, I will not be distracted. I will not be distracted. Pray for me. Pray for me. Pray for me, Mr. Speaker.
We put it into action. These guys
You know,
was not invited.
although everybody knew it, everybody wasn't doing it.
Matthew in the big room.
Everybody wasn't doing it. But that's the point I make. The point I make is although everybody may have known it, we were doing it. That's the point I make. That's the point I make. Mr. Speaker, we came to this Parliament and implemented legislation in March 2020, and we did so on the advice of technical healthcare professionals who were then and remain now on guard in the fight against the unfettered and indiscriminate spread of the deadly coronavirus throughout our archipelago. How else could we survive the onslaught of this killer virus? We had no choice then. We have no choice now. Mr. Speaker, a Financial Times editorial of the 3rd of April 2020 quite astutely foreshadowed our present disposition. And they did it this way, I quote, "The coronavirus pandemic would call on people to make collective sacrifices. As difficult as this is," end quote, "as difficult as this is for each of us, in some form or the other, it is my considered view that we must continue to make this collective sacrifice until we get the much coveted vaccine. Mr. Speaker, we simply have no choice. You know, Mr. Prophet Isaiah, in chapter 40 at verse 31, who gives us encouragement with these words. "But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings of eagles. They shall run and not grow weary. They shall walk and not faint." And so I say to the Bahamian people, let's wait on the Lord. We are a people of tremendous faith. It is my solemn belief that only God can get us through safely to the other side of COVID. Not man. We can make our best efforts in the healthcare system, in the political system. We can make our best efforts. But it's God who will take us through the other side of this COVID. That's my belief. And so, Mr. Speaker, with that, may God continue to bless the people of North Abaco. May God continue to bless and keep the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. For North Abaco, I was just about to ask if you wanted an extension of time once you began to talk about the reliance on God. But Honorable Member, we got the message.
As many. The chair recognizes the member for Central and South Abaco.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As always, it is my immense pleasure to rise on behalf of the good and industrious people of Central and South Abaco who have trusted to send me here to be their voice. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have entered an era unknown and uncharted to modern political leadership. We have seen across the globe nations, governments, and leaders grapple and wrestle with the realities that COVID-19 have brought and how best to deal with them. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are not immune or exempt from that. There are several matters which I feel throughout the length of this debate, and just as wide discussions go on in the public sphere, as they do, one thing that I'd ask through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the Bahamian people and my constituents is to look at context. Take a look around the globe, around the world. What is happening? What are governments doing? What policies are leaders implementing to save the lives of their people, much less their economies and industries and the fabric of the nations themselves? Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think that's very important. That word is context. Because if you demonstrate, as we have here, the other members have done today, to show and prove that we have done our utmost in this battle against this deadly virus. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as my brother and colleague from North Abaco would have highlighted, response may not have been perfect. There is no such thing as a perfect response. But I believe and I know that we have done our utmost as an administration and as legislators to protect our people and our nation. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, government, not referencing this government in particular, but government in general, can be cumbersome. By design, it has certain safeguards and restrictions in place to protect democracy. Throughout this debate, it would have been, I won't say flatly stated, but intimated that there is something undemocratic about our process. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to take a look at how we formulate our policies and our plans as we defend our nation against this enemy. Where does it start? Where is the genesis? The medical team, and that's very important, medical team, medical professionals, not a politician, not a bureaucrat, are the ones leading this fight. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we look to their sage wisdom and advice and their learned experience and their various specialties and backgrounds as we seek to continue this struggle that we are engaged in. That is brought to the competent authority, and that is brought to the House of Assembly. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is why I'm disturbed when we intimate or perhaps hint that we're not being democratic. The resolution we're here today is being debated and broadcasted democratically. We are engaged in a democratic process. We have certain safeguards in place to ensure that happens. What this Parliament votes and decides here tonight is what will happen. Mr. Deputy Speaker, us as legislators speak on behalf of our constituents who are the people. And we therefore make decisions and cast votes on their behalf. So it is a direct translation of the will of the people to democracy. We do not live in an oligarchic state, excuse me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, where you have a tyrant sitting by himself, making policies and decisions and relying on a police or military state to carry them out. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is a team, there is a cabinet, there are health professionals, there are legislators, there are people who make democracy happen, and we are a part of that. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can understand some of the concerns that have been raised, but it's just my deep conviction that I want to express to my constituents and the Bahamian people that we are not circumventing their will or operating in the dark, and that we are doing the measures we need to take. Speaker, there's a lot of mentions of the word agility and fluidity today. And there's a reason for that, and there's a reason for these emergency orders. If we had to legislate every single measure to take place to protect our people, Mr. Deputy Speaker, quite frankly, I'm not sure how we can get it done. We need the efficiency and the speed that the emergency power orders provide. And I know I speak for my constituents, and I'd be so bold to say I probably speak for a fair share of the population when I say, I know we're tired. I know we're tired. I know we're tired of masks. We're tired of not being able to gather with our friends and families, buried loved ones in the way that we would expect and deserve, to do so many other things that were once normal life that are no longer norm, no longer possible. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are sacrificing so much. But every sacrifice is made for the benefit of the survivability of this nation and its people. We owe that to them to do our utmost to protect them and their families. Mr. Deputy Speaker, excuse me. So why are these measures necessary? We need the expediency that the orders provide and lay out, and they are democratically ratified and expressed in this Parliament here today. That is what we're doing, is it not? We're debating a resolution to extend and grant these powers on behalf of the people. And I know I've harped on that a lot today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but it irks me. It gets under my skin when people intimate that we are not a democratic government, because we are. We've seen our regional neighbors, north and to the south and east and west, implement what we might call draconian measures in this battle. We've had to implement measures too. Some of them are unpleasant, some of them are uncomfortable, but we're doing the things we need to do, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I have faith and confidence that we are executing that to the best of our ability. So there is no shadowy group of persons making all the decisions based on whim. There is no circumvention of democracy. There is simply the matter before us to hand, the resolution which we will approve, I believe, by the end of this session here tonight. So I repeat myself when I say I know that we're tired, and I know that we wish we had that sense of normalcy back. But right now we have to sacrifice. We have to struggle, and we have to work together, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is a collective effort. There is nothing just the government, the opposition, or any politician or bureaucrat could do to resolve this crisis. It relies on the strength of us all. As they say, the weakest link in the chain. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to commend the people of Abaco for their discipline in these trying times. We have had low numbers of recorded cases, generally, and for the most part, everyday citizens are taking things seriously and acting in accordance with the orders. So I want to say thank you to my constituents for that, and I believe the wider Bahamian populace knows and understands these things are not as difficult or controversial as the side opposite sometimes may like them to make out to be. But we're doing what we need to do, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It might be unpleasant. It's certainly difficult. It's a hard road to travel, but it's one that we must. We look at other regional neighbors who've increased their lockdowns, increased their restrictive measures. Ours are liberalizing. Thankfully, due to some of the processes that we implemented in the first place. My brother and colleague to the north mentioned that we were among the first. I won't quote to say we were the first. I will say we were one of the earlier adopters of wearing a mask, preaching the message of basic personal hygiene, and getting the message out there to people. And I believe our population is very educated and very smart when it comes to these things, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They know and understand what is required of us in this time. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have the right team at the helm. We're following the medical science. Not a politician, not a bureaucrat, not a businessman. the medical science and the medical professionals, because their voices need to be the loudest and the ones that we hear the most. And we are doing that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I believe the member of Killarney, as Prime Minister, has done a wonderful job in placing them at the forefront of this battle by heeding their advice, listening to their input, taking the road less pleasant to be traveled, but the one that needs to happen, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That needs to happen if we're to win, if we're to succeed in this fight. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with those few words, I just want to say Central and South Abaco supports this resolution to extend the emergency powers orders. And I believe it will do us great good and tremendous benefitly in this struggle and fight. With that, Mr. Speaker, may God bless all of you here today, colleagues, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, member for Central and South Abaco. As many. The chair now recognizes the member for South and Central Andrews, Mangrove Key, as he likes to say.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I'd like to commence my brief presentation by extending once again condolences to the families of the late Valentino Urbania, a longtime friend and colleague at the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas. Also to the family of the late Mr. Willis Kool-Aid Bain, and the family's partner of Mr. Bain, and also Mr. Percy Paul of the world-renowned Saxon Superstars, on behalf of our legions of fans in the Saxon family. Once again, I must hasten to extend condolences also to the family, to the Stubbs family in particular, on the passing of brothers McCallan and Ethan Stubbs, who are well known to me personally. And one would know that these are the sons of the late Reverend Dr. Clementina Stubbs of the Calvary Deliverance Tabernacle. Our thoughts and the prayers are with those families who are mourning this afternoon, who would have lived through the ravages of the passing of family members due to COVID-19 and or other illnesses. May they find eternal rest in the bosom of our Lord and Savior Jesus the Christ. I would also want to send best wishes to the family of Reverend Sister Shirley Johnson of High Rock in South Andros, who was airlifted to New Providence just a few evenings ago, especially to her husband, Mr. Charles Johnson, and her faithful daughter, Sister Melanie Green. Our thoughts and our prayers are with this family, and we want to wish her and others who are convalescing speedy recovery. I'd also like to say a special thank you to my parliamentary colleague, the member for Bamboo Town, who serves as Minister of Health, for his response in this very pressing matter. Thank you once again publicly, sir. Also to my parliamentary colleagues, I'd like to say and extend a Happy New Year to all of you, and by extension, a Happy New Year to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and also to you, Mr. Deputy. I speak this afternoon as pretty much as a regionalist, and I like to stay within my lane, Mr. Deputy. And I know the fact that the practical reality, according to the UN policy briefs on small island states, notes that the COVID-19 is posing a significant health and economic risk to small island developing states. And also, these small economic base, the high degree of openness and extreme dependence on economic performance of the few developing countries and societies have left them very vulnerable. Amidst the sharp fall in tourism revenues and remittances, small island economies are likely to experience the most pronounced contraction in 2021, further exacerbating their vulnerability to economic and climatic shocks. Mr. Speaker, one must note that small island states or developing territories account for less than 1% of the world's population, but still represents nearly 20% of the membership of the United Nations today. Yet, these nations are facing disproportionately high debt servicing burdens caused by poor policies and governmental ad hoc decision-making processes, which has led to many of these economies seeing a weakened external balance, potential increasing the likelihood of debt falls or further blacklisting. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic is projected to inflict the worst recession since the Great Depression, sparing no country on the face of the earth. Small island economies will likely experience an extended economic recession in the year 2021, according to the World Bank report of 2020, due to them being pummeled by falling tourism revenue once again, remittances, especially in the larger Caribbean countries, being challenged, and also challenging capital flows, and once again, the high and growing cost of debt servicing. And therefore, the Bahamas, we must note, is not removed from these challenges. The substantial dependence on food imports in the CARICOM region is a major concern for us locally as for our cohorts regionally. It is believed, Mr. Speaker, as we have been dealing with the issue of trying to secure food at a local or the parochial level, that some 50% of all small island economies import more than 80% of their food, coupled with the GDP of a small island economy is likely to shrink by some 4 to 7% last year, that was projected last year, compared to the global contraction that is projected of some 3%. The Bahamas, Maldives, Seychelles, and Palau were expected to shrink by more than 8%, according to the World Bank report, making the current economic crisis one of the worst in history. So therefore, here we stand this afternoon, Mr. Deputy, and our people are asking the question. The challenge is we now face the pandemic. Here we are. How do we build a resilient society in a post-COVID-19 pandemic world? Despite the remarkable pace of the vaccine production and development, we in the Bahamas, as we anticipate its delivery, the COVID pandemic is clearly one that we cannot be operating in a purely reactive strategic posture in, but we must have a long-standing projection and positive disposition to make a difference on the world stage and also locally for our people. As the pandemic shockwaves continue to reverberate through workforces and businesses, and as markets adjust to a shifting global economy, new irregularities will arise. Alarmingly, the global recession or challenges we face today is expected to force more than 150 million people into what we call extreme poverty. Managing these risks must be at the top of all leaders' agenda. I listened today and my colleagues would have given their biblical references. And somebody even called it, as persons were contacting me on social media, happy talk. Saying how things are looking much better and a bright economy due to the government's management of the pandemic. But there was a lady who sent me a note, and she said, after listening, it appears that we are like the children of Israel. He says, okay, Moses, we are out of Egypt, but have you brought us here in the wilderness to die? Bahamians want to see a plan that even a child or the least literate among us could comprehend and understand. The average man could understand that plan. They're asking the question, where is that plan? I simply concur with the lady who texted me earlier that this appears to be our wilderness moment. Hotels are closed and staff have been furloughed. Downtown, where I stand this afternoon, where other members sit, is a virtual ghost town. No cruise ships in the harbor, no straw market, and other vendors are downtown. Jeepney drivers are racing up and down, totally frustrated. I must note the fact that it was our leader who would have given a proposition to the leader of our country for an economic advisory committee so that we can come together across the political divide and find a new way to do things differently in our society, putting aside politics, social, civic, religious, cultural, and other divides. Jet ski operators, for example, blue hole and nature trail guides and operators are bewildered. Small business persons have gotten some assistance, but we still don't know the real implications of what they would have gotten and how things are looking for the future as we stand here this afternoon or sit in this honorable place. We hear much about the National Feeding Program and some figures being thrown around up to $1.2 million per week or per month. But still many Bahamians this afternoon are hungry. Trade unions are asking for a tripartite system or collaborative process that would be more inclusive, allowing them and other civic-minded and other private individuals and agencies to come together to be a part of this process. We're asking for that plan. Bahamians want to be a part of that process to do things differently in a post-COVID Bahamas, as we are now talking about how well we're doing. We must come together and see that they want to see that difference, pardon me, in here, Mr. Deputy. We must be on the same page. This is our country, and we must build and protect and preserve it for the 21st century and beyond. I must note the fact, Mr. Speaker, that locking down people in curfews would only work for so long. We must find a way to engage our people at the national level. In my view, after listening to many persons in our society, I get the notion that this is a scarred nation. Our people are confused, afraid, uncertain, and they now must face further barriers to education, social mobility, as well as living with mental strain evidence around them every day. Concurrently, educational systems must adopt and continue to seek redress to the need of learners in a digital future in our society. The distribution of tablets and laptops and PCs are all well and good, but they're not to be celebrated, but should be furnished to every Bahamian student without haste. With haste, pardon me, to every school child in our country. Family island students are still challenged in this regard, Mr. Deputy. The government and the business and corporate sector must work together, investing in reskilling and upskilling programs to provide students and workers with the tools they need for a rapidly shifting labor market. The workplace emerging technology can help reduce what many considered, when I spoke to the young lady the other day, recruiting biases in the process of getting a job, which could lead to a more diversified talent pool and a more inclusive organization by extension in our country. The family islands, Mr. Deputy, have borne the brunt of these challenging times due to COVID-19. Inconsistent airline flights or airlift domestically, confusion as to which airport is closed or open for international guests, COVID-19 protocols at the domestic ports has been and continues to be a challenge for family islanders. You go one day and it appears that there's a lapse in the process, only to return 2 days later and you're turned around. Coupled with challenges infrastructurally such as the need for good roads and telecommunications. I listened to the member for Exuma talking about it earlier. As much as he has in the Exuma, we in Angeles doesn't have as much, but we are continuing to ask for roads. The member, had the good fortune of just a few days ago being in North Andros, where the member for North Andros and the Berry Islands has the good fortune of getting over $50 million worth of good roads under the former administration in his area. Very fortunate. All we're asking is for the same to be extended to the communities of South Central and Mangrove Key, where the roads have been terrible from Andros Town to Coakley Bight, and also the roads are in very poor shape from Drakes Hill to Mars Bay. We ask the good member for Carmichael, in his absence, my friend, to continue this process. We want the basics. Although you can have the lofty ideas and the lofty dreams and visions for your community, if the basics are not in place, Freetown, it makes life very, very difficult. And as a family island man, I understand and commiserate and empathize with the challenges of my people. I also advise the government and also by extension the member for Bamboo Town, we hope that he can use recent school leavers and young people for the antigen testing program in the family islands. I think it's something the government must consider. And also that the 52-week program must be extended to these challenged family islands. And we should know the numbers that we are looking at, Mr. Deputy. Bahamians far and wide, and I speak on behalf of my people, they need the assistance at this time. Our young people have lost hope in some quarters. They don't want to really come to New Providence during these very challenging times. And I think if we're going to be doing basic things and announcing monies and assistance here and there, look at fortifying and retaining young people in these family islands so we could continue to have numbers and these family islands have some help and some future and some prospect of growth and development in the years to come. Mr. Speaker, we must lay the foundation for a newly inclusive economy and society, a new and inclusive society beyond the pandemic. Through strengthening, through trust, but verify, I must say, cooperation and preparedness are going to be critical agents in mending the broken social fractures that the Bahamas now faces. I know the fact, like I mentioned, family islands and retention of young people in family islands. We see a hostile younger generation that concerns me, Mr. Deputy. Unemployment and marked underemployment is a major concern. We also see the escalation of mental health challenges, which needs deep consideration. Access to small-scale loans for educational and personal purposes are being very difficult to access for persons in the family island. Healthcare costs is a major concern. Civic community silence, the civic community, pardon me, in some persons' views have been removed or silenced, and this has led to many of those who could have real direct impact in the way forward being shut out. And we should be looking to many and a broader spectrum of persons in going forward in our country and making the wider collective feel a part of this process. I turn quickly to what is happening more at the national scene. We must find a way to discuss our concerns very directly relative to the U.S. Federal Travel Advisory, read the COVID-19, at the CARICOM Prime Ministerial level. We should have one voice here, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy. The ravages and the implications are real. And the recent announcements by the Biden administration vis-a-vis the quarantine protocol of returning U.S. residents is something that we should be concerned about. And we as a region, and I speak this afternoon as a regionalist, should tell our story. I think we need to be direct about it. I think the Bahamas, Barbados, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, and others should come together and express their concern to the new administration. It has real implications, and in our family island, I was in my district this last week, plan to return this weekend, and many have expressed their concerns to me, especially the bone fishing lodge and the small cottage industry. They are very concerned. We must remove those questions from our people's mind as far as possible as to what we are really intending to do as legislators in this country to make life better for them. Building sidewalks are fine, but we must initiate and invest in more high-profile risk champions program, I call them, in this country. Doing new things and encouraging innovative thinking. And we, in this place, should act as liaison or facilitators in this process. Let the experts get to work. We sit, listen, and advise, and we were in a meeting just last evening, my leader and deputy. Listen to those who are part of the active industry, make decisions, and we as legislators facilitate this process. And at the end of the day, the country will be all the better for it. The government must combat misinformation with the truth. Our people must have faith and believe in your national COVID dashboard. I repeat, the government must find a way to combat misinformation with the truth. Our people must have faith and belief in your national COVID dashboard. They would only believe your numbers if they think they are truthful. I'll leave it there. The Bahamian public would only believe your numbers if they think they are truthful. Many persons are still asking the question, if things are so good, things are going so well, why the 6-month extension? 4-month extension, pardon. Why not month to month? Aren't we honorable men and women in this place? Why can't we come together and discuss improvements, make adjustments as we go along? If the numbers presented on the COVID dashboard are to be believed, why are we going down this path? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, my people have felt the dislocation and hardship, and they continue to do so every day. But I would admonish this government to explore new forms of public-private partnership on the risk preparedness that would help maximize efficiencies and expedite recovery in the foreseeable future. The lesson here for the Bahamas must be that we can see a path, and we want to see a path that we are prepared to follow. We are now prepared to leave the wilderness, the pandemic, and we love to go on to a path of milk and honey. But our people are saying, for me to follow that path, we must see in the enhanced processes that allows us to follow this path easily, persons with capacity being in the forefront, innovation being allowed. And I want to see a culture of galvanizing the efforts of all of our people, be they white, brown, rich, poor, city dwellers, or family islanders. We must all be a band of witnesses. The Speaker, I'm about to take my seat. I would like to be a total optimist this afternoon, because at the end of the day, this is my country. But I say, I take my seat. If we don't see a plan, but only see remediated policies of the past, we would not unearth our potential, and this would have a cascading effect on our society, and we will continue in our developmental blind spot and nativity in a national construct. And instead of moving forward together as a proud Bahamian people with the united goal in mind, and to build better Bahamas in the 21st century and beyond, we'll be funding missed opportunities, and our people will continue to feel left out and feel frustrated. Let's commit ourselves this afternoon to coming together, to be collaborative, to build, to be inclusive, everyone having the opportunity in our Bahama land. The deputy is against that backdrop. As I leave to take my seat, with your leave, I'm obliged, the deputy, and it's my fair hope that the Almighty God will continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, member for South Central, Andros. As many. The chair recognizes the member for Mike Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Firstly, let me give thanks to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for giving me the strength to stand again in this place. And thank you indeed to the great people of the Michael constituency. Mr. Deputy, let there be no doubt in anyone's mind that this member totally supports the extension of this emergency order until May 23rd, 2021. Mr. Speaker, like many people, I do not like lockdowns or anyone supervising my movement, telling me how, when, where, and what time I can move or do what I need to do. However, Mr. Deputy, there comes a time when that decision may be in my best interest, and not just mine alone, but that of many people. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I am convinced that this is the time when those in leadership must make that decision in the best interest of its people. Mr. Deputy, I will say it again. I am convinced that this is the time when those in leadership must make that decision in the best interest of the people. Mr. Deputy, leaders of country all over the world are doing what they feel is best for their country. Mr. Deputy, I want to congratulate the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert A. Minnis, Prime Minister, and his government for the great job he has and continues to do during COVID-19 pandemic. He remains focused and thinks more about saving the lives of the Bahamian people. Mr. Deputy, in the midst of all the criticism, as I've said, he remained focused and did what he knows to be the right, and did what he knows to be right to fight against COVID-19, which came to kill, steal, and destroy many people's lives and many economies of the world. Mr. Deputy, I seek no political brownie points, nor am I prepared to walk around with a double mind. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, there are those who see things differently from me, but I do not hold it against them. That is the beauty of our democracy. Mr. Deputy, I am convinced that we are doing the right thing for the Bahamas, our people, and generations to come. Mr. Deputy, we are aware that the COVID-19 numbers are down, but this order is a preventative measure, and it is said that prevention is better than cure. Mr. Speaker, many of the people of the Michael constituency told me that they love what I'm doing and how I continue to conduct myself in this honorable place. They want me to pick my battles carefully, always keeping their welfare in mind. For this, I thank them. Mr. Deputy, this government has done a good job since 2017. No, it was not perfect. There is much more to be done, and I am convinced we will do it being led by the Honorable Dr. Hubert A. Minnis. He still has a soldier's heart. Mr. Deputy, if the truth is told, no leader of this country has had to deal with what this Prime Minister encountered. Mr. Deputy, Hurricane Irma, which caused the evacuation of hundreds of residents from the southeastern Bahamas, then Dorian, which devastated the islands of Abaco and Grand Bahama, and now, Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic. He was certainly chosen for this time and season. He was certainly chosen for this time and season. Mrs. Deputy, I have confidence that under the leadership of this Prime Minister, things are going to be better. I say to the people of the Bahamas, hold on, it will be well. This emergency order lockdown will be a thing of the past soon. The vaccine would be here for those who want it. Let us make the sacrifice now. The psalmist said, weeping may endure but for a night, but joy come in the morning. Mr. Speaker, I close with the words of 1 Peter 5:10. But the God of all grace, who has called us unto his eternal glory by Christ Jesus, after that you had suffered a while, make you perfect, establish, strengthen, and settle you. Mr. Deputy, better days are coming. We as a nation would return to our rightful position, and COVID-19 will soon be over. I declare, I pronounce that COVID-19 will soon be over. Mr. Speaker, where I sit and the many things and people have to do and deal with, Mr. Deputy, I can only imagine what the Honorable Prime Minister has to deal with. Yes, I can only imagine what he has to deal with. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. God bless you. Honorable members, God bless the great people of the Michael constituency, and long live the Bahamas. After many of us would have transitioned from this place, Michael supports this resolution.
Thank you, member for Michael. As many. Chair now recognizes the member for Elizabeth. For Elizabeth.
Thank you,
It certainly is a pleasure to stand in this place to contribute to the debate on the proposed extension of the emergency orders for an additional 4 months. Now, there is no doubt that there was a need and a benefit to the establishment of the emergency orders. But what is less clear, and what ought to be the basis of critical evaluation, is whether there is a need to extend, as opposed to approaching the year-long pandemic as a new reality and resumption of ordinary governance. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the approach to COVID-19 has 3 critical pillars. The first is mitigation. That includes hand washing, masks, sanitizers, social distancing, avoidance of high-risk indoor activity, and testing. The second pillar is treatment. The third pillar is vaccination. No single approach will result in the elimination of the greatest public health scourge in almost 100 years. If I can try to put this in plain language. Imagine a stool with 3 legs. If each is sturdy, it can support the biggest, the heaviest load. But if one leg is weak, that stool, if tested, will collapse. So it is with COVID-19. So it is with governance. The approach to good governance in a democracy, especially in the times of crisis, requires the effective functioning of the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. If one part of that triumvirate is weak, good governance collapses. Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, an approach to COVID that is singularly or primarily focused on healthcare, that does not consider and prioritize the social determinants of health, the educational, social, fiscal, financial, psychological, and spiritual components, it will fail to impact the lives of the people we are privileged to serve. Now, the impact of COVID-19, both here and around the world, has been immense. Now, even as a reasonably seasoned healthcare provider, I have learned, I accept, that we cannot rigidly make decisions using health metrics alone. COVID-19 solutions require political will, prudent healthcare, expert guidance, and the active participation of all of civil society. COVID-19 solutions require a medical solution, an educational solution, a social solution, a fiscal or financial solution, psychological and spiritual solutions. Let me put this in context. As of today, the world has eclipsed the 100 million confirmed case marker. We have had some 2.2 million deaths from COVID-19 around the world. Every day, cases and deaths continue to increase worldwide. On average, there are 12,946 cases per million. This is all over the world, on average, and about 278 deaths per million. The Bahamas, to put it in context, has had to date, from March 15, 2020 to now, a total of 20,587 cases per million, just under 2 times the international average, and 443 deaths per million, about 1.7 times the international average. Every day in the world, there are some 150,000 deaths around the world. 48,000, give or take, are due to cardiovascular disease, and 26,000 are due to cancer. As of today, in the last week, in the last month, COVID has now become the 3rd most common cause of death in the world, and we are now seeing some 15,000 deaths per day around the world from COVID-19. In addition, Mr. Deputy Speaker, multiple COVID-19 variants are circulating. These are due to mutations that occur typically about 1 per week, and these mutations are occurring that are replacing other variants or versions of the virus. This has implications for the COVID vaccine, and I will discuss that in a little bit. You see, while the existing vaccines are still likely to be effective against the new variants, already manufacturers are acknowledging a need to modify the vaccines with boosters or to use a different mRNA altogether. Around the world, and we have about 8 billion people in the world, just about 71 million jabs or shots for vaccination have been given. That equates to 3.5 million doses per day. If you use the world population of 8 billion, and we have a number of accountants in the room, Exuma, Freetown, East Grand Bahama, at the current rate requiring 16 billion jabs, we would complete the vaccination of the world in 4,571 days. That's about 15 years. If we want to get 70%, that would take 3,200 days. Now, clearly, we have to ramp up the rate of vaccination or hopefully move to a vaccine that only requires a single dose. But the challenges include supply chain issues, distribution, health infrastructure, storage, etc. Let me speak very briefly about vaccines. And I am pro-vaccination. I am pro-vaccination. Vaccines for COVID-19 reduce the severity of COVID-19 infection. It makes you less likely to die. What we do not know is whether COVID-19 vaccination will reduce the net transmission, as vaccinated people can still infect other persons. There is precious little data for use of vaccines against COVID or for COVID-19 in pregnant women, and vaccines have not been adequately tested in children younger than 16. Moderna and Pfizer have a different cutoff age, but none of them have been tested in persons under 16. Safety data for most of the current vaccines, as published in peer-reviewed journals, exist for 60 days. 60 days or 2 months. We have no peer-reviewed data longer than that. So, these incredible breakthroughs, and they are incredible, these incredible medical, scientific, and technological achievements will be an integral part of the way forward. But vaccines will not supplant the need for mitigation or eliminate the need for effective treatment. And so we should, as a mature society, continue to have an open, honest dialogue about the pros and cons of vaccination and COVID-19 in general. This conversation should be led by a duly constituted body, as has been convened, with an excellently qualified leader, but which ought to have some substitutions in the current composition. It is said that you can never reach the rainbow or find the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. The Holy Grail is yet to be found. I believe that this battle against COVID-19 will continue to evolve and will continue for an awfully long time. Let me use a different analogy about vaccines. And Dwayne Sands, the member for Elizabeth, supports vaccines. And he supports the approach of using vaccines for COVID-19. But there are questions that still have to be answered. Imagine that you were buying a new computer. You go in the store, say, give me the best one. And the fella sell you a computer with an Intel i7 chip, Core i7, 8 to 10, 12 gigabytes of RAM, 500 gigabytes or a terabyte of internal storage. The minute you walk out of the store with that computer, it is obsolete. So it is with the approach to COVID-19, because this virus is continuing to change. In South Africa, we have the 351 or 501v2 virus. In Brazil, we have the P1 variant of COVID-19. You see, variants spread more easily. They put more strain on the healthcare system. Our treatments have evolved. You notice we don't talk too much about hydroxychloroquine anymore. But we have learned that dexamethasone has a survival benefit. We have learned that remdesivir probably does not reduce the risk of death, except in selected populations, but it does speed up the recovery. There are new drugs like baricitinib and monoclonal antibodies that may reduce the risk of hospitalization. Convalescent plasma has come back around and is useful in reducing the length of stay. Ivermectin is being studied, and just so people will say that I have given ivermectin a blow, let us simply say that the jury is still out as to whether or not it should or should not be used. Now, what is the impact of COVID-19? And I want to refer to an article entitled 2020, The Year in Review, The Impact of COVID-19 in 12 Charts. And it's a seminal article written by Blake and Wadwa in the World Bank blogs. In it, they show quite nicely that in the last year, COVID-19 has pulled between 88 million and 115 million around the world into extreme poverty. Many of the new poor, and I quote, are likely to be engaged in the informal services of construction and manufacturing, the sectors in which economic activity is most affected by lockdowns and other mobility restrictions. They show that the fastest, steepest economic downturn in 30 years has occurred, pulling countries into debt distress, from which some will never emerge without some form of debt forgiveness. They show that 1/2 of all companies in the world, especially micro, small, medium, and other enterprises, are in arrears or soon will be in arrears. As many as 1.5 billion people newly unemployed. 83 to 132 million people newly undernourished. Now, that is true around the world, and I'm sad to say that the struggle in the Bahamas is real. You see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, over the last few days, I have had contact with 3 people that I would like to, and I've gotten permission from them. Mrs. C. Johnson, a mother, a wife, a mother of 5 children. Both she and her husband are working, and they consider themselves independent. But their work was restricted by the COVID emergency orders. And so they found themselves struggling to maintain their household. And in addition, they had to struggle because they only had 1 desktop and 1 laptop in the house, and they could not provide a device for all of their children to have virtual classes. And so my original conversation with her recently was to get devices. Unfortunately, 2 nights ago, Mrs. Johnson would have called me and said that BPL cut off her electricity. And so now she can't work, her husband can't work, and the children can't get their lessons. Second person is Bonnie. Bonnie called me every day to say that she's on the street with her 2 small children, no place to go, no place to sleep, and wanted to know where she could get food and shelter. And then finally, there's Mrs. A. Allen, brilliant young lady, did well in her BJCs, 7 BJCs, 8 BGCSEs, employed, working. But because of the COVID restrictions, her salary was reduced, and her husband lost his job. Now, her employer can only afford to pay her half of the salary. So what she was doing was paying $450 a month towards their $900 a month rent. And the landlord now says that that is not enough,
and they are going to be evicted on February the 2nd. And so in my meeting with her, the question is, where can I find a place to keep my family? Now, I've recounted some of the problems. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make some recommendations. The first is that we should identify a suitable place for the resumption of Parliament and the restoration of a full legislative participation in a place where all members of Parliament can be in place. Two, this is not new. We should end the emergency orders. What specifically can we not accomplish with all of government and all of Parliament working with a mutual interest to advance the interests of the people of the Bahamas? Ought we not incorporate the real concerns and the issues of the people that we serve as relayed to the people who were elected by them, particularly as we move into the shark-infested waters of a declining revenue stream? Mr. Deputy Speaker, how do we make the decisions that are important to regular Bahamian people? We should move with deliberate haste to strengthen the safety net of national health insurance, to manage primary care and catastrophic problems now made worse by this pandemic. 4, we should create a budgetary and programmatic method of dealing with the worsening psychological and psychiatric challenges of a post-Dorian COVID-19 Bahamian reality. Many are hurting badly, and they're not weak. We are seeing an increase in domestic violence and a signal of increased suicides. The response by us must be more than just symbolic. This threat is great. We should mandate the use of face masks, but unlike the first mandate, we should require a minimum of 2 layers. Data exists that while a single layer is better than none, 2 layers or a surgical mask, even though we should keep the N95 mask reserved for healthcare workers, 2 layers better than none, 2 layers better than 1. I believe we should eliminate the moratorium on the availability of surgical masks to the public. We should strengthen the capacity of our reference lab to create the environment to test and to screen for variants, even if the testing is done off-site. 8, we should create more free Wi-Fi zones and device charging stations for phones and laptops and tablets to allow persons to remain connected with school and work. The Education Act, South Beach, mandates that all children are to be educated. How can they be if there's no current or no internet access? And I send this challenge to all of my colleagues in this honorable place. All fellow parliamentarians, let us make it happen throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. When served lemons, let's make lemonade. Let us embrace, not resent, the stipulations of the current U.S. restrictions on travel. I have not lost my mind. We should demonstrate that the Bahamas can become the world leader in COVID mitigation and avoidance. For instance, we enjoy pre-clearance. Not too many countries have that. Separate and apart from many other countries, but it wasn't always that way. We face a new challenge now. Let us see the opportunity in that challenge. If we can lead the world and show the way, but only if we invite and accept the input of our people, our experts, and especially our young people. 11, we should embrace the cutting edge of COVID technology to establish the Bahamas as a travel corridor. I believe it's time to get rid of RT-PCR and move to a newer technology, RT-LAMP or LAMP, which is loop-mediated isothermal amplification. The difference between the two is RT-PCR requires steps where you convert RNA to DNA to make multiple copies of the virus. And then it's a temperature dependent, very technology dependent procedure. Loop lamp or loop mediated isothermal amplification can be conducted at 60 to 65 degrees. It doesn't require expensive equipment, and it can therefore be used potentially in the family of violence. 13, the current COVID environment is evolving rapidly, and I again implore my government to create a guiding body with fewer politicians and more scientists, specifically to engage the CPSA, Consultant Physician Staff Association, the Hospital Doctors Association, and professionals from UB. Let us eliminate the restriction on local tourism. Why should you need an RT-PCR to go to Freeport? Why do you need an RT-PCR to go to Exuma? It makes, in my opinion, no sense. Let us eliminate the costly fees for tests. The last few will be particularly controversial. Somehow we have to find a way to lessen or eliminate the disconnections or increase forbearance for individuals who are having their water cut off or their electricity cut off. Now, I understand that this is a problem because BPL is struggling. But how can you go to school? How can you get on a desktop to work at home if you have no current in your house? Let us figure out a way to provide tax incentives for landlords who legitimately allow persons to remain in safe housing for 6 more months. Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I get ready to conclude, I only got one more page. We must be somber and sober. We must be frank with the population of the fiscal headwinds that are approaching. As unpopular as it is to talk about it, there will be harder times ahead. We all worship a mighty God, and we have faith. But we must work to feed our children and ourselves. We must reprioritize expenditure and limit extravagances. But most importantly, we must look inwardly and rise to become more brotherly and sisterly as we embrace our neighbors. We should note that we have heard the horror stories of what was or might be, juxtaposed against the glowing reports of our performance, but both as justification for continued emergency powers. We can't be hot and cold at the same time. You see, we have heard the horror stories of COVID, but we've also heard glowing stories of our performance. And while I am grateful for what we have done, I believe that we cannot use both of those as justification to continue the emergency powers. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, COVID-19 is here. It will be with us, in my opinion, for years to come. We should be grateful that things are not worse, but we should acknowledge that for many people, things are bad. Let us temper our expectations and not promise the unknown. Let us be frank. Let us be open. Let us be honest with our people. They rely on us, not just some of us, but all of us. Other pandemics will follow. COVID has shown us that we live with a new reality. Democratic, participatory governance with behavior modification and a holistic balance of health and economics should define the way forward for the Bahamas. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm afraid I cannot support the extension of the emergency orders.
Well, thank you, Member for Elizabeth. As many. Chair recognizes the member for Golden Gates.
Thank you, Member Flowers. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of the wonderful, resilient people of the Golden Gate constituency, and I thank each of them for the honor and privilege they have afforded me to represent their best interests in this honorable chamber. And I thank Almighty God. Mr. Speaker, before I speak to the resolution, I should like, with your leave, to extend my deepest sympathies to several families in my constituency whose loved ones passed away recently. Due to the COVID-19 and the attendant measures, I have not been able to attend funerals as I had been doing over the years, as most of us have been in a similar situation. Last week, Mr. Deputy, we learned of a very sad and unfortunate killing of a teenage girl on Marshall Road. Her name is Miss Kendi Smith, affectionately called Pearl, 19 years of age, of Sunshine Park. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I had an opportunity to visit the family several days ago, and I publicly offer my heartfelt condolences to her family, especially her mother, Atalia Carey. Mr. Speaker, as you might well imagine, Mr. Deputy, the realities that the family has to accept has been most difficult and trying for them. It is an experience that no parent should ever have to go through in their lifetime. That is, to make funeral arrangements for a child. And so young, especially when their life was taken from them. It was of some comfort to the family to learn late last week that a suspect had been identified by the police and charged on Monday. Unfortunately, Pearl, as she was affectionately known, is one of too many in our Bahamas, especially our young people whose lives have been senselessly taken. Every time we learn of a killing, it confounds us. We are bewildered and just do not understand it. We are a close-knit community with close family ties, neighbors, and neighborhoods. Yet, some of us get to the point where we do not value human life. That is astounding, is incomprehensible, and beyond our capacity to fathom. Mr. Speaker, we all have to do our part, whatever that might be, to help to eliminate the scourge in our land, where human life and the dignity of a person, to some people, have no value. May Pearl's soul rest eternal, and may perpetual light shine upon her. Mr. Speaker, I offer heartfelt condolences to the family of Mr. Alcion Edgecombe, who is also a resident of Sunshine Park, to the family of Mrs. Sharon Kelly, to the family of Mrs. Helen Stewart of Sisal Road, especially her husband, to the family of Mr. George Hamilton of Halifax Street, Southern Heights, to the family of Miss Lou Ellen Roca Mackey of Barbados Street, to the family of Miss Teresita Mitchell Roberts of Gerald Bartlett Estates, especially her husband, to the family of Brother David Carey of Sisal Road, to the family of Mr. Leon Vaughn of Sisal Road, to the family of Esther Mae McQueen of Sisal Road, and to the family of Stephen Adley of Malcolm Road. Sadly, the deputy, I also offer my heartfelt condolences to the family of another young person, Navard McKenzie, 17 years of age, also of Sunshine Park, who is a family relative. I offer my heartfelt condolences to the family of Mr. Roger Dean, affectionately known as Uric, of Mermaid Boulevard, especially his wife Lisa, who I have known for many years. Uruk was a well-known and excellent auto mechanic for decades on Fort Castle Hill. Yes, for Uruk. I offer my heartfelt condolences to the family of Nadia Sherman Wallace, 31 years of age, of St. Thomas Road, especially her husband, Ronald, and their 2 children. I offer my heartfelt condolences to the family of Mr. Alton Raming, a longtime resident of Bamboo Crest, especially his wife, Mrs. Dorothy Raming. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I now move to the resolution. Having regard to our experience and where we have come from, since the first wave in particular, I am reminded of a scripture. 1 Chronicles chapter 16, verse 34, and I quote, "Oh, give thanks to the Lord, for he is good, for his steadfast love endures forever." Close quote. Mr. Speaker, I want to give thanks, and I thank the Cabinet of the Bahamas, Dr. Merceline Dal Regis, CMG, Dr. Pearl Macmillan, Dr. DeLon Brennan, Dr. Nakia Forbes, Dr. Frank Bartlett in Grand Bahama, and indeed every healthcare professional in our country, in both public and private sectors, for nothing short of an exemplary job. Well done and thank you. We are so very fortunate in this country, as a people and a nation, to have such committed, dedicated, and self-sacrificing healthcare workers. And indeed, our brothers and sisters throughout the country who have, in very large numbers, complied with the various health protocols. So, we continue to be deeply saddened and concerned about the families, now 175 of them, who have lost loved ones due to COVID-19. Our hearts go out to them, and we pray that they enjoy God's comfort, peace, and blessings as they cope with these days of great loss, distress, and challenge. Mr. Speaker, while our number of lost souls have sadly and most unfortunately risen from the first wave of 11 on the 1st of July 2020 to 175, as just mentioned. Importantly, though, those 11 deaths represented a mortality rate of almost 11%. However, our mortality rate as of yesterday was around 2.15%. That is still about an improvement of 500% since last November in the mortality rate and since the successful response to the first wave. Mr. Speaker, put another way, if we were still at the mortality rate of, let's say, 10%, we know it's slightly higher, as we were at the end of the successful response to the first wave. Now, with 8,140 confirmed cases, we would have had a truly unimaginable 814 cases. Had we still been at the mortality rate of the first successful wave of 10%. But that is not the case. We had 175, and the rate is 2.15. Mr. Speaker, as I said on the 26th of October and on the 25th November 2020, on similar debates in this chamber for extensions, that we were making good progress, that we were on the right track, and we were moving in the right direction. I said in this house last November that the facts bear that out, and that could not be truer today. We know that factually, there is no argument or dispute about it, none. And by God's grace, we will defeat the virus. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from North Abaco mentioned this a bit. A story in the Tribune dated 22nd of January 2021 reported that the Bahamas is one of just 27 countries that have tamed COVID-19 pandemic. According to over 4,000 scientists, 4,000 scientists determined it, and community organizers worldwide. That is independent evidence, as much as you can get it, that we have made good progress and are making good progress. One of the top 27 in the world, sir. Mr. Speaker, the story goes further stating that a list of countries, quote unquote, beating COVID-19 was put together by scientists from endcoronavirus.org, a self-described international volunteer coalition made up of researchers and other community stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, importantly, it is also reported that Dr. Nakia Forbes, director of the National HIV/AIDS and Infectious Disease Program at the Ministry of Health, said, and I quote, "The Bahamas is one of those 27 countries that has flattened the COVID-19 curve," close quote. And she went on further to say, and I quote, "So yes, we should be congratulated. But that is everybody, all of us working together, as I stated earlier." Mr. Speaker, she, however, admonished Bahamians that while it was good news, it can change in a relatively short period of time if we let down our guard. Mr. Speaker, that is exactly why we need to extend the emergency powers order. We need to send a clear message to everyone that this is no time to drop your guard or become less committed to wearing your mask, become less committed to physically distancing, or not washing or sanitizing your hands regularly. This is not the time to do that. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Forbes went further, saying that we see countries that had flattened the curve are having challenges with COVID outbreak. Now, they flattened the curve, but now they have challenges again. So we know that things can change and does change rapidly. Again, sir, more good reason to extend the emergency powers order. Mr. Speaker, moreover, the story reports that Dr. Forbes said, so when we look at how the curve got flattened, it's a combination of things. This is very interesting. She said, we have a robust prevention strategy. One. We have the public health recommendations, two. And also, you have to have a good control strategy, three. So, we need the extension of the emergency powers order to effectively maintain that very same three-pronged strategy that Dr. Forbes described. That very strategy, three-pronged. And we need the emergency orders to continue to maintain that strategy, because that is what she described as causing us to be successful. Mr. Speaker, it is noteworthy that among the three-pronged strategy that Dr. Forbes described includes, very interestingly and noteworthy, the public health recommendations, sir. That is extremely noteworthy because the other side have come to this chamber on numerous occasions, and even the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumpkins, and Salvador this morning, strongly suggesting and pushing this narrative that the Honorable Member for Kalani, the competent authority, makes whatever decision he desires. He is autocratic and dictatorial and do not listen to the medical advice given by the professionals, when clearly that is not true, simply not so, and have absolutely no basis in fact. Mr. Speaker, we now know from Dr. Forbes that this is not true. She has put that baby to sleep, and hopefully for good. Dr. Forbes said that one of the three prongs is the public health recommendations. That's what she said. Well, to what body or person were these recommendations made? Who were they made to? Clearly, sir, they were made to the cabinet and the competent authority. So we now know that the advice given by the public health professionals was not only given, it was seriously considered and, most importantly, acted upon. She said it was a three-prong that got us where we are, and one of them is the advice, the recommendations of the public health professionals. That's what she said. No, not at all. And you know, it's interesting because the honorable member for Cat Island mentioned this again this morning. He criticized the PM for being the competent authority and all these same things. But you know, I think I need to remind the Bahamian people, and they might not know this, but when we all came in here and we passed the first Emergency Orders Act, and everybody in here agreed, there was no disagreement. It was unanimous. In the interpretation section, it has in the interpretation competent authority. And in that it says, means the Prime Minister. We all agree to this. Everybody in here. Now, I would say, I would say, if I might finish it, I would say that the member for.
One second, Golden Gates.
I would say that the member.
Point of order for Cat Island. One second.
Go ahead.
Second. You grant,
Go ahead.
Golden Gates. The chair recognizes Cat Island.
When did we agree to defining competent authority as the Prime Minister? We never did. We did not. That was a. How could we do that? That is the regulations. He's quoting the regulations, right, which was drafted in the office of the Prime Minister. He signed it and he laid it. When did we debate it or discuss it? Look at what you. When did we? How could we agree to it? It was never debated in here. It was never.
You raised the question on a point of order. Now let the member for Golden Gates.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we came in the first proclamation, we had an Emergency Powers Act. And in that act, it indicated that the interpretation of the competent authority, and I do recall, I was about to say that the Honorable Member for Cat Island did say, let me finish. No, Mr. Deputy, I need to have an opportunity.
Can I get him to finish the point and then?
I need an opportunity.
Member Cat Island.
Opportunity to finish.
Cat Island, member for Cat Island. The good thing about member Cat Island, can you let him finish his point?
Exactly.
Then you could rise. Yeah. The point that he's raising is easily verifiable, Mr. Cat Island. So let the chair hear him first, and if not, then I'll hear you. Just let him finish first. Just give me 1 second, Cat Island. The chair runs the show in here.
I thank that, and Mr. Deputy, I'm guided. Mr. Deputy, and let me say, say two things on this, and this is not going to be long, sir.
Yeah, and you.
Yes, I will assist Chair. And as I said, I do recall the Honorable Member for Cat Island did raise some concern about that aspect, but the concern did not rise to the level where they were prepared to vote against it. But
okay.
Yeah, this is in the first instance, and so Mr. Deputy, we don't need to go back and forth. It's the record of the House, and we can always confirm that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy. We can always turn it.
Okay. We'll get back to the point then.
Avoid you falling in the pitfall. But others.
The chair recognizes the member for Cat Island.
Fall in the pitfall. Now, Speaker,
yes.
First of all, we did not. This Parliament did not agree, Mr. Speaker.
Golden Gates. Let me add the point.
The point was that this Parliament did not agree that the competent authority should be defined as the Prime Minister. We never did that. That is contained in the regulations that were made pursuant to the Emergency Powers Act. You also said that the Emergency Powers Act has a, we pass it because you must be in the House, like trying to correct it.
Yeah, okay.
You're trying to correct it. We ain't passed that. I want you to correct what you said or withdraw it. Mr. Speaker, we did not pass an act here. All we did was we debated resolution. The Emergency Powers Act was already passed. And this is the Emergency Powers Act that allows the Governor General.
That is in the statutes.
It allows the Governor General to make emergency regulations. He is citing the emergency regulations. So the Governor General, no doubt on the advice of somebody, right, decided that the competent authority should be the Prime Minister. And if you look in the Emergency Powers Act, there's no definition. In fact, the word competent authority you will not find. The only act in which you'll find the word competent authority as it relates to anything relating to health is in the Health Services Act or the Quarantine Act.
Thank you, Cat Island. The member for Golden Gates. I know you've made several references and there was some objection.
Yeah.
Yes, the point I was making was that, and ably assisted by the Honorable Clark, there is the statutes, Emergency Powers Act, Chapter 34. And My information,
What's your
member
interpretation?
for Golden Gates, is that I would recommend if you would maybe rephrase your statement and with the assistance, I'm sure, of your colleagues, if you wish to substantiate the comments, then you probably could.
Mr. Deputy.
Your point, I think the objection was that you said that we voted for
Yeah, we
an
voted
act
for,
with the definition of
voted
the
for an
competent
act for
Yeah.
the regulations, yeah.
the regulation.
And in that, it's right here, it says in the interpretation section, it says it here. It's here, this is-
In the
this is
regulations?
here.
What, may I ask, Mr. Chair, what is what do you have before you?
I have before me,
Can you,
I will
Carolyn?
read it. It says Emergency Powers Act, under that, chapter 34, below that, with the heading, Emergency Powers, COVID.
What's the long title on that? What's the number?
In the exercise of the powers conferred by Section 3 of the Powers.
Yes,
Makes the following
yes, I know you're reading a section. What is the heading of the? I just want to before the chair makes a decision, I want to know what.
Debbie, I can take it. You can take a look.
Yes.
I can take a look.
What?
I know.
Yeah, so all I'm asking you, Member Golden Gate.
Yes.
Unless you're able to provide evidence that there was in fact, I'm asking you, what is the, is noted as the regulation or an act? I have the act in the front of me, chapter 32.
The Emergency Powers Act, and under that it says Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Risk Management Regulations 2020. It is regulations for the act, yes.
So Golden Gate, let's make it simple. Can you, I was trying to assist. Can you just reword which you, because I think I get the point that Cat Island is making. I'm only asking you to assist the House. If you could reword, no, Cat Island, you can't say that.
Pardon me?
No. Can you reword, I'm not cuddling him, I'm asking the member for Golden Gate to reword, because I think you want to make a point, but reword it.
Mr. Deputy.
Yes.
Mr. Deputy. These regulations.
The regulations.
Yes, these are regulations, but regulations are also passed by the House, right? These are passed by the House.
No, that's what I'm asking you. Cat Island. That's why I'm saying Golden Gate. That's what I'm saying. If you could reword, maybe withdraw what you said and then reword what you.
I'll move on with it. What I will say.
Tell you what, I'll assist you, Golden Gate. The chair is going to make a ruling that the comments made by Golden Gate with respect to members of the House voting on the definition acceptance of common authority in the act is drawn, and it's expunged, and I'm going to allow to the member for Golden Gate to carry on.
But Mr. Speaker,
it was expunged.
Mr. Deputy,
and the member for Golden Gates is going to continue, and I hope he doesn't reiterate the same words or say the same thing over.
No, I won't.
Is there another point of order?
Mr.
I want to tell him that his recollection is faulty.
Okay.
Mr. Deputy, I have no difficulty with that.
Yes.
I'm not making any issue for the honorable member.
Yes.
If he said that was not what he said, I accept that.
You accept that,
and I withdraw that. And
Thank you. That's enough, Cat Island. If you want to move on, the night is long.
I'm not trying to do that.
He obviously needs
Cat Island. Let's carry on. No, he already. Cat Island. Can you withdraw, please? Yes, please. Sit. Not withdraw, but can you sit? Cat Island. Listen, members. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy, thank you. Mr. Deputy, what I will say, and I accept that the matters are withdrawn, expunged. What I will say is that these are the regulations of this House, and in these regulations, the regulations say that the common authority means the Prime Minister. That's what the regulations of the House says on this matter. Thank you. No, that's
the regulations of this House. These are regulations made by the Governor General pursuant to the powers given to him
that we
by the Emergency Powers
that we operate under.
Section 3.
Yes.
That we operate under.
Thank you.
That we operate under them, right?
Listen, members. listen, we've been on this now for 10 minutes. Yes, but I'm trying to say, we're not going to be here for another 15 minutes debating semantics. Now, I'm Golden Gates. Again.
And move on. I move on. Mr. Speaker, of great concern are the reports Mr. Speaker, of great concern are the reports of many variants, strains, or mutations of COVID-19 across the globe. These variants are reported to be as much as 70% more transmissible, at least in the first instance, and it is anticipated that the said rate would reduce over time. In other words, it is more contagious, or you can be infected more easily. That is why we need to extend the emergency powers order. Mr. Speaker, not only is there a variant, strain, or mutation of COVID-19, there are 6 different and distinct ones reported as of yesterday, including United Kingdom, South Africa, Brazil, United States, Nigeria, and even Japan most recently. And the Honorable Member for Elizabeth was just speaking to some of them. And Dr. Trevor Bedford, an evolutionary biologist at the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center in Seattle, said that it is likely to catch on rapidly and become the predominant form in the United States by March. Mr. Speaker, imagine our friends to the north, our greatest source country for tourists, and our most important trading partner, not to mention one of the best places in the world that we all enjoy visiting, will likely experience almost a complete spread of the variant, the strain, or mutation within about 2 months. That, sir, is very strong reason to extend the emergency powers order. Mr. Speaker, Muge Civic, that's M-U-G-E-C-E-V-I-K, an infectious disease expert at the University of St. Andrews in Scotland, and a scientific advisor to the British government said, and I quote, "We need to be much more careful overall and look at the gaps in our mitigation measures." And when he speaks of mitigation measures, he's talking about the spread, naturally, of the virus. And so he says we need to look at the mitigation, especially now. That is why, sir, it would be prudent, given that view, to extend the emergency powers order. Mr. Speaker, Golden Gate wholeheartedly supports the extension of the emergency powers order. May God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Golden Gates. I'm sure your contribution actually would have woken us up a bit. But this is Parliament. As many. The chair now recognizes the good member for Centerville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This morning, as I was getting dressed, I was looking for the tie with a donkey and a carrot on it. But instead, I found one with a dog and a bone. So today, Mr. Speaker, the theme of my presentation is Let Our People Free. Dangling of the Carrot Season, Part 3. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, honorable House members. Good afternoon, evening to the people of Centerville, and good afternoon to the entire Bahamas. Let me first start by saying Happy New Year to the Bahamas and to the Bahamian people, and Happy New Year to the beautiful and wonderful people of Centerville. Let me reflect for a moment on Agnes, our patron saint. We celebrated the life of St. Agnes at St. Agnes Church last week, and we honored a young person who died because of her belief, who despite all she had, and as well sorted as she would have been, decided to follow Christ. She simply believed, Mr. Speaker, in doing what is right. To my American friends and colleagues, We pray for the very best for America as they transition to new leadership. And just want to reflect yet on another young voice, Amanda Gorman, who is the essence of transition. There is always light, she said in her presidential inauguration poem. If only we were brave enough to see it. If only we were brave enough to see it. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, if we, and from my perspective, if we were brave enough to be it. The brevity, Mr. Speaker, of King David, the faith of Samuel, the nerve of Sir Randall Fox, and the focus of Sir Lyndon. The breed of a generation, Mr. Speaker, filled with hope and desire to be the best they can, as righteous as they can, and as committed as they can, the audacity to believe. Mr. Speaker, it is a privilege to be a part of this journey to help to shape our nation. We admit the COVID-19 pandemic is a game changer. It's a game changer socially, a game changer economically, and a game changer mentally. It is somewhat, Mr. Speaker, uncharted territory. It can be the worst of times, it can be the best of times. But whatever time it is for you, we are given yet another opportunity to embrace the talent, the collaboration, and the strength of the Bahamian people. Our children are watching. They watch our parliament, Mr. Speaker, to see if there's anything to come home to see if there's anything to believe in, to see if there's anything they can trust. They watch our parliament, Mr. Speaker, to see if our leaders understand the importance of efficacy, the ability to produce a desired and intended result. The minister communicated earlier that the world has taken note of our progress and that we are doing well regionally and around the world. And Minister, I thank you for your leadership. But I want to say thank you to the Bahamian people. Prime Minister said, our people have been compliant as it's a reason for our success. Well, yes, Prime Minister, we have lived and complied through empty cupboards and unsafe conditions. We have lived and complied through the tears and through the mental challenges of the competent authority's authority. Mr. Speaker, this same old familiar place, election season, the dangling of the carrot season, this same old familiar place, same old headlines, menace this, menace that, brave this, brave that, PLP and FNM this and that. Just so the world will know, we, the Bahamian people, are bigger than that. I am challenging our journalists and our talk show hosts throughout this political season to educate our people through your headlines. Headlines of hope, headlines with a thrust to debate. The Guardian, the Tribune, yes, even the Punch. Teach us the importance of democracy, the importance of legislative commitments and enforcement, the importance of our Constitution, and most importantly, journalists, the importance of unity when it truly counts. Unite us, O Lord, for this your purpose. Mr. Speaker, Centerville, on behalf of the wonderful people of the independent Centerville constituency, we hope, and I hope to see, more independent minds in our parliament. As we continue to show and tell Bahamian people that we can in fact survive with or without a party, the creativity of the true Bahamian spirit comes alive. They see themselves, we see ourselves as capable and not incapable. We see ourselves as decision makers and leaders in our own homes, our churches, and our schools. We see ourselves, Mr. Speaker, as lenders and not borrowers, as the head and not the tail in our region or in the world. An indomitable spirit built on the power and trust in the Almighty God, not in man, and definitely not in one man. We see ourselves, Mr. Speaker, as inheritors of our Father's kingdom, inheritors of our great Bahama land, inheritors of our God-given natural resources. That's what we see. It's the vision of a people, Mr. Speaker, starving for respect, for dignity, for democracy. Mr. Speaker, this extension resolution, is it an issue of public health and safety? Or is it an issue of constitutionality as it relates to our civil liberties? Well, one party is grabbing onto the public health and safety narrative, and the other, civil liberties and constitutionality. Centerville believes that both can be argued undeniably. However, we will take another road in this debate. For Centerville, Mr. Speaker, this boils down to an issue of legislative compliance and order compliance, an issue of accountability and transparency. Basically, it is about complying with the very laws that are in place, or complying with your own laws for that matter. Mr. Speaker, we are in our 5th year now, and our Parliament would have not presented a Public Accounts Committee report. This emergency order would fall under the definition, I believe, of even statutory instruments. And the Statutory Instruments Committee of your House has not reported once in 4 years. The competent authority, Mr. Speaker, has not even met his own reporting requirements for the 2 proclamations. Mr. Speaker, this has become a matter of trust for Centerville. We have not heard of the involvement even of the University of the Bahamas in this COVID fight, and their reflection on the constitutionality of these newly crafted orders, a policy mandate of most universities. However, Mr. Speaker, we are in our 5th year, and the legal obligation of our University of the Bahamas to present audited financial statements to this House has not been met in 4 years. We are in our 5th year, Mr. Speaker. And yes, Minister, your numbers look good in the COVID fight, and we appreciate that. We appreciate you using our country's finest to assist in the decision-making. However, Minister, NHI, National Health Insurance, and your own public hospital authority have not met your legal audit obligations to this House in 4 years. Or to the Bahamian people. That is not satisfactory. The emergency orders, Mr. Speaker, speak to risk management and travel during times of pandemic. Our Water and Sewage Corporation responsible for water, which is a part of a health condition. And our Bahamas Air, respectfully, what part of our travel concerns. Neither have met their legal obligations in this House of Assembly for 4 years. Mr. Speaker, this GPS is broken. The foundation is not in order, and not even an election campaign will save it. I will be bold enough, Mr. Speaker, to say that this is why our people cannot get promotions on time. This is why our people can't get paid. This is why our people and their families are feeling disrespected. What a model. This is why our deficit continues to increase whilst unemployment and Bahamianization it's just not faculty. Mr. Speaker, a lazy approach to governance seems to be the political model of success. Something is terribly wrong with Bahamas. This GPS is broken. And it seems none of the political parties want to fix it because they're all a part of all of these committees and these reporting requirements. This same old familiar place. One driving the narrative of public health and safety, the other the narrative of civil liberties, while at the same time ground campaigning on quite the opposite. None want to speak about following the law, the rules of the House, or their history, or their track record with regards to their performance while in office in public health care and safety, and their track record on the Constitution and our referenda. Let's speak about that, because that's the foundation. What matters, Mr. Speaker, is what we do legislatively in the best interest of the Bahamian people. These things, Bahamas, are fundamental to the building of a people, the building of a culture, and the building of our nation. Yet our parliament does not see the need, but Centerville gets it. We get it. The Bahamian people get it. Centerville, Mr. Speaker, wants a new parliament. New people. We want to build parliamentary walls of the true Bahamian character, one of trust, honesty, and dignity. The walls, Mr. Speaker, that Nehemiah 4 speaks about, where the people had a mind to work, to build their wall of decency and order, the wall, Mr. Speaker, of accountability and transparency, the wall of compliance and law and rules enforcement. Mr. Speaker, creating a law with no real intention to enforce or improve, for that matter, for the purpose of winning an election just will not cut it. We had an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to legislate on behalf of the Bahamian people, and we did not. We talk about extending social assistance, unemployment, and even the other economic benefits. Talk, talk, talk. We had an opportunity to show how serious we were about the less fortunate in our country and the needy. Mr. Speaker, we did not legislate or put into law specific social assistance during the pandemic or even through your orders, even through the orders. They're just policy, just talk, talk, talk. We did not legislate or put into law business assistance during the pandemic or even throughout the orders. They were policies, talk, talk, talk. We did not legislate for our people. We did not hold our parliamentarians accountable by law, weakening, Mr. Speaker, the very essence of democracy as we hold our judicial system culpable in a nation of hidden dictatorship. Let our people free. These party systems, Mr. Speaker, ruined democracy, democratic representation, and suffocated generations of Bahamians. Our social and economic volcanoes, Mr. Speaker, have erupted, and our mental health is at odds with our faith and our belief. Centerville, Mr. Speaker, does not understand why another 120 days of power is needed, especially during an election season. Mr. Speaker, we are absent of a substantive parliamentary commissioner. Absent during an election season. We do believe the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, and the Emergency Power Act or law is sufficient to give the authority needed to manage and direct COVID-19. We do not believe you need extended powers. Enough is truly enough. And what you haven't done in those two periods of times that we would have voted for it, I mean, I'm not sure I understand the concept or the direction. But like I say, the GPS, Mr. Speaker, to me is broken. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, there are 10 reasons why Centerville says no to an extension of that authority. Even though we have more. We believe the GPS, like I said, to get us to where we need to go is just simply broken. One, Mr. Speaker, Centerville does not believe in dictatorship. We believe in democracy. Questions and answers day is just being avoided, it seems. Two, Centerville just does not trust the competent authority with regards to its competency at all. The competent authority needs more than just one person, and hence adequate governance. Three, Centerville brought petitions to this House, Natural Resources and Quieting Titles Act, both were ignored. Four, Centerville is simply not clear on your national vaccine strategy. Five. No, I was here and I listened. It just need a little bit more clarity. Number five, Mr. Speaker, and please, if these persons are no longer chairman of these health boards or committees, then my apologies, just, I'll correct. We have not heard from Dr. Knowles and your Health Professions Council, or Dr. Michael Sumner and the Hospital and Healthcare Facility Licensing Board, or Dr. Weish and your Medical Council, or Mr. Thomas Smith and the Mental Health Review Tribunal. These are statutory commitments, some paid, and I've been told some are not paid, but nevertheless, these are public commitments with public reporting requirements. And so I'm not sure how that fits in the big picture, but Centerville isn't willing to accept mediocrity when it comes down to healthcare. Number six, there appears to be no recognition of existing laws. The Health Services Act is there and it's clear. Or the Health Professions Act. Seven, our dictatorship system is too polarized for an extension. We don't even need it. And our laws give so much authority to the Prime Minister. So this system that we have, it's just too polarized to have more extensions. A system that rally up its own people against each other, fostering division, albeit political. Number eight, this resolution lacks purpose, it lacks vision, it lacks accountability, and it lacks measurement. The only measurement this resolution has is a political measurement, and that is my opinion. And the Bahamian people is not interested in that. Number nine, the track record of your orders under the emergency powers have left too much room for discrimination and the mismanagement of the playing field. And finally, Mr. Speaker, and most importantly, Centerville will not support this extension because the competent authority has not met their reporting obligations, as indicated earlier, to this House. How ironic, Mr. Speaker, driving home a bill of dictatorship and control, but when the people cry for standards and they cry for proper health care and pension, they cry for food and rent assistance, there's absolutely no response. As I have said before, and I will say it again, party politics in the Bahamas is dictatorship in disguise. This level of dictatorship is then transferred into governance. Mr. Speaker, we should be encouraging democracy and discouraging dictatorial approaches to government. Approaches to governance. One extension of power after the other. In my opinion, Mr. Speaker, the psychology itself of the extension defeats the purpose of a democratic approach to resilience, a responsible approach to economic recovery or even cultural recovery. Parties, Mr. Speaker, must endeavor to change that model. Mr. Speaker, it was just over a year ago that Centerville decided to speak for the people and not for a party. Is it, Mr. Speaker, a democracy? Or is it a dictatorship? Are these organizations so polarized so as not to reflect on the critical needs of our people for economic and social democracy or justice? Centerville, Mr. Speaker, looks forward to see if we would meet on February 10th, which is the second Wednesday, to see if some of our questions can be answered. The people have questions, Mr. Deputy. They have been given one order after the other without tabled or regulated guidelines. Mr. Speaker, our democracy is at stake. The people want governments they can trust. Governance, Mr. Speaker, is the issue, not the extension. Because if we trusted our governments, that would not be a problem. The abuse of these orders, Mr. Speaker, is setting a very bad precedent. Not answering the people's petitions and not demanding that the House operates democratically and independently makes your request useless. Time will show that we will resent your calls for an extension. Buying time to control data and information while we sit idly at home wondering where the next dollar a meal will come from, it's just not, it just won't work. Mr. Speaker, the entire constituency, I'm not talking about portions thereof, the entire constituency of Centerville, including the Valley, Roll Avenue, Culmusville, Fort Castle, Mason's Addition, Farm Road, East Street, and Grantstown, vote no to this request for further extension. And if, by chance, the government or the official opposition would like to call for division of the House, we would appreciate it if they would follow the appropriate rules and guidelines. Mr. Speaker, to God be all the glory. Great things he has done and he will continue to do. And thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Member for Centerville. As many. Chair recognizes the member for Golden Isles. 1 second, Golden Isle.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Isles.
Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I am indeed honored to have this opportunity to rise and speak on behalf of the people of the great constituency of Golden Isles. Mr. Speaker, I'm thankful to Almighty God, Yahweh Elohim, for this opportunity. And I stand on the shoulders of those who have made this journey possible. I believe, Mr. Speaker, it's nothing but the grace of God that has brought us to where we are today. And it's to him I am forever grateful. Deuteronomy 31:6 states, says, be strong and be of a good courage. It says, fear not, nor be afraid of them. For the Lord thy God, he it is that doth go with thee, that he will not fail thee, nor forsake thee. Mr. Speaker, it's in these challenging, in these difficult times that I wish to encourage our people and to let them know that God is indeed with us. Mr. Speaker, permit me to speak just briefly on one or two issues before I speak to the matter at hand. Mr. Speaker, in the midst of these difficult and challenging times, it seemed as if in Golden Isles constituency, there's a new crown land policy. Mr. Speaker, there seemed to be what persons are terming a land grab that's going on in Golden Isles. And they're asking me questions, quite frankly, I cannot answer. I've always been of the opinion that the Pine Barrens of Western New Providence, primarily on Carmichael Road, west of Gladstone Road, all the way west to Albany and the South Ocean. I know for certain, Mr. Speaker, that land used to be reserved for well fields. However, as of late, there must have been some changes to that policy, since the land is being cleared all over the Pine Barrens. Has the policy changed? If yet, what is the new policy? I've been referring people to lands and surveys. I said, go to land and survey. They will inform you. And some of those persons returned to me and recently said to me that lands and surveys have told them they are out of it and it will be a police matter if it's not a police matter as of yet. Please tell me, Mr. Speaker, by way of you, what are the regulations? What's the new policy? Has it been changed? Many persons are of the mindset that if others can come in the country and do it, that they can do it too. Mr. Speaker, in absence of law and order, lawlessness will prevail. My concern is during these financially turbulent and challenging times, I do not want Bahamians, or anyone else for that matter, but particularly Bahamians, to lose their hard-earned dollars. Where is the leadership? Since when persons can just show up and cut down land and say, this is mine? Where's the leadership? What is going on? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, there's a videotape all over social media with these it's an assortment of wood or lumber. They would just be sitting there and wasting away in Abaco. I don't know if it's true. Again, persons have been approaching me, asking me how could they get some of this lumber. And I'm being very honest about this. Certainly.
Chair recognizes the member for North Abaco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, member, for yielding. The material shown in the video is material held by the DRA and NEMA on the construction of domes. The DRA indicated in the press publicly, to all who were listening, that the program had been stopped temporarily because of funding, and it is soon to restart. That's what the material is for.
Okay, so it's not just, as first indicating, sitting there and rotting away. Okay. Thank you, Member for North Africa. Mr. Speaker, to the matter at hand. I'll speak briefly. I should like to highly commend those frontline, hard-working persons, those in the healthcare profession, doctors, nurses, administrators, EMS personnel. Mr. Speaker, members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Customs, and the immigration officers, security officers, COVID-19 ambassadors, Mr. Speaker, essential workers and others. There are many, Mr. Speaker, who are overworked and in some instances grossly underpaid. But Mr. Speaker, they are out front, they are working hard, and they are making it possible for us and for some of the positive things that's happening in the midst of this to occur. Mr. Speaker, the fundamental issue, in my opinion, the fundamental question is, can the government accomplish the same or similar results without having to extend the suspension of civil liberties? That's the fundamental question. I've heard persons go as far as to speak of totalitarianism. So it's a genuine and legitimate concern. It's not about the positive things that have happened. I'm grateful, I'm thankful for the numbers that decreased tremendously. I'm grateful. That's not the issue. All the persons who've come to the forefront, who have fought hard, who have worked, and who have dedicated themselves, not the issue. The issue at hand is, why are we here to extend this to May 23rd, to expand the emergency orders, the civil liberties, to extend it to May 23rd? Is that necessary? That's the fundamental question. I've heard the sobering and the sombering message delivered by Elizabeth, thought-provoking. And there's some issues that he could speak to because of his career, his profession. And he did it in a manner for everyone to understand. And so that's where the divide is. Is this necessary? Mr. Speaker, and I'm certain all of us, in the midst of this pandemic, we have seen the good, we've seen the bad, and we've seen the ugly. Mr. Speaker, early in this pandemic, they talked about possibly some new norms emerging out of there, principally and primarily joblessness or unemployment and poverty. And Mr. Speaker, I've seen those ugly twin heads. As we speak, it pains me that someone I've known personally before the pandemic became ill with cancer. Couldn't work the way they used to. Then the pandemic. And everything they've worked hard over the years to earn, they couldn't meet the mortgage payments, Mr. Speaker. And eventually, the bank has foreclosed on them and has asked them, and has given them the time frame to be out. Mr. Speaker, there's so many instances of that happening, but in many instances, the banks allowed or allowing persons to remain. Mr. Speaker, so many persons cannot meet their rent payments. So many persons cannot just purchase just the basic necessities to live off, cannot afford it, do not know where the next dime is coming from. That's the reality for many persons. I heard someone mention earlier in terms of person's water supply being disconnected. Mr. Speaker, in the midst of this pandemic, Mr. Speaker, the challenges that have emerged out of this pandemic, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. We are at a place that I never envisioned in my lifetime that we would be. And so the matter we're debating is a serious one. And whether it's in one of differing ideologies, but whatever it is, but it's not to be taken lightly. And it is in that light, Mr. Speaker, that since the fundamental question is, can these same results or similar results be accomplished without having to extend the suspension of civil liberties? Can these same results be achieved without having to extend it, particularly to extend it for the next, approximately 160 days, for the next 4 months, particularly, especially for that time frame? I am of the view, Mr. Speaker, and we are of the view, Mr. Speaker, that certainly we do not believe that it needs to be extended that far to achieve these results. Do we? We know the lives that are at stake. We know the seriousness of this virus, of what can happen. We are aware of that. And considering all of those, not taking it lightly, not just making it strictly a political, partisan matter. Beyond that, far beyond that. Can we accomplish it without that? That's the fundamental question. And the answer to that is, we believe that it can be accomplished, but it doesn't have to be extended that far. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is on that note that I say that Golden Isle cannot support the extension. Thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker. May Almighty God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and make the wealth common. Long live the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House do extend beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many members that are in favor will remain seated, those who oppose will stand. The business of this House will extend beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Tall Pines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker.
Honorable Member, why is a sticker on your label?
Pardon me. I think you were, sorry. I think that was from a previous activity in the House. I think when the women were here with Zonta. They had stickers on these, on the
be removed?
labels. and the clerk is attending to that.
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you. The good member for Exuma saying and Mark, I remember his comments of being the chosen one. But Mr. Speaker, I rise this evening, as I always say, the pleasure, the privilege, and the honor of the people of Tall Pines, and I always say again, by extension, to represent not only Tall Pines, but to represent the people of the Bahamas in general. Mr. Speaker, I must thank the people of Tall Pines as we meet in this place during these challenging times to be afforded this opportunity to speak on such a very important resolution. A resolution, Mr. Speaker, that my constituents in Tall Pines, as is in Nassau Village and other constituencies, have now become so familiarized with, have become so learned with respect to the pros and cons. And interestingly, Mr. Speaker, while I was in the chair, I was afforded the opportunity again through the debate to look at, and with the assistance of the clerk, the Emergency Powers Act, when the member for Golden Gate was speaking the resolutions, etc., and to revisit it and to look at it. And it caused me for a second, which I would like to share with the Havens, with some limitations. As an attorney, Mr. Speaker, they say, unless you study it, grab it in, suck it in, and really have all of the arguments in full force, be careful how you thread. But I just want to say this to the Bahamian people, that these emergency powers rules, emergency powers, this act, chapter 34, and I invite them to read it because I think it gives a good, an interesting perspective on what we're here debating and the debates that are stemming from it. And if I may give it just a cursory interpretation. In section 3, it speaks, Mr. Speaker, to the emergency regulations whereby, and I may quote, where whenever a proclamation of emergency is in force, the Governor General may make such regulations. The Governor General may make such regulations as appears to him, I think maybe her, to be necessary or expedient for securing the public safety, the defense of the Bahamas, the maintenance of public order, and the suppression of mutiny, rebellion, and riots, and for maintaining supplies and services essential to the life and well-being of the community. Mr. Speaker, it goes on in that same section 3, that was section 3.1, goes on in section 3.3 says emergency regulations may empower such emergency regulations may empower such authorities or persons as may be specified in the regulations to make orders and rules for any of the purposes for which such regulations are authorized by this act to be made, and may contain such incidental and supplemental provisions as appears to the Governor General to be necessary for the expedient for the purposes of the regulations. And then it goes on, Mr. Speaker, and I may jump to section 5. All emergency regulations, if not sooner revoked, and this will speak to where we talk about whether or not there's oversight. And I think the member for Central and South Abaco did a wonderful job in reminding us of what we're doing here, in providing some form of oversight and the issue of democracy versus totalitarianism and dictatorship. And it says here in section 5, says here in section 5, Mr. Speaker, 1, that all emergency regulations, if not sooner revoked, shall cease to have effect when the proclamation of emergency, in pursuance of which they have been made, cease to have effect. And it goes on, Mr. Speaker, and it says, and I'm saying paraphrasing, unless each House of Parliament has, by a like resolution, in such case, affirms that those regulations should have effect during that period. Mr. Speaker, I read that because, and I invite all Bahamians to take a read of it and to have the discussion. I mean, I think we should have those discussions in our town hall meetings and have those discussions so that we can have a great appreciation for the good member for Golden Gates and the good member for South Central and South Abaco, and even, Mr. Speaker, and even the points raised by the good member for Cat Island, Ramkey, and Salvador. But it causes us, Mr. Speaker, to think about the significance of the moment, the significance of the powers, the significance of the regulations, the significance of the resolution. And one may argue, Mr. Speaker, that there isn't necessary. In different countries, there's different forms of competent authority. There's authorities or persons. But, Mr. Speaker, we've decided, we have to be in the position in the Bahamas where we've taken the position and we've come to this house on more than one occasion to debate resolutions that causes us to strengthen and to authorize an authority in the person of the member for Kalani, the Prime Minister, at the seventh time, to give him those special powers. And Mr. Speaker, so many other members have raised the point, and I want to reiterate it because I've said it many times. I don't like Michael said, I don't like to be forced to be in my house at 10 o'clock on every day. I like to be there at 10, but not all the time. You may never know what you have to do. I don't necessarily like, Mr. Speaker, having to wear a face mask every day. I don't necessarily like to have to take tests, COVID tests to travel, and I don't like the restrictions that we're experiencing. But I understand, as my members in my constituency, I think we've all come to appreciate the necessities. And the member for Central and South Abaco used the words necessity, efficiency, and speed. And he also used the word sacrifice. And I think at the end of the day, that is the essence of what we do when we come and we debate these resolutions. We look at whether or not the competent authority, the cabinet, the advisory, the medical advisory teams, whether or not they are advising and making decisions that causes us to put in place regulations, policies that are efficient, that they could do so in an expeditious manner, and whether or not those provisions and regulations they're providing to us or putting to us, whether or not we can weigh them against the sacrifices we have to make on a daily basis. And I think, Mr. Speaker, to answer that question, I think that is worth the sacrifice. I think it is worth the importance of speed. I think it's worth the importance of efficiency to support this resolution. And so, Mr. Speaker, while this member for Tall Pines respect, as others have said, the learned words of the member for Elizabeth, and like him, sometimes as I went to the act, I have reservations about extensions. I support his comment. We need, and I'm happy he raised the point about even this parliament, meeting in a different place if necessary. The hybrid version of parliament, which other jurisdictions are doing, so that members can have a voice no matter where they are. And I want to invite members, and I have asked the clerk to send an email to all members. As you would know, Mr. Speaker, and your clerk would know, I've become kind of an ambassador for the Bahamas EPA. But they're having these courses, free courses and free seminars and so forth. And as a result of my involvement and the speaker's involvement, and other members have had the opportunity to participate in these seminars. And we see other jurisdictions taking steps with respect to their parliament. And I want to pause there and thank the member for Elizabeth for raising that point. But I say that while I respect his views as I go to his medical arguments, and even his political arguments with respect to the competent authority and extension, that I, as a member for Tall Pines, I like to look at these things in its totality, totality. Whether or not, again, And I thank the member from Central and South Africa, where there's efficiency, where there's speed, where there's sacrifice needed. And so when I measure that, I have to support this resolution. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and the member for Bamboo Town and Good serves as the Minister of Health, and I congratulate him for taking on the baton from Elizabeth. In a relay, Mr. Speaker, I know you're a basketball player. I was a track athlete once in my life. In order to win a relay, you have to have a good start. And you have to have a good finish. And so you cannot have a bad, if you start a relay with a bad start, and depend on the last two legs to win, your chances of winning or succeeding will be very slim. If you depend on if you change it around, Mr. Speaker, with the beginning being fast and the last two being a little challenged, then you would not succeed. We're lucky in the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, that we had a member from Elizabeth that have started our relay in this process, this COVID-19 fight, in a strong way, and then passing it on to Bamboo Town. And over the months, we've seen, Mr. Speaker, in the short time that he has done a wonderful job. Our numbers are looking good. We are moving in the right direction, as Golden Gate says. And as I listen to the Prime Minister and I listen to Bamboo Town, as they spoke about what's going on in the world, Mr. Speaker, and they give the statistics, I don't think they give those statistics to scare us. I don't think they give those statistics to frighten us in any way. I think they give those statistics so that we could have an appreciation of what's going on, the seriousness of this COVID fight, and to remind us that we're not living in the Bahamas in vacuum, that the same challenges that other countries have, we are facing. And we have to take bold steps and make sacrifices to win. And so I want to thank them, as I thank our police officers, as I thank our nurses and our doctors and all our teachers who are on the front line. We want to thank them for what they have been able to do over the months, Mr. Speaker. But I want us, Mr. Speaker, to take this opportunity as we debate this resolution, as we come in this House demonstrating an arm of democracy. Because, Mr. Speaker, this resolution, if not passed in this House today, does not carry on. It falls away. So the fact, Mr. Speaker, that we're debating this resolution, and the fact that the competent authority and the government has to come to this House and argue and defend and explain for us to make that decision is evidence that democracy is at work in this great Commonwealth. Now, Mr. Speaker, as we look at and we discuss the sociological or the social implications, as we discuss the economic implications, we know as members of Parliament, as we go in our constituencies, because I walk through the streets of Torrey Pines, Mr. Speaker, and I hear the concerns of our people, and I hear their challenges. And I thought for a second when the member for Cat Island made the point about the competent authority not making decisions not for the poor man, not for the common man. And I thought about what this government has done for the common man. And I would submit, Mr. Speaker, that this government during this crisis has done well, has done much. Speaker, when we look at what we have done, and then I add the NIB, in giving persons the opportunity to be awarded financial assistance when under normal circumstances they would not have been granted that privilege to have had financial assistance. What we have done in social services, Mr. Speaker, with Southern Shores, in making sure that rental assistance, making sure that the food assistance are available in Torrey Pines and in other constituencies. Speaker, what we have done with respect to education with South Beach, the member for South Beach, and making sure that our children and our teachers are safe, and that even during these challenging times that and understanding the financial implications of this COVID on our families, that we've made available millions and millions of dollars in tablets and other devices. Speaker, what we have done in all so many facets of our ministries. Mr. Speaker, whether or not they're donated or not, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that the government of the Bahamas would have assisted leading the way in getting those donations. The government of the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, would have spent millions of dollars in our educational system and making sure that our children are ready, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm trying to make is this. This government is committed to all Bahamians. White Bahamians, black Bahamians, poor Bahamians, rich Bahamians, PLPs, FNMs, DNAs, all Bahamians. And it's evident when they come to social services. I don't think anybody's asked how they vote. It's evident, Mr. Speaker, when they went to NIB. I don't think anybody was asked what color they wear or which flag they wave. I think, Mr. Speaker, when persons went to the Ministry of Education, South Beach, you could answer, and I'm willing to yield, South Beach, did any member, or was it a mandate that they answer? Did they answer? What color? What party? Where do you live? Do you live? The member for Tall Pines will yield to the member for South Beach.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for South Beach.
I said, Mr. Speaker, the only requirement is that you are a registered student in the public school system of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you, South Beach. And I wonder if the member for Southern Shores could assure the Commonwealth, and I'm willing to yield, Mr. Speaker, if he could answer me, and he could answer this House, or whether or not any criteria was raised. Speaker, and I yield for the member for Southern Shores.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
Mr. Speaker, I want to, through you, to assure the member and anyone else listening that while questions are asked, none of them have any political connotation.
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you, members. And I'm sure if the member for Garden Hills was here to speak for NIB, I'm sure that the answer would be similar, Mr. Speaker.
170.
It speaks to the fact, Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding the medical challenges, notwithstanding the economic challenges that this government continues to be faced with as we all address and live in this COVID environment, that we could remain committed. It says to me, as the Member of Parliament for Tall Pines, Speaker, that my people, my constituents, could be confident in the fact that this government cares about them. And that this resolution asking for an extension is necessary for the reasons that I've stated, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you may allow me, permit me to take this time, though, to thank my team members in Tall Pines for working so hard during this period. Speaker, I've mentioned it before that we have given out hundreds and hundreds of food parcels and food coupons. We continue, Mr. Speaker, with our community development projects, building parks and improving parks, Mr. Speaker. We continue to respond to our constituents' needs. Even during this COVID period, there was a tornado that went through one of our communities, and we responded nonetheless. Speaker, and we want to remind persons that we will continue in our efforts to address these needs that our people have. And I want to just invite them, Mr. Speaker, to just go on our Tall Pines Pride Facebook and look at our latest newsletter. Contact our office, Faith Avenue North, and we would be more than happy to assist where necessary. But just as we are assisting our residents in Tall Pines, this government remains committed to assisting all Bahamians. And so, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to be short, and that was only half of my time. I want to encourage this government. I want to encourage, especially, Mr. Speaker, the member for Bamboo Town, during these challenging times, to stay strong, keep up the fight. We all have your back. We have the competent authorities' back. And that is why I think, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, the members of this House know what's best for their constituents. The members of this House knows what's best for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that this member for Tall Pines knows what's best for his constituents in Tall Pines. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, Tall Pines supports and will vote to support this resolution table this evening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. As many. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Angliston.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This has been a long haul, a long debate, and many members have contributed, but it's an important debate, Mr. Speaker. And so we must sit here and we must listen to each other, and at the end of the day, we will vote. But I stand on behalf of the excellent people of Angliston, who I know, many of whom are watching this debate, because the extended restrictions will affect them deeply. But I will come back to that. I want to begin by paying respect to and giving condolences to one Susan Pratt, the Director of Supplies Management Agency at the Public Hospitals Authority. Miss Pratt was facing a terminal illness all through the ravages of coronavirus in the supplies area. She led that department in the midst of a terrible crisis, herself facing a terrible crisis, and efficiently and professionally and effectively executed her duties. And while she was fighting for her life, she fought for the Bahamian people. And I see the minister here, and I trust that at the appropriate time, her work and her contribution will be acknowledged and given due weight. I also wanted to use this opportunity to speak about Valentino Aubenier, who himself was he died recently, but he was a victim of this terrible virus, and he lost his life and he lost his fight. Many may remember he did a video that went viral on Facebook while he was in intensive care, where he declared that he would defeat this virus. Unfortunately, it was not to be, and Valentino lost his life. Valentino worked in this parliament on behalf of the Bahamian people to ensure that the proceedings were professionally broadcast. And every time you walk out onto the square, he would come out, he would be impeccably dressed with his bow tie. And he was an excellent professional. And he is someone who would have lost his life to this terrible virus. And I want to also mention Sir William Allen, but before I do that, were those two persons, Susan Pratt and Valentino Aubenier. I served as a minister twice, Mr. Speaker. And recently I was reflecting on it because I inherited civil aviation at a time when it was understaffed, under-resourced, where we have multiple airports. The demands were huge and the pressures were incredible, just with fire engines and the runways and this and that and the next thing, and one crisis after the other. And I reflected recently. We had such incredible patriots working as public servants. And it made me conclude that in the public service, we have a tendency to ride public servants almost into the ground because we have not effectively staffed, trained, resourced, and what they give to this country, you cannot measure. I think about when the radar used to go down at the airport and you had 3 people that used to go all through the night to try and get it working, and you needed about 8. But we had 3, and they went out there and they gave their all. I think it's time that we begin to look at the public service in a very different way. Not the ones where we have it's filled with criticism, but one in which governments criticize themselves about the manner in which we develop, resource, and build capacity in the public service. Because once we do that, our country will be as good as it can possibly be, because you have good people there. I hear they say they're overstaffed here, there, and everywhere. Move staff around, train staff. Even if you say people there are there without training, train them, mobilize them in other areas, and make the most of what we have. But I want to remember the likes of a Susan Pratt, who was fighting a terminal illness and who fought for the Bahamian people. I also want to reflect and remember Sir William Allen, who was a member of this, the Senate, this House too, member for Montague, I think he was. A brilliant Bahamian, a former governor of the central bank in the early days when people were saying this little island nation could not govern itself. It was the likes of him and many others who took the professional positions and who maintained the standard and took the Bahamian people forward. And I want to remember Sir William Allen because he eventually became Minister of Finance, and he has made a substantive contribution to the life of us as a people. I also want to remember, before I get into the debate, that on the 23rd of January, 1834, a bill for the abolition of slavery was introduced in this Parliament. That would have been, the anniversary would have been about 3 days ago. And the reason I'm remembering it, because it was an important date in our lives, but I think it's very important that as Bahamians and as a people, that we are able to appreciate our history. I always talk about this, but I deeply am committed to this concept. But one of the interesting factoids coming out of this 1834 bill was that when the law was passed, which became the August Monday, which we now celebrate as Emancipation Day, it is recorded in the history books that there was a reluctance in the Bahamas to implement the full legal effect of the legislation. And so they found some methodology to maintain a master-slave relationship, even though the law had been changed. And I ponder on that. I said, I'm thinking to myself, how much of that have we continued to perpetuate as a people, this reluctance to move the full journey? Marcus Garvey tells us that a people without knowledge of their origin, culture, and history is like a tree without roots. And I think this is a truism, because if we do not understand who we are, then we'll be vulnerable to revisionism and to distortion. And we've seen it, I've heard it in this house, I've heard it outside this house, I've seen it. And I think it's important that every child in this country should remember some important dates. One is the rebellion of Pompey in 1830, because that tells us that there was resistance. And then there was the Burma Road riot of 1942. That's important because it tells us there was resistance. And then there was the general strike of 1958. The taxi drivers shut down the airport and it led to a general strike. That's important because it tells us there was resistance. And then there was Black Tuesday of 1965, when the mace was thrown out the window and the crowd was downstairs. That was important because it told us there was resistance. And then there was majority rule in 1967, where for the first time, there was true representation of the masses in this parliament. And then, of course, there was independence, which was the resistance or relinquishment of colonialism, 1973. So we have a history of resistance in this country. But what we do have, though, is a history of a sustained positioning that goes against the interests of a people. But I say, alas, 62 was 1962. That boy, how I could forget that. Thank you. Thank you, our member for Golden Gates. The first time women voted in this country in 1962. Doris Johnson stood at that bar right there. And what was that? Universal suffrage at the same time. The then member for Anstown, or the Eastern District, introduced that. So these are important dates in our history, and it speaks about the resistance. So you have a history resistance, but you have a history of a stubborn status quo, which is fighting against the progress of a people. And we saw that with the abolition of slavery, where in the Bahamas, they continue to have some construct. But I think the importance of it is for us to remember that a luta continua, the struggle continues. I also want to remember that on the 25th of January of this year, Arizona State University renamed its film school after Sidney Poitier. You agree with that, North Abigail? Good. The first Black man to win an Academy Award for Best Actor. That's how they describe him. But he's one of us, a Bahamian who moved to America from Cat Island and, rose to prominence. I remember when we were coming from China, we went to his house and he was saying when he was about 16, he had literacy challenges. And it was the waiter in the restaurant that he worked in who waited after hours to teach him how to read from the newspaper. And you could not find a more eloquent, beautifully eloquent man than a Sidney Poitier. So the success of the Bahamian people really is reflected in the success in our fight for COVID. And I say that because I want to identify whatever has happened in this country with the Bahamian people. Of course, you have governments and you have leadership, and I can get to that. But we must give due regard to the Bahamian people. The truth, I was reviewing while I was sitting here the history of this pandemic. And I went on the World Health Organization website, and I see in 31st of December 2019, the WHO's country office in the People's Republic of China picked up a media statement by the Wuhan Municipal Health Commission from their website on what they call cases of viral pneumonia in Wuhan, People's Republic of China. And then that would have been the 31st of December. And then on the 2nd of January, the World Health Organization representative in China wrote to the National Health Commission offering their support after repeating the request for further information on the cluster of cases. On the 3rd of January, Chinese officials provided information to the World Health Organization on that cluster. On the 4th of January, World Health Organization, WHO, tweeted that there was a cluster of pneumonia cases, so you're now getting the information out into the wider population. On the 5th of January, don't forget, we started on the 31st of December, where it was noted in a media report by World Health. On the 5th of January, WHO shared detailed information about a cluster of cases of pneumonia of unknown cause through the IHR 2005 Event Information System, which is accessible to all member states, including the Bahamas. On the 9th of January, the WHO reported that Chinese authorities have determined that the outbreak is caused by a novel coronavirus. WHO convened the first of many teleconferences with global expert networks. From the 10th to the 12th of January, WHO published a comprehensive package of guidance documents for countries covering topics related to the management of an outbreak of a new disease. This is to all members, including the Bahamas. On the 14th of January, and I'm just picking through, WHO that of the 41 confirmed cases in the press briefing, they stated it is certainly possible that there is limited human-to-human transmission. It looks like even then they had not concluded that it could be transmitted in that way. On the 16th of January, PAHO and WHO issued its first epidemiological alert on the novel coronavirus. On the 21st of January, WHO found that the latest information that there was at least some human-to-human transmission. In February, the mission warned, this is the 24th of February, that much of the global community is not yet ready in mindset and materially to implement the measures that have been employed to contain COVID-19 in China. And the mission stressed and this is their quote, to reduce COVID-19 illness, and death, near-term readiness planning must embrace the large-scale implementation of high-quality, non-pharmaceutical public health measures, such as case detection and isolation, contact tracing, monitoring, quarantining, and community engagement. And then on the 13th of March, which would have been 4 days before the Bahamas declared an emergency, Europe had become the epicenter of the pandemic. I think I missed the date. There was a date there where they declared that it was a pandemic. Trying to see that date. And I think it was later. Anyway. Yeah. So this is the history of this thing that was some pneumonia thing in Wuhan, China, which the World Health Organization began to accelerate on and to advise nation states and observe that in many instances, countries were not building capacity to resist this as they should have. For us in the Bahamas, our experience with COVID-19 has been what I call a roller coaster. I hear the sort of, I don't know, the syrupy expressions in here, but we have to be realistic about what we have faced as a people. We have to be realistic. The state of the emergency in this country was declared on the 17th of March, 2020, with emergency orders. And let me just move away. I just want to say, and I think the member for Centerville has raised this, but the emergency orders that we are now arresting people on and locking them up and fining them on says, including the member for Cat Island spoke about the coconut man and the boy who went to the pump for his grandfather. But Rule 9 says, the Minister of Finance shall within 6 weeks of the expiration of the proclamation of emergency. And we had an expiration, when was that? We've had it twice, but let's say we only had it once. Once in June and November. The Minister of Finance shall within 6 weeks of the expiration of the proclamation of emergency lay a report before the House of Assembly detailing the total expenditure of the goods and services procured, the suppliers of the goods and services procured, the reasons for the use of the suppliers of the goods and the providers of the services. This is important because normally there would be a greater degree of accountability even in the acquisition. But these orders waived those rules to give almost a free hand to the competent authority. But it wasn't absolutely free because it said you must come to this parliament and tell the Bahamian people how you have expended public funds in this matter. And we have not seen this happen. Now, I see there's something here that talks about a penalty for not complying with the provisions of this. And I think, we will have to get legal advice on that, whether or not there's a violation of these regulations and a penalty should be applied in accordance with the legislation. That's right. So the state of emergency was declared on the 17th of March. And then we had the emergency orders and we all went into lockdown. We remember the lockdown. It was traumatic. That was shocking because people ain't had no job and they ain't had a dollar. And it took a high toll on us as a people. Now, during this period, I must say, the government that, we keep talking about the public funds expended for a food program, because they are public funds, they're not coming from the F&M kitty. The public funds on the food program that came very late. During this initial period of months, there was absolutely no assistance to the Bahamian people, especially poor people. And I'm very pleased to say that in Angleston, we jumped on it right away. We jumped on it right away because, there's a reality on the ground. But the government dropped the ball there. And then during this period, you had I call the nerve and the gall and the gumption when people were being pressured left, right, and center to tell people if they don't go license their vehicles, they're liable to face some kind of penalty. Which, even though they passed a law to say the opposite of that, they pressured the damn people to go line up outside road traffic, in huge numbers. It was chaos. And then they said they can turn your light off if you don't go. And so people gathered in huge numbers, the very thing that the pandemic mitigates against or tells you not to do. This government encouraged, facilitated, initiated, and we don't even know the effect of that. If we had proper data, we might know what the effect of that was. And then the rules on shopping. That was a nightmare. Nightmare. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, A to C, L to M. And I remember when that was announced in here, I told the member for Kalani, I said, don't do this, this is going to be chaotic. And it was chaotic and it was abandoned. But it led to chaos. I mean, the police had to be called out of certain food stores because it was just, people were panicking. And so some bad decisions were made. And I'm not dwelling on it per se, but when you come in here and start, patting yourself on your back, as they say, we have to be realistic about the truth of what our experience has been. The roller coaster. That's not been the experience. And then you have the issue of the travel policy. You open the borders after this long months of suffering by the Bahamian people, and then you say, you could go and come back, and there's no nothing. And of course, the minister, the member, you want to say, what is it, a point of order?
Did you recognize this honorable member for Bamboo now?
Mr. Frank, let's go to speak to the issues that took place within road traffic. And Mr. Speaker, I think the member would remember quite clearly the orders at the time, Mr. Speaker, had extended licenses for individuals to some 60 days after the expiration of the emergency order. It's not rewriting history. That's what the order said. And so, Mr. Speaker, we took into consideration those folks whose licenses would have expired during the time of the emergency order, and the government issued it by a press statement to the Bahamian people that they had 60 days after the expiration of the emergency orders for them to come and to license their vehicle. The Bahamian people, some of them, even though they knew they had the opportunity, came because they did not want to necessarily be a part of any long lines at the end of any particular emergency order. And that is what we were hearing, Mr. Speaker, for those who did come to the Road Traffic Department. The Road Traffic Department's response, Mr. Speaker, in order to help with the mitigation efforts, moved all of the operations outside and started a drive-up service to where persons lined up in their vehicles. And one individual was taking the information from the drivers into the road traffic building, observing the health protocols to ensure that we reduce the spread of the virus. That is what took place, Mr. Speaker.
The member has his recollection. The Bahamian people will have theirs, Mr. Speaker. We remember the lines outside of road traffic. And I remember saying to the member at the time, it's not a good idea. He might remember I said that to him. And the pressure was put on. I remember and not only that, the police were actually stopping people and giving them citations for not being licensed. So there was a combined failure. But, and so I'm just pointing it out. And I don't want you to rewrite history because I don't tell you what rewriting history could do to you. Okay? Now, the travel policy, like I said, the member for Freetown blamed the Bahamian people. He said it ain't the tourists, it's the Bahamian people. But, but we all know that this was poor political decision because I don't believe no health official recommended that. In fact, I remember listening to a press conference where Dr. Dal Regis said, I do not support an open border. That's what she said, and I heard her. So I know that was a political decision, and it was not a good one. And so the result was, I call it a roller coaster. It's not been a perfect journey because people have paid a high price during this period. I call it a high human, social, and economic toll by the virus, but also by the decisions made. And can I say that, when the shutdown came for 3 months, the Bahamians did well. Even though they were suffering, they did well, and the government did not kick in with assistance like it should have. They did well. And then that political decision was made to open the borders, and that is where we got into the second wave. And the member for Bamboo Town, the Minister of Health, says in his own report, his contribution, that we entered a second phase earlier than most other countries. Well, why do you think that was? Why do you think that was? And it was terrible because the former Minister of Health has told us that our death rate, the case rate was 2 times that of the international average, and our death rates were 1.7 times that of the international average. That's the reality. And then we see even since then that even the protocol you put in place for the 5-day rapid antigen test, there were like 20,000 people that did not comply. And it is, I could possibly be the grace of God. We're lucky that the Bahamian people might have exercised such discipline because the government dropped the ball even on that. The IMF report that was the subject of some little back and forth here says a lot of things, and we've heard it from both sides, what it says. But I wanted to highlight some of the things, some other things they did say. They said that, they say something in here. They said, but amid limited testing, they make an observation about the testing protocol and limited health resources, that reopening the economy has been challenging. And then they say they talk about they're letting us know truthfully that we're in for a hard road ahead. They said they noted the recovery to pre-pandemic levels will likely take years, and downside risk loom large, reflecting uncertain evolution of the pandemic and the Bahamas' vulnerability to natural disasters. Then they make another observation. They talk about the stresses on the banking sector. And this is something that we have to consider. But while we consider this, I want to make a recommendation. I'm inviting the government to speak with the banks and put a moratorium in place. That person that Golden Isles talked about, the cancer patient who lost everything they ever lived for, worked for in their lives. I'm inviting the bank to meet with the government to meet with the banking sector and put in place a moratorium during this challenging period in this country. And then they say in here that they say that we face long-standing structural impediments. So we hear this over and over, nothing happens. But they recommended modernizing the business climate and some other things. But I want to talk about that. I want to urge the government to put in place incentives, support for small businesses in this country. I know you have some little grant thing and whatever, but it has to be much more comprehensive. It has to be much more robust to assist the small businesses in this country. So we've heard that NIB will now go to the end of February, and that's good news for another 30 days. But I just want to say, you're extending social assistance or assistance to the end of February, but you're extending your state of emergency to the end of May. Why didn't you, on a parallel basis, extend it to the end of May? Because they're the two sides of the same coin. And I want the government, I'm hoping when you wind up, that you'll be able, I see someone doing this, but the truth is, it's not congruent. See, you have to, I understand resource challenges, but no government can say, well, sorry, I ain't got nothing, so do your best out there. You can't do that. You have to find a way. And so I find it very interesting that you're extending your powers to the end of May, but the assistance, the buffering, and the cushion for Bahamian people has a very limited life in this parliament so far. And the point that the member for Elizabeth made about the poverty statistics, I think that's a very compelling sort of scenario that we have to appreciate, that this pandemic has not just killed people, given people a disease, hurting the economy, but it's actually had a more fundamental structural effect on populations. And that is a very serious thing that we have to really meditate on as we move forward in policy and in action by government. The other thing is the Prime Minister spoke, and I think he said that, he sort of mixed it up. In one breath, he said that we have been placed in level 3. And then the other breath, he said we will be placed on level 3. And I think the member for Bamboo Town might have repeated it. So because of that sort of conflict, I went and looked at the CDC site, and I noticed that we're not listed on number 3, at least not yet. I'm sure we probably get there, but we're not there yet. At least when I looked, it might be updated now. But after the Prime Minister spoke, I checked it. But I looked at those countries on level 1. I looked at the region because I'm not worried with the other. I'm talking about regions, similar populations, similar challenges, etc. And in level 1, which is determined minimal risk, they had Anguilla, the Cayman Islands, Montserrat, St. Kitts and Nevis. Level 2 had Antigua. We're at level 4 right now. So we have to be honest about what our performance. And I say all that not to be negative, but to say that we cannot create a political narrative in this country that, that some great thing happened, that the knight in shining armor is Kalani, and the Minister of Health holding the sword. And, and at the end, it's not real. It's not real. This has been a bumpy journey. It's been tough. A lot of people have died, higher disproportionately than other countries. We paid a high toll. And we cannot tell ourselves something other than the truth about this. And then we must understand our mistakes. And then don't repeat them. The 20,000 missed tests, don't do that no more. And then I want to say that we should give the Bahamian people their due. And I know we do, we get it at the back end of the political sort of lotioning. But we have to give the Bahamian people their due, because it has been, the Prime Minister said that it has been their discipline, it has been their sacrifice, it has been their commitment, it has been their suffering, it has been the price they have paid that has brought this country, despite the bad political decisions made in this country. I want to recommend to the government to work more effectively with CARICOM. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is here, to create a unified position in the region. Because I heard the Prime Minister said he went and he spoke to the CDC. The region needs to come together as a powerful bloc in the interest of the people of this region to deal with issues like the vaccine and travel access. We have friends in Washington, the Bahamas does. In fact, one of the senior members there, her husband was an ambassador here. We can go there and have a conversation because they know us, they know who we are, and advocate for our people, fight for our people. I think the member was saying earlier that the member for Kalani has not spoken to the people in San Salvador. I find, is that what he said? I find that utterly unbelievable. Unbelievable. How you can lay down your head at night and not have that looming in your consciousness. So, and then we have the Commonwealth. We're members of the Commonwealth. And really, the most you really get out of it most of the time is the conference and whatever. But it is a real political alliance. You have the African nations, you have the nations in Europe, you have the Pacific, you have India, and you have the Asian nations. We have a real alliance in the Commonwealth, and we should come together and bolster our position as a people on this and on the issue of the vaccine and whatever else. So, as I end, I want to say I want to urge the government to go forward and accept the sound advice of your medical professionals. They're first class. The member for Elizabeth was the Minister of Health and built great confidence with the Bahamian people because of the manner in which he managed that process. We have excellent persons, Dr. Dal Regis and many others who are leading the cause on behalf of the Bahamian people. I want to invite the government to be very careful not to make fundamental errors because we can't afford it any more of those. I want to to encourage the government to buffer the vulnerable, to ensure people are not suffering, and to support small business in this country. And let me just say that we have good numbers, but where's the reward? What the reward for that has been even. You think out of that should come greater normalcy, but instead we get an extension of this dated order without good rationale. And the resolution, I looked at this resolution that we have here. This is what the resolution says. It continues to be necessary and expedient for securing the public safety, the defense of the Bahamas, the maintenance of public order, the suppression of mutiny, rebellion, and riot, and for maintaining supplies and services essential for life and well-being of the community to continue in force. Is this the Bahamas we're talking about? Is this the Bahamas we're talking about? It's not consonant with what the facts are on the ground, or the nature of our people, or even the challenges that we are facing. I want to urge the government to move beyond this crisis by looking now at how to stimulate the economy, even as we coexist, to incentivize opportunity, to look to food security. You can create great economic boost by having a very serious commitment to that. Attracting investment, looking at light manufacture, implementing the tenets of the maritime policy in fisheries and industry. And I just want to end by the last point, and I hope, Mr. Speaker, would you give me 2 minutes, please?
Granted.
Thank you very much. The issue of the children. I heard the member for Southern Shores has, I think he said he's going to bring a communication. I was hoping it was today. The matter is so serious. But I want to encourage the government to, as they look at this issue, to look at it in a much broader way, because, the thing about the Children Emergency Hospital, you're really talking about poor Black children. I mean, that's the hurtful part about it. And I am so grateful whoever that was who leaked that video did so, because they raised the awareness of what children who are already challenged in whatever respects, emotionally in particular, maybe worse, find themselves in care. And so I think it's very important to see this as an opportunity to look at the way in which children are viewed in this country. You look at our juvenile system. Children are being sent to Fox Hill Prison. We need a detention center for young people and children in this country. I'm hoping that out of this embarrassment and horror, that we as a people will begin to see our children as humans who we want to shape to be healthy, to be happy, and to fulfill their potential. And if children go awry, like through the Juvenile Detention Center, that we are able to in a more substantive way, intervene in the lives of their children. I'll sit down right now, Mr. Speaker, but I'll just tell you this. When I was practicing criminal law, I used to go to the juvenile court. And I remember seeing a young boy there. He might have been about 13 or 14. And every time I see him, he say, "Hey, Miss Anna." I go there a year later, he there again. "Hey, Miss Anna." And I went there about 3 or 4 times, and he was still there for one reason or another. It started with a minor issue, and he began to escalate. Then he turned 18, 2 months after he turned 18, he was charged with murder, and he was executed. I saw that child in that court. And if someone tell me a child in there repeatedly that something is not right, that we need an intervention, I said, a child, Mr. Speaker, a child. So I'm hoping that out of this, the member of Southern Shores, that we look at even the larger issue of how we treat children, particularly young girls. Every time you see a wanted thing, disappearance of a young girl, and then people talk about how bad that girl is. She's a child. She's a child. So we gotta reshape the way we see these things. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the extension. I say to the government in closing that we are not going to support this. What we would have preferred is if you said, give me 30 days, because it's accountable, it's transparent, it's consistent with maybe an evolving positivity. But instead, you want us to give you a shot in the dark for almost half a year to suspend constitutional provisions, and it's not supported by facts on the ground or even something you apprehend. You ain't say you apprehend something. You ain't say come in on a ship or something like that. So we can't support it. We support the Bahamian people. We want to move beyond this, and we know people who've died, and we know people who've gotten the disease. So it's not a you good and we bad story. We disagree with you and the manner in which you are managing this, and we invite you to revisit what you intend to do to reduce the period, so that it is more fairly reflected in what the struggle is that we seek to achieve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for North Abaco on a point of order.
Speaker, no, I just wanted to respond to the good members' indication that we should work harder with our regional partners like CARICOM and other bilateral partners, and to assure her that I understand that we are. Just about 2 weeks ago, I led a delegation in the absence of the Prime Minister, the CARICOM heads of government, which discussed this very issue of how we, as small countries, source vaccines as a group. We are working with ACP countries through our office there. Yeah, I had a call last week with the British Foreign Minister, responsible for Commonwealth countries. We had a very long discussion on how we could perhaps source vaccines. So we're running on all fronts. We spoke with India. We work with India. Well, he represents, he speaks, we are working with the Secretariat through Patricia Scotland. But we are a group of Commonwealth countries, and so we try to work multilaterally to see how we could look up to each other. I just wanted to say that to you, because I believe that you were sincere and objective in your observations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Southern Shores.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank God for the opportunity to stand here one more time on behalf of the good people of Southern Shores. I want to reassure them that I'm grateful for the confidence that they've reposed in me, and I will continue to be their voice in this place and their servant in Southern Shores. Mr. Speaker, I want to join my colleagues who would have conveyed condolences to various persons, particularly some who would have served here and other civic leaders. I want to pay condolences to the family of Superintendent Derek Butler from the Royal Bahamas Police Force. He and I served together at the Carmichael Police Station. Very jovial fellow. Even when you're roughing him out, he giggling. I'm sure that he will be sadly missed. I pray that their memories will be a blessing to their families. Mr. Speaker, I sat here somewhat disheartened, hearing speaker after speaker, particularly on the side opposite, remind us of the human suffering and the increased number of vulnerable persons as a result of the pandemic. And rightly so, Mr. Speaker. There is no doubt that those numbers have increased. But there is a flip side to the story, Mr. Speaker. The good member for Angliston would have reminded us how successive governments may have sometimes abused public servants with lack of resources and not enough numbers, etc., etc. and colleagues here today and in successive debates on this particular subject would recognize and thank the frontline workers, the police officers, the defense force officers, and rightly so. They are all deserving. The medical practitioners, allied workers, etc., etc. But how do you count the vulnerable and then forget that very group of people who cater to them? Our social workers, they too, Mr. Speaker, have conditions that would ordinarily cause them to want to stay home. They too are doing chemotherapy. They too have lost loved ones. But because of their contribution, Mr. Speaker, as bad as things are, could have been worse. And so I'm a bit disheartened when we don't recognize them.
Did you recognize this member Ferguson?
The member misunderstood or did not understand my point. Oh, okay, because my criticism was the failure to put in place a program for months. That had nothing to do with social workers. Okay. Oh, okay.
If you could recall one of our colleagues who called social workers, then I would feel that they were remembered. That is my point. It is not at you, Angleston. The point I'm making is, as bad as things are, had it not been for their contribution, their commitment, their dedication, their service, could have been worse. So all I'm saying is, as we recognize all of those who contribute, I'm asking that that particular grouping of persons are counted in the numbers of persons who are making an invaluable contribution based on what it is we are facing. Mr. Speaker, yes, there are a number of persons who are waiting for rental assistance. Yes, Mr. Speaker. But the flip side to that, Mr. Speaker, in December, we paid $800,000 in rental assistance. So far, for this month, we've paid near to $300,000, $235,000, and they are being processed. And so, Mr. Speaker, yes, there is pain and suffering, but the suggestion that nothing is being done is not accurate either. And so I just want to make that clear. And again, this is not geared at any particular speaker. So I'm not looking, of course, we want to do more. Of course we want to do more. And of course we're trying to do more. The point I'm making is, in our criticism or in our critique, because I don't think we're criticizing, in our critique, let us acknowledge what is being done. Let us acknowledge that had what is being done not been done, we could have been in a worse place, Golden Eyes. That's all I'm asking. Not to say don't critique, but at the same time, let us bring some balance to the conversation. That is what I'm asking for. Mr. Speaker, the attention is drawn to the matter at the Children's Emergency Hospital. And rightly so. Rightly so, Mr. Speaker. There is no doubt in my mind that our children deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I wasted no time in causing the necessary investigations to commence. I wasted no time in reporting to the nation what our findings are thus far. And I want to reaffirm our commitment to ensuring that no stone is left unturned to find whoever did something wrong to our children. And let me add, to find whoever knew that something was being done wrong to our children and sat idly by or was quiet. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if I would have felt better if the incident was a recent incident, but I surely felt worse knowing that this was an incident that took place in the final quarter of last year, which means some people knew about this and they did nothing. I'm satisfied that my colleagues in the Royal Bahamas Police Force will look for commission and omission. Oh no, they're still my colleagues. You get in a fight with one of them, I on you. 40. Yeah, 40. 40. So, Mr. Speaker, there had already been works towards standardizing our protocols at all of the homes. Those works included looking at professional standards. Those works include looking at the whole question of discipline. So I want to say to those persons who have expressed genuine concern that those works will continue, probably now at a more rapid pace based on what has happened. But I want to assure that they will cover all of our homes. And you would have already heard me allude to legislation that is coming as it relates to senior citizens' homes. And so we're going to look at all of our homes. There's been question raised about training, et cetera, et cetera. I want to assure the public that there has been ongoing training annually. Because of COVID in 2000, that was at a very, very, very minimal because we restricted as much as we could movements in and out of our homes. And thank God for those protocols, we were able to say to this point that our children have not been affected or infected by the COVID-19 virus. But Mr. Speaker, as a result of the video, a number of persons are now coming out to tell stories, many of which are old stories. I just want to admonish those persons, be careful how they incriminate themselves, because having not taken action could raise some questions. No, I'm not trying to silence anybody. What I'm actually trying to do, that isn't what I'm doing, Anglican. What I'm actually trying to do, Anglican, is make the point to those who may not be aware, because some of them may actually have not been aware, that they have a duty, an obligation under the law that is non-negotiable, that can't be compromised, that they have a duty to report. And so I want to remind persons of that. The other thing I want to say, what I do want to say to members of the public, Anglican, is that even as it relates to putting out videos such as that in and of itself might be questioned in terms of the motive or the intent. Yes, whistleblowers have a path that they follow. You're the legal mind. I have a difference in opinion. I understand that, and maybe later, as the facts come out, you may have a different position, because I'm satisfied that it could have been dealt with another way. That's my point. That said, I recommit myself and the ministry and all the persons involved to leaving no stones unturned and to ensuring that those who are responsible for any discomfort or harm to our children will have to answer. Mr. Speaker, I think there is a slight misunderstanding, and it might be intentional based on the narrative that the extended orders and extended restrictions are one and the same.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah,
No. That's the narrative that I'm getting from the side opposite.
About the fact of what you asked about the.
I'm getting the impression that the side opposite is making the argument that the extended powers and the extended restrictions are one and the same.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island from Kingston, Salvador.
Point out the member for Kalani was eliding measures made, right, by the powers invested in him as the competent authority with the extension of the proclamation of the state of emergency. That they're two separate issues. Because we hold the view that the measures could be done by ordinary law, right? And that's why I quoted, that's why I referred to the Quarantine Act and the Health Services Act, under which it could be made. You all were.
Thank you.
That's the point I made. I said the state of emergency.
Let me explain my point a little more, and I'll allow you again. The point I'm making is there is a narrative from the side opposite to the Bahamian people that suggests if you extend the powers, you automatically extend the restrictions. And I want to argue that that is not the case. Extending the powers, that's my opinion.
Restrictions on civil liberties.
That's my, you keep saying restriction on civil liberties. Yes, you keep saying that.
That is your prime minister, the competent authority, the Kilani, who seem to be of that misapprehension.
That's negative.
That's why I
negative.
That's why I said speak to the Attorney General.
Negative. Let me tell you why he's not of that opinion. Let me tell you why he's not. Let me tell you why he's not of that opinion. No, but I got the floor now, so let me finish. Let me tell you why I don't perceive him to be of that opinion. Can I say it like that? You like it? You like it like that? Okay, good. If that is the intent, why at the same time of asking for the extension, you see some easing of restrictions? So having the extension is not necessarily adding or keeping the restrictions. Having the extension.
Are you yielding? Point of order.
If you want to say that keeping the proclamation of the state of emergency in place doesn't impact what you want to do or the company could do with respect to the measure, it could ease it, it could make it more draconian. Say that. I don't want to attribute that to me.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Suspension of civil liberty.
Mr. Speaker, I may not be the best speaker in here, Mr. Speaker. I may not be the best speaker in here, Mr. Speaker. But one of the things I think I'm fairly decent at is saying what it is I want to say. And what I want to say to the Bahamian people, having heard your argument, I want to say to the Bahamian people that extending the emergency powers does not automatically mean extending restrictions. And the evidence of that is, while there is the request and the resolution and the debate to extend the emergency powers, restrictions are being eased, are being relaxed. Needing the powers, good question. Good question. Thank you for that. Thank you for that question. Thank you for that question. Having the power puts us in a position, if there is need to react quickly, we can do that. Because the science from the scientists are telling us, with all of this mutation and all of this variance, as much as it is at a manageable level now, in the blink of an eye, you could wake up in the morning and it's changed. And having the powers means that you are in a position to respond if necessary. And this is what this is about. You don't get rid of the fire truck, Mr. Speaker, just because you finished putting out the fire. We ain't gonna need this fire truck no more. Let's get rid of this fire truck. You don't get rid of the insurance because you only had no fire for a year. It is.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Angleston.
Thank you. I think the member is misrepresenting what we have said on this side. What we said was that, why are you giving yourself almost 6 months on a situation when the facts do not support that length of time? And what we recommended that we would agree to, let me just finish, please, Southern Shores. What we had recommended, and I want the member to be clear on what we argued, because I think he's misrepresenting it. We recommended that you do it for 30 days and you come back. Just like you come here and extend, you can do the same thing. But what you've done instead, you have equipped yourself with the capacity to impose major restrictions on the Bahamian people for another half a year without the data on the ground to support it.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, it's not 6 months, it's 4 months. Bahamian people is 4 months, not 6 months. Second of all, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the Bahamian people have been following the inconsistency on the alternatives from side opposite. I feel so good to hear the side opposite saying, well, let's do it for 30 days this time.
Honorable member, the chair recognizes the honorable member for
One thing the member for Southern Shores, one is to try to ridicule the expressions of members on this side, number one. And secondly, to misrepresent what our position has been. We have argued that in this parliament over and over that you ought not to give yourself a blanket power when you could gradually put in place measures and the importance of that, Mr. Speaker, it's accountable. You're accountable to the Bahamian people. You won't give yourself one blanket power for 4 months, then not 6 months, for 4 months with no reason, no rationale, just to say I might need it. No, and you're suspending. You are suspending the provisions of the fundamental rights of our Constitution. What we said, what we argued, Mr. Speaker, and this is not the first time. I don't want members saying he's so glad that we, and this sort of thing. What I know, I have argued that in this parliament before, and others have. We all have, that we should grade it and come back. It's accountability. You want to just say, I will give it to myself? Yes.
Thank you,
The point of order is that you have misrepresented our arguments on this side.
Mr. Speaker, my position has not changed. If only I would be allowed to say it. I'm happy to hear the good member from Angleston ask for 30 days instead of 4 months. But it just reminds me of when we would have asked for 30 days 30 days was too much. But now 30 days is okay. This reminds me of, well, why don't you do it like Barbados? but no, don't do it like Barbados now. So Barbados went 6 months. It is that change that I find that I'm being reminded of. 6 months of emergency powers for Barbados. When we asked for 30 days, you wanted 2 weeks. Yes. And so, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, there's been this constant refrain about democracy or the lack thereof. And the last time I spoke on this, I noted that this is the only undemocratic place where you're actually practicing democracy. Throughout this pandemic and emergency powers, we've come to this democratic place and passed at least 30, how many pieces of legislation? 41. 41 pieces of legislation. Since March of last year. Democracy is alive and well. Mr. Navalny in Russia would be happy to be able to stand someplace where he could voice a dissenting voice in a democracy. There is no question. There is no question, Mr. Speaker, that democracy is alive and well in this Parliament. The 7th time. No member, PLP, FNM, or independent, or one or two who ain't sure, have been denied the opportunity to register their dissent. No member throughout this entire pandemic, Mr. Speaker, have been, that's the price for everything. It just depends on how much you want it. If you want it, pay for it. If you don't want it, don't pay for it. Yes, Mr. Speaker, democracy is the ability to express your likes and dislikes and then have an opportunity to vote on it. Now, Mr. Speaker, democracy is the majority rule. The majority rule. So if you find yourself, Mr. Speaker, in the minority, don't go out there and say you didn't have democracy. Go and hail democracy. Put your arguments together the next time and see how many more people you could convince to vote on your side. Yes, my point is, democracy is alive, contrary to anyone here who says it's not. That is my point. This is a democratic place. Democracy is alive. Democracy is being practiced. And any suggestion that is not, it's not just misleading this House, it's misleading the Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, I join those, yes, and guess what? 40 Campbell will live on. 40 Campbell will live on, and I'm gonna still spend most of my time in Angriston. Mr. Speaker, this debate still hinges on what worked and what don't work. I've heard the history of the bumpy start and roller coaster and stop and go and driving with foot on both pedals. But that ain't unique to the Bahamas. That ain't unique to the Bahamas. That ain't unique to the Bahamas. That isn't unique to the Bahamas. Everybody, the whole world had a bumpy ride. The whole world had a bumpy experience with COVID. And down. Up and down. Thanks to God. Up and down. Thanks to Almighty God, and the participation and collaboration of the Bahamian people, we are where we are, and some of our neighbors are not as fortunate. And so I'm asking as Exuma would normally ask, and I've always respected him in these debates for this particular point, even while he voiced his dissent, he would never take his seat without asking the Bahamian people, particularly those of his constituency, to adhere to the protocols, to take that personal responsibility. I'm not suggesting, I'm saying, I'm commending Exuma. Well, that's your interpretation, but I'm commending Exuma. I done gone there. I'm commending Exuma.
You're extending words of approbation. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Angleston. On a point of order.
One thing, Mr. Speaker, I hear North Andros here very disrespectful now. I want to warn him now. I'm warning him now. I'm warning him now. Don't be careful in your commentary, okay? Have respect for members. It's not allowed in the rules, okay? Don't get personal in this place. Mr. Speaker, wait, I want to speak if you could. Speaker, the member for North Andros. Speaking of the member for North Andros, I don't know, he think he's some kind of big bully in this house. He got the wrong person arrested. Let me just tell him right now. Mr. Speaker, the point I want to make, Mr. Speaker, is that
You still got the file?
Huh?
You still got the file?
You mean he's on like he by himself? Oh, that one here. Okay. Mr. Speaker, let me say this to Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if you could control the member for North Andros shouting a very serious. Yeah. I wish I could have gotten away with it, but he's getting away with it, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I wanted to say that the member is implying that there is that members on this side, by his commendation, which we also support the commendation, but he is implying that there are members over here who seek a lower standard for people in this country. And the member, and I just want to remind him that I think I was the first one on the ground that went to the Department of Public Health, got their literature, and we went door to door in Angleston to inform our constituents and educate them. Please don't do that. Make your point political, make your point, but don't do that to the shores.
Mr. Speaker, I say it again for emphasis. I commend the good member for Exuma and Ragged Island throughout all of these debates, and I've taken note. He has always voiced his dissent. He's always given some recommendation, but he's never taken his seat once, Mr. Speaker, without admonishing his constituents, even when he thought what was being perpetrated in Exuma against them was too harsh. And he would have said that, and then at the end he would say, Exuma, I admonish you to adhere to the protocols and to take personal responsibility. Yes, but so I don't know what the argument is. I want to use him as an example. I'm not whatever you interpret, but I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that this is the kind of responsibility that we have in here. That is the kind of influence we have on our constituents. That is the responsibility and obligation we have to educate our constituents, to educate our populace, and to remind them of their personal responsibility. We could not have gotten here if not enough of our citizenry and our residents had taken that personal responsibility as serious as they ought. And so, yeah, but you wouldn't let me make it. That's the, you. I gotta tell Father on you. Father. I'm saying, we would have heard from both sides. All of our debaters would have agreed on the one thing. We are not yet out of the woods. COVID is going to be here with us for some time. And so our responsibility to fight the virus as individuals has not been diminished. Our responsibility to do our part to make sure that we don't catch it or we don't share it has not been diminished. And that is our duty. When we talk about educating the public, we must start from here. We must use our bullhorns and our microphones to say whatever our views are, but ensure that at the end of the day, everyone is aware of their personal responsibility. This is the one thing, notwithstanding our colors, unless we do it together, we will not do it at all. And that is my point, Angleton. My point is, we have got to do this together. If nothing else, this fight against COVID is our fight. It's not us and them. It's not you and this is our fight. And we must do this together. Otherwise, all of the sacrifices that we've made, all of the hurt and pain and suffering that we've endured would have been a waste of time if we dropped the ball now. And so, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the good people of Southern Shores, who I personally thank for doing their part, who I have to remind, even as they invite me to come inside, that while you're sure you don't have it, you don't know if I have it. So let's just keep our distance and talk through the window or talk through the open door. I want to remind the Bahamian people that each of us need to do our part because it matters to us all. Southern Shores support the extension.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. When I spoke with Dr. Brennan on it, I said that his death was 2016. I just want to make a correction. It's 2017.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Pine Ridge.
Thank you. Can I have a thing, please? A lecture?
Honorable Member.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lord, grant to me clarity of thought and precision of expression. Mr. Speaker, let me first begin by giving my condolences to the family of the late Valentino Obinya. His passing was tragic and indeed sad. And even today, as we went down there, having not seen him as he normally would be, we were indeed, that was really indeed sad. And on the passing of his death, I had the opportunity of speaking with his wife. Proverbs 28:1, the wicked flee it when no man pursue it. No, that's not rough, but every time I get up to speak, because people outside have asked me this, the Prime Minister always gets up to leave when I get up to speak. And so not only does I notice it, but I want him to know today that the people in the public has noticed it and has been talking about it. And it doesn't look good for a prime minister to be running from Pine Ridge every time he gets up to speak, only to go in the smoker's room and turn up the TV to listen to what I have to say. And that is scriptural. Proverbs 28. 28:1. The wicked flee it when no man pursue it. And so it doesn't look good, Mr. Prime Minister, that an MP, every time an MP gets up, you got, yeah.
Just a moment, member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that the member for Pine Ridge has become a mind reader to where he can tell the rationale or reason or rhyme as to why the Prime Minister would have left. Okay? And so, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that the member for Pine Ridge should involve the Prime Minister in his debate in such a way, because the Prime Minister stepped out of the precincts of the House. Every member has the right to step out of the precincts of the House, and he stepped out with his Minister of Social Services. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that Pine Ridge ought to correct that, withdraw that, and let's move on, Mr. Speaker, because he's imparting impure motives. The rules. Listen. No. It is. You know, he's imparting impure motives, Mr. Speaker, and we don't want to lose. Listen, Mr. Speaker. Pine Ridge.
Honorable members.
Pine Ridge. Mr. Speaker. Pine Ridge is. Mr. Speaker. I hold Pine Ridge to be an honorable man, an honorable member of this House, and I won't even say what he just says towards me, but I hold him to be honorable. And again, according to the rules, Mr. Speaker, he is imputed impure motives to the Prime Minister. He doesn't know what's in the Prime Minister's mind. And so, Mr. Speaker, he should, Mr. Speaker, he should withdraw that reference. That's all. Mr. Speaker, he quoted the good book to impart impure motives to the Prime Minister. So please, Mr. Speaker, I hold Pine Ridge, Mr. Speaker, to be an honorable man and an honorable member.
Honorable members.
Again, I will reiterate it. I hold Pine Ridge to be an honorable man and an honorable member of this honorable place. So I know Pine Ridge will do the honorable thing and withdraw the statement. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member for Pine Ridge.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So as to resolve this matter, the issue raised by the member for Bamboo Town, in my estimation, can only be an issue in terms of you imputing improper motives if your intention, when you quoted that scripture, was to suggest that the members who left, in particular the Prime Minister, is a wicked people. Now, if that is your intent, that would be improper. So just for the record, can you indicate to us what was your intent? Because every member have the right to move.
Yes.
But if you are asserting that their movement is attributed to a particular way of, what are you
at the time,
suggesting?
Mr. Speaker? That was the scripture that came to mind, and it popped up in my spirit, Proverbs 28:1. And so it just, at that time. Now, I'm not going to stand up in here and try to twist or dilute the scripture, but I have my view in which I quoted that scripture based on the fact that I have seen a common practice and the scriptures there to correct, reprove, and to guide us
Honorable
and
member,
rebuke.
the only question the chair has is to whether or not you are attributing.
Mr. Speaker, that is attributed to all and sundry. To any person fleeing and nobody fleeing behind them could be considered wicked, according to Proverbs. That could go to anybody. So if you're fleeing because no one is pursuing you, therefore, what you running for? What you running from? And if you have nothing to hide, what you running for?
Honorable member,
That's all.
we're not
That
going to belabor
was
this.
that's a general statement.
We're not going to belabor it any further.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
But you are doing multiple things there. So
Thank
first of all, you are suggesting that they are fleeing when every member have the right to move in and out of the precinct.
I leave the house sometimes.
You are attributing
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I leave the house sometimes. So, yeah.
Why you want to discuss that in the Prime Minister's picture? I don't think that's possible.
And the people know better. Mr. Speaker.
You better sit down right there.
Mr. Speaker. So as I said, I had, I can't read scripture. What you read scripture for?
Mr. Speaker, the member is doubling down. The member mentioned the Prime Minister in regards to the scripture that he always leaves when he's talking and other people are watching it.
Oh, I said that, but I didn't attribute the scripture to him.
Everything is connected to the Prime Minister. So I'm saying.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on the good and gracious shoulders of the people of Pine Ridge. I thank them for allowing me this opportunity, for which I would not be here if it were not for the good and gracious people, the Pine Ridge constituency in Grand Bahama, to which I owe you a debt of gratitude and appreciate all that you do in way of encouragement and support during these years. Mr. Speaker, I'm here to lend my voice to the emergency power extension resolution. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by saying I don't believe that nobody on this side, the government, the opposition, or myself, or independent, wish to see the death or illness and suffering of anyone. So because all persons in here today do not support the resolution, it doesn't mean that they are totally against the resolution. But in essence, they recognize that there are some things that have been happening to and for the Bahamian people. The Prime Minister this morning said that the reason for this resolution is to prevent death, illness, and suffering. First of all, I think Anglison spoke to it. One death is too many. And 175 deaths have to first be compared at how we performed per capita as a nation. And in the very beginning, we have to recognize that we have lost some lives that if we had better planning, perhaps we might have been able to save a few lives. When we talk about illness, nobody wants to see illness as a result of the pandemic, but the reality is, before the government can continue to pat itself on the back, they first have to ask the question, can we really say that we prevented deaths in illness, or is that something history will dictate to in the future? And then he said that the reason for this resolution is to stop suffering. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, there has been more suffering has taken place under this regime, and even more so since this pandemic and Hurricane Dorian. Now, we recognize that the pandemic, in many instances, is a concern for every Bahamian, especially when we now recognize that there's a multiplicity of strains to the virus, particularly, I don't know if it's right, Elizabeth, for me to say the European strain, although it was in Britain, but can that be acceptable? The European strain, the South African strain, or the UK strain would be more appropriate. And then there's the Brazilian strain. And we're told that these strains are even more potent and more transmittable than the original strain of COVID-19 virus. So we must be concerned. But equally so, while we are concerned, we have to recognize that Bahamians, and let me commend, we do commend Bahamians for their discipline. But also a part of that is, the reality is, let me put it in Bahamian vernacular, we don't want dead. We recognize that people were dying. And so we submitted ourselves to the discipline because we recognize the seriousness of this COVID virus. But equally so, people are saying to you that you are infringing on some of their liberties. You talk about this is not a dictatorship. You can articulate that over and over. But sometimes I think the government of Bahamas tend to think that it's only them and them alone in this country. Regardless how much you say this is a democracy, there are some people who share the views that the government and the competent authority has been very dictatorial in its presentation and its behavioral pattern since this pandemic. Now, whether we agree or we disagree, there is a large percentage out there that feel that way. And even if it's not so, at least respect the fact that there are people who are Bahamians who share that view. And your responsibility as a government should be to try to dilute that view, not by telling them they're stupid, they're crazy, indirectly, for thinking or having such a view. He who knows it feels it. And he who feels it knows it. So we can't continue to come up in here and pat ourselves on the back and talk about what we did and how we did it. There are people hurting out there. And the reason some of y'all would have been in the same position they're in, but you made it to the cabinet. You know, oh, that's a fact. Some folks, when they came in here, was just as broke as the Bahamian vernacular says, the 10 Commandments. Now they got a little something in their pocket. Now that they got a little something in their pocket, now that they up, they don't even have the decency to reach down and humble themselves and say, hold on, but for the grace of God, there go I. So when you point of order,
the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
But the members intimating and casting aspersions on members of this House and saying that some of us who've arrived, we have not reached down. I don't know whether the member is going to be giving an example of what it is that he is referring to in regards to members in this place. Because I do believe, Mr. Speaker, he would be, according to the rules of this House, imparting impure and, well, descriptive language of members in this House, Mr. Speaker, that is not acceptable in the rules.
Mr. Speaker?
Honorable member for Pine Ridge.
Yes. I'm not seeking to.
Honorable member, I do agree to a certain extent with the interpretation of the member for Bamboo Town. First of all, in your statement, you are suggesting that you have knowledge of the financial position of the members without providing any substantive evidence or proof of that. And then you're also implying in your statement that they have achieved a greater position financially, which you haven't produced any evidence of. And then you're also suggesting that they are, in fact, because of that elevation, are no longer considering the ordinary citizens. And that is inappropriate to attribute that type of motive to any member.
So let me, Mr. Speaker, let me rephrase that. And it was in my opinion. But let me say it, because sometimes I speak in general terms. Everybody, that what I just said in that regard does not go to everyone.
No, but you cannot imply that about any member.
Yeah, but well, Mr. Speaker, if you're asking for proof, all we have to do is check the declarations before election.
Honorable member.
So, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, I don't want us to go any further down that path because that is inappropriate to do. To attribute that type of motive to any member. Because when you do that, you're also including the chair.
But what?
Hold on, honorable member. The statement with respect to how members have arrived at the position they are at now and their previous status prior to that is hereby expunged from the record. Honorable member, you can make your presentation, but please minimize or reduce that type of
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Remark
I guess,
with respect to members.
Okay, I guess what I'm really trying to say is that the Bahamian public would like to see more empathy and sympathy coming out of this House from the governing side.
Excellent.
Okay, that's what I'm really trying to say. And I think they would have perceived me to have meant that, but since I got to give it to you in the LCM, lowest common denominator, I'll seek to do so.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakro.
You're a privileged one, you know.
I don't know. It's privilege. I've heard the remark. I've heard the remark. Mr. Speaker, I take umbrage to the remark made by Pine Ridge. I know, because then he says, he has to basically dumb it down. Empathy for us, right? I ran a law firm before I came here. I worked extraordinarily hard. And so I don't know whether or not Pine Ridge is referring to me when he makes these statements. And so, Mr. Speaker, I find that the language
I make a commander of the Defense Force in the United Kingdom, Prince Charles,
to say that Yamakro.
Honorable members, the member for Yamakro.
I find it extremely denigrating and disrespectful, and I'm speaking for me. They said Yamakro is of a certain disposition that I don't have the care, the understanding. I have family members that I help and that have to help me. I've worked very hard. And so I'm not going to stand here tonight representing the good members of Yamakro, who sometimes find themselves in this position, who may only have the 3 denarius, or however Christ said, and he found it to be more. found it to be more. And so I would never say and do the things that he's saying tonight. And so unless I think he must particularize it, that if there's somebody that he knows who is disconcerting, disrespectful, does not show empathy to what people are experiencing. And listen, I can't say that about anybody on the side of it. I can't say it about Cat Island. I can't say that about Angliston. I can't say it about Exuma. I can't say it about Golden Isle. And neither can I say that about South Andhra. I would not say that. And I wouldn't even say it about Pine Ridge. That is so wrong. And to say that some people do come into this house and they leave broke. Mr. Speaker? Plenty. And Cat Island, some leave rich too. Cat Island can confirm that both sides sometimes have to reach out to colleagues after they've given so much in service. That's what service is. Service sometimes ends in death. I do say it by no greater an example than the master. So, Mr. Speaker, please.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member.
I don't know if he has a greater empathy for everybody, but I would, I would like, Mr. Speaker, if it is that he's speaking, I'm speaking for Yamakro and I make up a part of the government. And as a brother, you can call me in private or call me out now and say it. Yamakro, I'm talking to you. I know I don't fall in that category, and I don't know anybody else around who fall in. Thank you.
Honorable Member.
And I just have to say that for me.
Yeah,
I don't take certain things.
The chair endorses that view. That I don't want even to have remarks like that particularized. That is inappropriate for any member to say about any other member. You can't, whether you're being specific and particularizing it or you're being general, it's inappropriate to do, period.
I hear you and I respect you as the person in the chair, and I respect my colleagues. But saying this as Yamakro, I accept what he said, but the reality is there are persons in a large amount of persons in this community who feel that there is a lack of empathy and sympathy coming from its government at this time. That is a view out there. And that's not a small view. That is a large view. No, well, y'all don't never have to believe that. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am concerned because I am concerned as we talk about the Moderna and the Pfizer vaccine. Now, I think I heard the minister indicate that, there is some 80,000 vaccine that have been set aside for the Bahamian people that has been already spoken for, and that there perhaps might be some 75,000 coming from somewhere in Africa, which takes us to about approximately 155. So let me deal first with this 80,000. Is that 80,000 vaccines, or is that actually 40,000? Because again, I'm asking because if I'm told, let me finish my statement first, sir, that you need to take 2 shots of this vaccine. So if you have to take 2 shots and you tell me it's 80,000, as those out of that 80,000, are the 2 shots coming from that? So perhaps you would want to explain to us, please, if that is what you choose
Honorable
to do.
Member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I would have said during my contribution, Mr. Speaker, I would have intimated during my contribution that we have secured through WHO enough vaccine through the COVAX PAHO portal, enough vaccine to vaccinate 20% of the Bahamian population. If we take the Bahamian population being 400,000 persons, that means it is 80,000 individuals who will be vaccinated. If it's Pfizer, Pfizer will send enough vaccine for 80,000 persons. That means 2 doses, 160,000 doses. We would receive for those 80,000 persons. If it's Moderna, that's 80,000 doses because it's a 1-dose vaccine. In regards to Africa, we are getting vaccines through the African portal. All of the African countries, all 56 of them together, form a very powerful bloc. They have pooled their resources to acquire vaccine. They have created a relationship with those in the diaspora in CARICOM. And Mia Motley, who was chairman of CARICOM, negotiated with the African Union that they would include, how many countries in CARICOM? 22 or 15 or some, that they would include CARICOM in that buying facility. And each country in CARICOM then had to make provisions with the African Import-Export Bank, set up an account where we would purchase the vaccine. And each country inside CARICOM is getting close to 20% of its population. The Bahamas is going to get enough vaccine through that portal to vaccinate 75,000 persons in the Bahamas. That is our extent. I said that earlier.
So no. That was a legitimate question. We're not all doctors and lawyers. That's a legitimate question. If you're telling me that 80,000 is coming, we watch CNN and MSNBC just like everybody else. And so we recognize the two shots. That's a legitimate question to ask whether or not the 80,000 is inclusive of the second shot. All right? So we just now got that. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that's very concerning to the people of Grand Bahama is the RPT testing. One of the reasons is because it's very expensive. And as Elizabeth said today, by the way, who gave a very educational and informative presentation today, was indicating people want to know, why do we have to take this RPT testing to travel domestically? Considering that, and then you talk about mixed messages, Southern Shore. This is also mixed messages. Sometimes you say it's okay to take the adjutant test, which is also cheaper and less expensive. But our people, particularly in Grand Bahama, we're hurting. You could imagine a person has to pay $140, $150 to $200 to take an RPT test because they need to come over here for medical purposes that cannot be dealt with in Grand Bahama. It's very taxing on the common man. It's very taxing on the average person. And so sometimes you say, oh, you got to take the RPT test. Again, you're putting pressure on the average person in this country who can't basically afford it. Where I think your minimum wage is already what, $210 or $250? And so you're demanding of people to take a test when they could take the adjutant test, to which one time you thought was good enough for tourists but not Bahamians. You would have accepted it from tourists, but wasn't willing to take it or accept it from Bahamians. There was a time when you pushed towards that. No. You talked about today, the Prime Minister spoke to us today about America putting us, the Bahamas, at a level 3. I sat right across the seat and said, what does that mean? Oh, we're at a level 3 now. But what does it mean? Only to find out it means that the US government is telling its citizens to reconsider or to take another view before coming to the Bahamas. We got major issues. We have major issues. Nobody's really against what you're trying to do to protect lives and to prevent death and illness. Every one of us in this house favors that. Every one of us. But what this is really about is the hurt that people are going through. This is about the reality of the suffering that folks are feeling every day. This is about the fact that even with education, hundreds, perhaps thousands of our students have lost educational time in this country. Most people, most students in this country is a grade behind. In my view, in my opinion.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for South Beach on a point of order. Is it a point of order, honorable member?
Mr. Speaker, I accept the rules of the House that members are permitted to express their opinion. I do not accept in this instance that such an opinion qualifies to be a part of that rule. It doesn't, because there is no evidence on which such an opinion could be based. None. No evidence. In fact, all of the evidence in terms of educational performance by the public school students of this country points to exactly the opposite. So there is no, you see, we have scientists and professionals in this chamber. My learned senior from Cat Island. An opinion is drawn from evidence. That's the legitimacy by which opinion is arrived. The doctors draw their opinion from evidence. Take an x-ray, do the blood test, and so on. You don't just throw up an opinion out of the sky and use it as a justification. Now, accept the rules. But there is absolutely no foundation for such an opinion to emanate. None. And it's absolute nonsense to say that.
Because we have very little data to which you think
data. There's graduation rates. There is the performance of exit marks. There is the GLAD result.
As a result as to why we should have this extension. Many times we come here asking for the extension of this order without having data. But if I call on to your statement, I can use your statement and apply it to this debate. I can apply it to this debate. No, I can apply it to this debate. That's the point.
Honorable members.
That's all right. It is what it is. Can I go? Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, you can offer.
Speaker.
Let me just finish, please. Honorable members, you can offer your opinion. There's nothing that will prevent you from offering your opinion. But you cannot be.
But I didn't mistake it as a fact.
You cannot be abstract. No, what I'm saying is you cannot be abstract. You cannot be vexatious in your opinion. In other words, you cannot just state something and say it is my opinion.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are many persons in this country, in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Now, unless there's another one you all know about, many young people have suffered academically within the past year. Now, if you can, I can tell you that for Grand Bahama, from Dorian straight up to now. Okay? All right? And I'm simply saying that they've lost educational time to the point that some of them have been socially promoted and should not have because of the time lost. In Grand Bahama, practically a whole year was lost. A whole school year.
So steps are not supposed to be taken?
And not just, while it was a whole school year, there are people who trying to get online, ain't been online yet. Got tablet and still ain't online.
Honorable member, so that we can move on. The point I was simply making, honorable member for Pine Ridge, the point I was simply making with respect to making a statement and saying it's your opinion. You cannot, for example, say the sky is purple. No. Right? And then say that's my opinion.
No, but
In other
I'm
words,
not saying that the sky is purple.
what I'm saying is you just cannot make
No, but I'm
a
what I'm
statement
saying is
that has
in my
no
opinion,
foundation in reality, and then say it is your opinion. Honorable member, I'm speaking, and I'm trying to explain to you, you cannot just make a ludicrous statement and say it is my opinion.
You're now infringing. I can say to you. So basically, you're telling me that I'm making a ludicrous statement, and so basically, so if I had said that,
Honorable member,
standing on my feet to members in this house, you would have had a problem with that, Mr. Speaker.
no, I'm saying to you,
The terminology was quite insulting.
I'm saying to you simply that anyone can get up in here and make a statement. I can say, for example, I'm not breaching a rule. What I'm simply giving an example. I'm giving an example of how ridiculous it could become if you are just getting up and making a statement and attributing it to your opinion. You cannot just do that.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I just would say, I'm not one of those who's going to say the sky is purple when it's blue. And that's probably part of the problem I face strongly in here. Because I'm not one of those. Mr. Speaker, we have closed. It is this government that have closed many businesses. Mind you, bearing in mind, COVID had done its damage. But many businesses were closed down as a result of the competent authority. Many businesses won't come back. Some people of the opinion, yes, it could have closed, but we might have closed too early. It is what it is. But, you know, we talk about these other countries, but they made provisions for their people, okay? And as Engleson said, which I also had in my notes, we should have made provision to make sure that banks do not foreclose on the homes, especially if we know that people have been out of work and we as a government have basically stopped them from working as a result of the pandemic. Bring legislation to the House to bear. Because the reality is, in Luther, the reality is that people are losing their homes and being evicted out of their houses.
Other countries have done it.
Okay? That's right. Other countries have done it. Canada did it. Okay? And so the reality is, you don't just come and take people off their job, you shut down the businesses, and you tell them, well, go ahead. How are they supposed to pay these bills? It doesn't matter, Mr. Speaker. We should have brought legislation in here to put to bear in this place to say to banks that at this time there is a moratorium on mortgages, on eviction. That would have been far better. But you did none of that. You did none of that. And now people are hurting, and you're trying to figure out why they are angry. And they are angry. I was trying to find out, and only, you know, Mr. Speaker, I tried to live realistically. People in the Bahamas are angry, and I was trying to find another leader that they could have been as angry with. They even as angry. They wasn't even as angry with proximity as they are with this present leader. and this stuff. People are angry. People are mad. People are committing suicide. People are depressed. People are broke. People had it, and they're mad because you don't realize they had a job. You did nothing to help them or to secure them. And you walking around thinking, oh, well, we did good. Did good.
They're in a better borrowing situation than us.
Unemployment is extremely high.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Garden Hills on a point of order.
Legislation. The Speaker.
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, I sat here today and was listening to the members, and I only thought it's necessary, Mr. Speaker, for us not to send the wrong message to the public. When you say to members of the public that the government did absolutely nothing to help them, that is certainly the opposite of everything that is truthful. Everything that is truthful, that is the opposite of that, Mr. Speaker. Because number one, the government indicated initially during COVID, they said to members of the
Honorable
public.
members, I'm trying to hear the member for Garden Hills.
The government said to the members of the public, please do not put persons out of their houses because their rent was not paid or they could not pay their rent. One. Two, in terms of income support, Mr. Speaker, to date, from March till January, Mr. Speaker, apart from the food support and all those other social support, the government provided to the Bahamian people $131 million to date. That ain't the last check that's going to be run in January. Will be another $8 million this month. So when you get in this place, and you want to speak to the Bahamian public, like you said, let's be honest. Let's be truthful to them. Let's say that, yes, people are struggling, things are tough, but when you take the position that the government ain't supporting them, that's not true. And Mr. Speaker, I indicated you could do more to save people's houses and stop them from being affected.
Mr. Speaker, I know the government provided rental assistance to thousands of ordinary Bahamians.
Honorable member,
Mr. Speaker.
honorable member, let the member
Mr.
for
Speaker.
Garden Hills. The minister is giving
Speaker.
you.
It'll be wonderful, Mr.
It's
Speaker.
giving you a position from its
Yes.
ministry. Of course, you can.
Mr. Speaker, it'll be wonderful if all I'm asking Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member for Pine Ridge, you're going to have your opportunity when you get on your feet to speak.
Mr. Speaker.
You cannot continually be disruptive. You do, but then you refute it when you get on your feet.
He's putting stuff on me that I didn't say.
Honorable member.
You just said that.
Honorable member.
Not enough, but I can't say you never did anything. You increased back by 12%. You did that.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, just a minute. Honorable member for Pine Ridge. I'm going to put you on notice. Because when other members are on their feet to speak, you should give them the respect. When other members are on their feet, give them the respect. I call on all members who are being disruptive when they are being disrupted to the point where you cannot hear, right? And honorable member for Angleston, you should be the last one to speak because the chair. You are. I'm not making a personal attack on you. You are on your feet. The speaker is speaking, and you are being constantly disruptive while the speaker is speaking. That's the only point I'm making to you. And you do it in a. I'm not being personal. In logarithmic proportion, you are more disruptive than any other member in here. So resume your seat. I'm not setting a rule. I'm giving a rule for everyone. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Garden Hills.
Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate and perhaps Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate and perhaps the honorable member does not say or does not realize how quickly his mouth speaks. Mr. Speaker, no, I get to wait till they finish. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the honorable member does not realize how quickly his mouth speaks. He just said, Mr. Speaker, he just said out of his mouth that this government raised VAT by 12%. That was an error. 60%. That was an error. You raised VAT to 12%. Now that was
honorable member. Honorable member, resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker, I think the honorable member just admitted, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member just admitted, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes he speaks out of turn and does not know what he says. Does not know what he said. And when I quoted him when he said, I wouldn't say that to you. When he said, Mr. Speaker,
honorable member for Garden Hills, are you finished with your
Mr.
point?
Speaker. A point of order. I was only making one point, Mr. Speaker. It can't be a point of order to a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Let the man speak, man. Come on.
I listen to you argue all day, Cat Island, and I don't normally get in this house and say very much. All I say, I ain't get you, man. I can leave Carlton them to do that. But, Mr. Speaker, the only point I was making is this, Mr. Speaker. The only point I was making, Mr. Speaker, was I want all members of this House, including the honorable member, to at least acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, that this government has provided income support to thousands of ordinary Bahamians, some of whom have not contributed one dime to national insurance. Some of whom, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, are you speaking later?
I'm speaking on the 1 point.
Honorable member.
Yes.
I think you've gone beyond the point of order.
Just the point of order that I was making, Mr. Speaker.
You're introducing new matters now.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member for Garden Hills.
Yes, sir.
I believe that you have extended your point of order beyond the point of order.
I'm always guided by you, sir. I think we got the point that he made.
Yes.
And was putting on the record, Mr. Speaker, that the government was providing income support as a means during these tough times for ordinary Bahamians. An income support of $130+ million, food support
thank you, honorable
on a
member.
weekly basis,
thank you,
and rental
member.
support.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pine Ridge.
Again, I stand I stand on my words that there should have been a moratorium put on mortgages and evictions. And you would have prevented the evictions had you come to this place with a legislation putting a moratorium on mortgages. I commend the government for the $1,200 a year. But $1,200 a year is not going to keep people in their house or in their rental apartment. That's $100 a month. And if it's a one-time $1,200 fee, please tell me what they can do the next month. People don't necessarily want a handout from the government. They want to work. They want to be employed. They want to help themselves. And governments are created to create opportunities. That's what this is all about. This isn't about, in this environment, create opportunities. Find ways. You got tourists, a hotel, I'm told the other day, 18% occupancy. Another one, 30%. When I was talking to the person, I say, man, let's be real. That can't even pay the light bill. So they can keep the doors open. And Bahamas, through you, Mr. Speaker, I don't care what this government tell you. We are in a famine, and it will last until 2022. No, I know what I say, a famine. And I apply that to a biblical perspective because when I say famine, it's beyond the pandemic. Economically, we are in the doldrums.
So 2022 it is.
2022, I believe, is when we will begin to see some changes. I don't care what they tell me, I don't expect the cruise line, because ain't nobody with good sense is going to get on a sailing incubator.
So how does the government cost that?
I didn't say that the government cost that. I'm saying that the government needs to find a way, an innovative way, to find employment for its people. Engelson's talked about light manufacturing, the increasing of agriculture. Great God Almighty, Long Island is known to be sheep land. There's no butchery over there. We should be trying to get a butchery over there and exporting our sheep to the region. Rack alarm to the hotels were open. We should start thinking about every island developing something. We still gotta plant the pineapple, export the pineapple, and buy it back. So we need to do these things that would put our people to work. Let's talk about what we're gonna do. We're hurting. We talk about NIB. You trying to cost people $140 for RPT test coming out of Grand Bahama. And Bahamas there is bankrupt. Yeah, but the point is, it ain't helping if you trying to make it difficult for your people to travel. That's the point. Why cost me to pay $200 for RPT test when I can pay $50 for an antigen test and then I can take my place to where I'm going? But you're taking money, the little that I have, that money could have gone towards the ticket. And you're trying to tell me I did it because I don't want you to travel. But I gotta travel because the person got cancer. And we don't have an oncology center in Grand Bahama. You talk about the economy. People are confused. You had one group in an economy that's supposed to have given you ideas for the economy. The next thing we know, the Prime Minister come back with another economy group. Well, God, take it, how many economy groups you can have? How many consultancy groupings you can have? You had one the other day, what came with a report, then the Prime Minister turned around and appoint another economic committee to do what? So it's like that commercial. I guess that was the new economic committee. Because what happened to the old one? That's the reality. And then we feel like we're being fleeced, especially in Grand Bahama. You want us to take our PT test? You don't recognize why Bahamians have to travel to the States to buy groceries because it's too high and they can get far more when they got 2 and 3 children. Then we had Dorian, COVID-19, and then you turn around and put the police on the street to book us for every darn thing. Not saying that we're trying to break the law, but some things can go with a warning. The police can say, you know, this car is unlicensed. And you know what? If he inquired, he would find out. Sir, my children needed food, and I came out, and I couldn't afford to license my car, and I had to make this run. You know what that would have been doing? Officer could then say, you know what? I am going to give you a warning. Ma'am, turn this car back, go back home, get some family member who could assist you, but don't turn around and charge me $500 like you got the police on there, like the government jones it to collect money any way it can. And that's what it looks like. And so all I'm saying is use your discretion. And so the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that people in this country are hurting. And this emergency order may have been a good thing. But the question is it the right thing? The question was asked, is there any way you could have legislated by way of some legislation through the Ministry of Health that we were mandatory? We could wear masks. It become mandatory. But people's civil liberties, even if it's not so, they feel that way. And then to add insult to injury, it seemed like this, which was what the leader of the opposition tried to allude to this morning. But y'all try to turn it into something else. It appears as if there's one set of rules for one set of people and another set of rules for another set of people. And this is what people have seen. They ain't talking about, but this is what they've seen. They've seen it in their papers. They've seen it on television. They have limitations to their weddings. But others, if they're connected, can have as much as they want and all that they want. And then only be brought into correction by the law after they have been caught. If they weren't caught, we would have heard nothing, we would have seen nothing, and we would have felt nothing. All I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, is that this government be more sympathetic and caring and concerned about the people's need. I thank you, even for what you're doing with Duran. I beg you, go up, elevate that thing. Rainy season, before we get to hurricane season, rainy season will come. I pray for God's sake that place don't flood, because it ain't gonna be pretty with Pine Ridge in this honorable house. It will not be pretty. Now, someone said that Grand Bahama's become a land of no airport, no hospital, no hotel, no jobs, no good economy, no work, just no. and you want to pat yourself on the back, and you expect me as Pine Ridge to come in here and just bridle my mouth and be an enabler. That's okay. Y'all try it. We doing our best. It could have been worse. It's bad for many people. And though we call it, not because you call it a democracy, means it's a democracy. You want to test this democracy? When we voted on that, we should have had secret ballot. Then we would have seen true democracy. But how you can call it democracy and you got a gun to my head telling me vote this?
People get fired.
Oh, you can get fired. You're gonna lose your buddy. You can lose your position. Say what? You miss it. This is open by this is open. We should have had a seat. No, the point that I'm trying to make, don't care how many times you holler and hear democracy. Because you say it's democracy don't mean it's democratic. That's my point. Even though I recognize we are considered a democratic country. Okay? Yeah, but some people will tell you some things that the Prime Minister said, which he said himself goes against the Constitution. He has said it himself that sometimes he has to make decisions that are against the Constitution. One thing with me, Mr. Speaker, through you to Bamboo Town, I've always been an open book. I don't hide what I could do. I tell you straight. And on behalf of the people of Pine Ridge, I wish to let you know right now that Pine Ridge cannot support the extension of this act or this power of extension resolution while there is so much suffering in Pine Ridge, in Grand Bahama, and throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Pine Ridge rests. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I sat, there was an exchange earlier, which inspired some comments from the chair. And I just, which were personal. I don't wish to repeat what was said because I think it was offensive in the first place, but it was personal. I would just wish for you to reflect on what was said to determine whether I ask you to expunge those demands as it relates to the member for Angleston. I would think we all would understand it. It was in the heat of the moment. It may have been said. I just invite you to reflect on it and consider expunging those remarks. And then, otherwise, we'll just have to see how we can take it up in another day. But I just invite you to do something.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and Stuff. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for North Andros and the Berry Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, you asked me to reflect and consider, right?
Yeah.
No.
But at least you could have said I'll reflect and consider.
That will take some time for me to reflect and consider because I would examine. I don't make my opinions without evidence.
Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about evidence here. We're not talking about evidence here, Mr. Speaker. I asked, I made a request of you. If you are minded just to say to me, I will take it under advisement and revert to you. That's one thing, but you just ignore it.
I just
ignored it.
I just said
you now say
I would reflect.
You now
you asked me to reflect and consider it.
I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, I rise again because you did not respond. You now respond, and you're saying you reflect.
The chair recognizes the member for North Andros and the Berry Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise again on behalf of the wonderful people of North Andros and the Berry Islands
constituency. And I wished again to wish them a happy new year as we go forth, believing that all things is going to work out for the best. Mr. Speaker, I also would like to extend condolences to my family in Low Sound, Amy Campbell and her family on the passing of her son. Also to the Sanders and Brennan family in Great Harbor Key on the passing of their matriarch. I pray that God will strengthen them through this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, I happen to switch a little bit now after incident, and I would humbly apologize to the member of Anderson. She was somewhat, and so see she laughing because she know me in our secret. But I can tell her right now. I can say it. I can say it. But I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna straighten it out. You know, every time I have a saying with Angliston, you know, I have my earthly queen who always call me and don't stop calling me and tell me, say, nah, you know you gotta fix that. So I want her to know tonight.
You had the call.
I wanted her to know tonight that I want her to watch and see that I did humbly apologize to the member. Yes, I love you, Mama. I love you a lot. Mr. Speaker, as we move, Mr. Speaker, I would like to give an introduction of myself so the member for Cat Island could understand who I am. And I was somewhat disturbed by something he said about a file, but I can show him my file now tonight. I can show him what my file is all about. So, Mr. Speaker, I came from a humble beginning in the wonderful community of Mastic Point, born and raised. Mr. Speaker, I grew up with a father who believed in nothing less than the best, who believed that whatever we want, we must fight to go after and believe that we would get it. You know, the honorable member decided to throw a bone at me, and they don't understand my position. But I have served this country for 20 years. And I want this on the record is correct. 20 years I've served this country as a Bahamas customs officer, a revenue officer, collecting the government's revenue and respecting the mandated laws that comes in place in doing so. On admission, I've been given the opportunity to go from different stations in this country to serve. In 2002, I ended up in Bimini. Bimini, which is a part of the whole chain with Ocean Key and Cat Key. You are on rotation into Cat Key on a monthly basis, one officer, just one officer in Cat Key, giving your best and completing a month's work in one night at the end of the month. So when you call me out and talk about pulling my file, let's get the record straight. before I came into this honorable house, I was vetted. And if any form of corruption or anything else, I would not have been here. I took offense to that. Because if it is one thing I honor, not only is my reputation, but my father, in which I live every day and represent. That's what I do. So when you don't know me, get to know me. Get to know who I am. I'm a kind-hearted person who would give whatever I have to for my people, no matter what it is. And I know if they're listening, those who have ears can hear, know exactly what I'm saying. Don't mind the naysayers, but I don't tolerate nonsense. I don't. When it comes down to doing what I have to do, I do it with honor and I do it with service to the best of my ability. And whether you believe it or not, there's a lot I can say and I can brag about, because in my constituency, again, I'm looked at as just an ordinary parliamentary secretary. For the first time, North Andros has never had a minister. Oh, what is he gonna do? He can't do nothing. Well, Mr. Speaker, before I get into that, let me just talk about our banking system, since you don't believe I do nothing. I am going after getting a bank in Andros, no matter how long or how hard it takes, because I am determined to make sure that those senior citizens, those government workers, those people who are on BAMSI or any place else who are looking for their salaries every end of the month will have no problem in doing it. That's what I'm put here for, and that's what I'm gonna fight, continue doing. Mr. Speaker, our healthcare facility is dragged down. We've met it in place, like we've met many other things in place. In the Berry Islands, it's flooding out. I know that we're gonna fix this because I believe in this administration, and I can tell you why in a few minutes again. A passport office that can lessen the cost for my people in my constituency. I've talked to the minister, and I'm looking to have another word with him, and I'm certain that we're gonna come to some kind of agreement where we would ease that burden. Also, our road traffic department when it comes to a driver's license. As simple as these things may sound, Mr. Speaker, for years and years, these were non-existent. But I am confident that this administration will make sure that that is done. Now I move on to the things that this local MP has done thus far. This one since 4 years ago. Yes, South and Central Andros. Yes, I've had more than $50 million in capital investment in my constituency. Yes. Yes, I've done it. You know why? Let me tell you why. Because I've felt the pain. I've felt the suffering, I've felt it. I've lived in a house where we had to wait for water pressure, where we couldn't wash clothes, where when we ride in the road, it was bumpy, when it just got scraped 2 weeks before election as a scam. Yet some still say it was something that was done under the previous administration, taking credit for something that is absolutely non-existent. But let me show you what real leaders do. When you see this honorable member came in from Fresh Creek Bridge to BAMSI, I take no credit for. I have nothing to do with that. That is not me. That's under the previous administration with work that turned over into my administration term and doing what needed to be done. That was not me. I would not take credit. But when you talk about the home in which I live in Mastic Point, North and South, when you talk about Conch Sound, Nicholstown, Fire Road, and Pineville, yes, I am a proud owner to say that, yes, that's what I fight for, that's what I've campaigned for, and yes, those roads and water lines are completed. When I go home in my house, I can now enjoy the pressure that's blowing out of my shower with no problem, and I can wash my white clothes now without being brown. So that's what it is all about when you feel the pain of what your people feel. Yes, you may have noticed. Yes, you may have noticed progress. You ain't hearing me never ever talk about promise, because that was something we were dealt with years and years of. I never ever make any promise. As far as it is, it's out of my vocabulary, because it was a comfort to my people for so many years and nothing happened. But let me show you progress. This past weekend, after 3 years of coming into office, we've now opened a bridge this past weekend, a bridge in London Creek that I'm certain the marine life is now going to explore even more and explode in that area. While we were coming in, the dolphins were now swimming into in by where that bridge is. That is progress, Mr. Speaker. That is what it's all about when you're looking at a son of the soil fulfilling what needs to be done. On May 18th, someone asked me, so you think the Prime Minister is using this as a part of his campaign? I think the Prime Minister, to me, is coming into a constituency where he is from, where the Deputy Prime Minister is from, and proud to see the progress after years and years and years of neglect in cutting a ribbon. On March 18, he would be back again to cut a ribbon in Stanley Creek after years and years of not having a bridge, even though some may say, so much may say, no, my brother, I'm not going to cut the ribbon. Let me tell you who's going to cut the ribbon. I'll tell you who is. You're going to have a surprise on that day to see who's going to cut the ribbon, but I will be holding that ribbon in honor of my father. One who believed and whatever it is that I do it to the best of my ability. That's what I'm going to hold that on. But Mr. Speaker, listen to me. That's another bridge that is going on. You hear me talking about it for years and years. Some of these members in here who be in here 5 terms, he never do these kind of things. Just so you understand this. As we move, Mr. Speaker, as we move, and I want the people in Red Bays to hear me well tonight. The Prime Minister said it. I fought for it. I continue to fight. And I would tell you right now, Red Bays Road will be completed before the end of this year. You will have your road. That's what a minister in North Andres did not do. But now you have a parliamentary secretary, a member of parliament, a son of the soil who rides on that road every day and realize how bad that road is and know the need for it to be fixed. And I can assure you it will be fixed. Oh yes, Berry Islands, you will be next. We intend to visit you. We will be coming over there and we will do our inspections on the tarmac, the new tarmac that is already being finished, along with the terminal, along with the brand new terminal that is being built and should be completed before May of this year or June. I can guarantee you that after years and years of neglect, Berry Islanders, you will be also taken care of. This is what a member of parliament does who is not a minister. This is what it is, just a parliamentary secretary. But I know you never look down on a man. Don't ever do that. So when you want to talk about $50 million invested in a constituency, it is a record-breaking $50 million in capital investment. Thanks to this minister-led administration. Yes, I may have other colleagues who may say you get all of that. But I don't think you understand how persistent I am when I want to make sure I get the job done and need it done. Yes, I call my deputy at 1 o'clock in the morning and 2 o'clock. Yes, I call the prime minister if I don't reach him. Yes, I call everybody else who I can tell them, but I can call until I get something. And I can nag. But we ain't gonna go unnoticed in North Andros anymore in the Berry Islands. We are not gonna go unnoticed. We're gonna get our work done, and we're gonna make sure we enjoy it. But Mr. Speaker, as I close on my accomplishments, I want the people in the North Andros and Berry Islands constituency to know one thing. I want you to know as we open these bridges, I would like for you, my people, to build new bridges. Build new bridges within your home. Build new bridges within your school. Build new bridges within your community. Let us come together and do what we have to do for North Andros and the Berry Islands constituency. Together we can get this done. Divided we will get nothing done. And that is the absolute fact on what we're talking about tonight. When you come into the North Andros constituency, yes, you will see bridges, you will see new roads, you will see an ambulance, you would see a fire truck, you would see all of these things that were missing for years. But the one thing you would also see is communities coming together as one. Mr. Speaker, as I move on to this pandemic crisis, we are faced all over this world with our problems, our trials, and our tribulations. I would like to find that pot of gold that Pine Ridge is talking about. That pot of gold where Pine Ridge is saying, some of you come here with all kind of money and what you have from what you don't have. I would like to find that pot of gold.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pine Ridge on a point of order.
Point of order. I wasn't talking about no pot of gold. I'm not a leprechaun, and nobody in here is a leprechaun. So we ain't saying nobody in here looking for no pot of gold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Brother, I just letting you know that the richness that I have in me is of God, not mine. So when you talk about richness, you gotta know better than that, man. Come on. But anyway, as we move, as we move, I look at the fact, Mr. Speaker, that we are dealing with a pandemic that has affected our economy. One of the most prosperous economy there is, I should say, when you talk about Europe and the United States. Our touristic industry is affected on this because of what is going on in our destinations from where we look to have our tourists come from. So I'm not going to say that it's not hard. Yes, it's hard. But I am confident, Mr. Speaker, when I say that in every other place that I've seen, the Bahamas is like a paysera. Everything that they're going through right now with lockdowns, that they're dealing with curfews, and our neighboring country over there in Barbados, that are dealing with these stuff, Mr. Speaker, these things is something that we have done very well with. We have flattened curve, Mr. Speaker. We are now ready to go to the next level where we can deal with health and economy all at the same time. And I'll tell you one thing, Mr. Speaker, I am proud of this minister-led administration for the job in which they continue to do to make sure that our frontline workers are taken care of. And tonight, I want to also especially thank those frontline workers who all are out there fighting to make sure that we are safe in this country. And like I've heard other members said today, as long as you follow the protocol, we will continue to flatten this curve. We don't have to worry about it. And Exuma, I love you. I want you to know that. I heard you say something about Andres, but Andres people, if you go around there right now tonight, a lot of them already home. That normally happened before curfew, so they know how to abide by that. This isn't nothing really new to them. But for those who don't understand it, even those who go out always wear their masks. They always have it. And I want to thank the police officers who always do their job in ensuring that those protocols are carried out also on that island. And the nurses and those and the doctors and all of them down there who continue to do their hard work in those constituencies. And in the Berry Islands, I can tell you, if you can see, everything is starting to flatten out again. But this doesn't happen just because of the doctors saying it. It takes the people who have to go and carry it out and follow the protocols. And that's who's doing it. So tonight, Mr. Speaker, North Andros and the Berry Islands is on the move. Progress is there. Prosperity is there. No more time for promises. No more time for feeling as though they're gonna have some kind of election scam before election again. Those days are gone. You would have called me a prophet, Mr. Speaker, when I said that I would be cutting ribbons during this time. And North Andros and the Berry Islands, that is exactly what is happening. And I look forward to the day when I have to do that again. And I'm asking all of you members to join me. To join me as I set history in North Andros and the Berry Islands. Not as a minister, but as a son of the soil. May God bless you, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bain and Grants Town.
Good. Mr. Speaker, I know we've been in here for quite some time today, so I won't be long, but I will try to get to my point and make my contribution to our deliberation this evening. And whereas for 481 years ago, the rediscovery of this family of islands, rocks, and keys herald the rebirth of the New World. And whereas the people of this family of islands, recognizing the preservation of their freedom, will be guaranteed by a national commitment to self-discipline, industry, loyalty, unity, and an abiding respect for Christian values and the rule of law. Now know ye therefore, we the inheritors of and successors to this family of islands, recognizing the supremacy of God and believing in the fundamental rights and freedoms of the individual, do hereby proclaim in solemn praise the establishment of a free and democratic sovereign nation founded on spiritual values in which no man,
woman, or child shall ever be slave or bondsman to anyone, or their labor exploited, or their life frustrated by deprivation, and do hereby provide by these articles for the indivisible unity and creation under God of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The preamble to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. May the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thine sight. May it please this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, it is with immense humility and gratitude that I rise on behalf of the noble people of Bain and Grantstown to impart my contribution to the legislation being debated in this honorable House of Assembly. Today, we meet at a time in the world where nations are grappling with the adverse effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. There are many questions with very few answers. The world's best and brightest scientists and doctors are still trying to provide data and research that can explain in no uncertainty how to beat back the virus. Since the announcement of COVID-19 pandemic, COVID-19 being declared a global pandemic in March 2020, nations around the world has suffered catastrophic health and economic challenges. And just like many others, we too in the Bahamas were not exempted from our fair share of health and economic crisis. We can all agree, Mr. Speaker, that everyone around the world has been impacted in some way or the other, albeit some more so than others. Right before our very own eyes, we have watched and continue to watch as COVID-19 pandemic gets bandied about for political scores and touchdowns. We continue to see nations, we continue to see nationally and internationally news medias rate and compare the success of a nation's leader to how high or low the pandemic numbers are in his or her country or jurisdiction. However, Mr. Speaker, I should like to caution us on this approach, as we are all a part of beating back the virus. Mr. Speaker, we debate today the extension of the emergency orders for an additional 4 months to May 23rd, 2021. This decision is certainly not without its fair share of criticism and even support from the public at large. People are tired, frustrated, and some has even given up. But I want you, the Bahamian people, to know that this government is hearing your voices and adjusting where possible to ease the burden that is much heavy to bear. We were elected in 2017 with an overwhelming mandate to fix the broken systems and level the playing field for all Bahamians. And since then, this government has been making tough decisions, even the most unpopular ones at times. And we accept that we won't always get it right, but our decision will always be in the best interest of the Bahamian people. This extension today is perhaps among the many difficult decisions made since COVID-19 in the Bahamas in March 2020. This honorable House is no stranger to tough decisions. It has seen many a government's rises and like the phoenix and fall on its sharpened sword. This is the people's house, Mr. Speaker, where decisions are made and truth and facts are the pillars of its foundation. The truth today, Mr. Speaker, is that we are still at war with COVID-19. And we cannot slacken our ride now simply because we have made some progress or gained some ground. We have seen how this virus has been both unpredictable and deadly if left to run uncontrollably. This extension will allow us to maintain our progress as we get to a point
of herd immunity with vaccination. And many questioned, Mr. Speaker, and criticized the government for the decisions made in the beginning to beat back the virus. However, we can look back today and see how the road we have trod has led to the progress we boast of today. The late Timothy Gibson penned it best in our country's national anthem when he wrote, "See how the world marks the manner of your bearing." And Mr. Speaker, one need only to look at our brother and sister countries in the Caribbean and the Americas to see how far we have come and the marking of our bearing. And although our journey is not yet over, we can take hope and we can take courage in the light that we see at the end of the tunnel. COVID-19 has brought about several unprecedented changes and realities. Moreover, it has shined a light on areas of great concern. The need for more robust digital and technological advanced government agencies has never been more relevant than it is today. The reality of allowing various government workers to work from home in order to beat back the virus has no doubt affected thousands of Bahamians and created backlogs. Mr. Speaker, the greater emphasis must be placed on proper training and equipment for workers to deliver better service to the public at large, particularly in times like this. There is a great need to expedite government services to online platforms to keep the business of our country operational. No amount of new norms brought on by COVID-19 should be able to hold a government or its people hostage. So I say to the Bahamian people at large and to Bahamians everywhere, continue to be innovative and creative. Find ways to achieve economic, spiritual, and social growth. Use your ingenuity, your gifts and talents to adjust to this new way of life and turn this crisis into an opportunity to start something new. Because of the powers afforded to the competent authority by the emergency orders, this government was able to waiver a plethora of government requirements to assist thousands of vulnerable Bahamians, Mr. Speaker, such as the NIB assistance for hundreds of people who ordinarily would not have qualified, but they benefited under the system anyway. The emergency orders have been a key piece of legislation that has helped us greatly to get our numbers to the low figures we see today. It affords the government the ability to move with a sense of urgency to curtail any unforeseen spike on an island in the Bahamas. And similarly, it allows for economic engagement through the ability to waive fees where necessary to stimulate the economy and encourage spending. As it has been seen when the Prime Minister placed a ban on the import of non-medical masks, which in turn allowed hundreds of local Bahamians to make face masks that today has been sold by the thousands, made in the Bahamas. But the political pundits, Mr. Speaker, they have been successful to an extent in convincing many to see the emergency powers as a phrase that simply means restrictions. And while it does have the ability to restrict where necessary, it is not the goal or the purpose, and certainly not the desire of this government to do so haphazardly. Our objective is to beat back the virus and save lives. Those on the opposing side will have you to believe that the curfews and previous lockdowns were to no avail. But we can all agree today that yes, they were some difficult times, But if one was to pause and think about our healthcare system, we'll see how the curfews and lockdowns of the past have afforded doctors and nurses a small window to get the much needed rest after working a 24-hour rotation shift because of reduced load. It afforded the healthcare system to restock critical inventory of essential personal protective equipment, PPEs. And overall, Mr. Speaker, it slowed the spread of the virus. And that progress, due in part by the efforts and due care and attention of the Bahamian people, is what we seek to protect with the extension of this order. And under this emergency order, the COVID-19 testing requirement for entry into the Bahamas is made possible. This requirement, Mr. Speaker, has proven to be of great value in helping to mitigate imported cases. It is so effective that even our neighbors in the north of us, Mr. Speaker, have now implemented it as an entry requirement into their country. It has been continuously stated, we are doing this to save lives. We must continue our fight to beat back the virus. And with all that is going on with the COVID-19 pandemic, it is very easy to take our eyes off the ball and miss all of the great work that the government has been doing, specifically in the tourism industry and the government efforts to revitalize downtown Nassau. I should like to say for the record, Mr. Speaker, to all Bahamians and investors, that despite a tough uphill battle in 2020, which was dominated by the onset of COVID-19, the government that you elected was hard at work, multitasking. We see it, as the Prime Minister stated a few days ago in his New Year's address. We see it in the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation that has just moved into the newly constructed building on East Hill Street. We see it in the demolition of the old main post office building that is nearly completed and will become the home of the new Supreme Court complex at that location. We see it in the upcoming demolition of the buildings on the site of the old Queen Victoria Hotel, which would be the home of the new Central Bank of the Bahamas headquarters soon to be constructed. We see it in the Prince George Wharf, where construction is on the way to the tune of $250 million for the new world-class Nassau cruise port, which promises to be the jewel of the Western Hemisphere. We see it in the new cabinet building that is set to be built where the current building is. We see it in Government House on top of the hill, which is currently undergoing extensive renovation and will be a beautiful sight to behold when fully completed. We see it in the phase 1 opening of the new Southern Recreation Grounds, my baby, down there in Baintown, which is now open. Mr. Speaker, it is now open. And work on phase 2, which includes the softball field, has now commenced. We see it in the Point project to the tune of $200+ million, which includes the Margaritaville Hotel and Marina, which is nearly completed and prepping for its grand opening in downtown Nassau. Even the U.S. Embassy, Mr. Speaker, building is currently under construction to the tune of $318 million. This, Mr. Speaker, speaks to the commitment by this government for the revitalization of downtown Nassau to bring about jobs and expedite our economic recovery post-COVID-19. And as we move, let us not be overwhelmed by the effects of COVID-19.
Let us all do our part to remain vigilant and follow the public health protocols that have worked for us thus far. Social distancing, wearing a face mask, and washing your hands is everybody's business. Together, Mr. Speaker, we can beat back the virus. I end with the lyrics of a song by R. Kelly, A Soldier's Heart. All hope was gone. Hard to carry on. Hard to be strong. Was blind, could not see. Nothing but walls in front of me. And inside, no peace. And the mountain seemed impossible to climb until you stood on the front line. You led the way out of the darkness. We didn't go astray. You were ready to die for our sake. And that takes a soldier's heart. Bahamas, let's beat back the virus. I support this bill, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. As many. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I rise to close this debate. Mr. Speaker, it's been a very long debate, very long, full, and fruitful debate. Well, Mr. Speaker, as I sat and listened to this full debate, listened to the arguments of the side opposite who has expressed their view that they're not going to support the extension of the emergency powers. Mr. Speaker, I find that there was maybe 4 specific arguments that was argued by the side opposite in a general way. Mr. Speaker, the first of their specific arguments that they would have put forward in seeking to say why we should not extend these emergency powers is that somehow the competent authority is a one-man band, a lone ranger off on a quarry. Mr. Speaker, I do believe that colleagues from the side or from this side would have spoken very definitively to that, Mr. Speaker, and would have intimated and educated the Bahamian people that nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the competent authority, though it's defined in the regulations as the Prime Minister, that has not been the way this government has operated on this side. Mr. Speaker, all of these emergency orders that we would have tabled in this House when we come to this House, Mr. Speaker, are emergency orders that are decided on by the Prime Minister and his cabinet. And those decisions to the Prime Minister and his cabinet have been informed by the science and the views expressed based on that science by those brilliant, talented intellectuals inside the health sector who are resident inside the Ministry of Health. That's the first argument that has no validity. The second argument, Mr. Speaker, is that somehow the extension of these emergency orders, and I shan't be long, Exuma, the hours late. The second argument, Mr. Speaker, is that somehow we come in here and the extension of these emergency powers is somehow diminishing the democracy. I can't see why anyone would want to put forward that argument, Mr. Speaker. Because the very fact that we are in this place, as was intimated and elucidated by Southern Shores and Tall Pines and South Abaco, readily expressed, Mr. Speaker, that the mere fact that we crossed the bar of this House to come into this place, and we've done it on 7 occasions over these past 10 months, to extend and to establish these emergency orders, and that this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, has oversight, speaks to the democracy being displayed. Nothing could be further from the truth. And that somehow, Mr. Speaker, that the lack of that quote-unquote democracy, which is not the case, Mr. Speaker, somehow causes the government to be impotent and not to be able to perform. Mr. Speaker, we have passed 41 bills in this House since the establishment of these emergency orders, over 10 months. And Mr. Speaker, we've been away from this House 2.5 months. So within 7 months, we've passed 41 bills. We've been in here 7 times to extend these emergency orders. Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. The government of the Bahamas is working. Democracy is being expressed. And every member of this House will have an opportunity to display that democracy because we got asked for a division. Mr. Speaker, the other argument is somehow there were questions about the vaccine. Mr. Speaker, I think I would have gone through that and elucidated and spoken to the fact that we have a commitment for probably somewhere in the area of enough vaccines for 150,000 persons between the African Union, 75,000 persons, and the WHO, 80,000 individuals that we would be able to, right now, if we keep pursuing the course that we're on, to be able to provide vaccines for 150,000 persons, and that we would have done our due diligence as a government to ensure that we've placed ourselves in the optimal position to be able to receive those vaccines with a vaccine plan through the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, there was another argument that somehow the government of the Bahamas, from the economic standpoint, has not done enough. This is the third argument that has been bantered about, Mr. Speaker, the specific argument that has been argued in a general way. That the government of the Bahamas has not done enough for the Bahamian people, or has done very little. Mr. Speaker, I do believe that the member for Garden Hills would have spoken to the fact that the government of the Bahamas has already given out to the Bahamian people in a very definitive way some $140+ million in income assistance. 140 million. Mr. Speaker, that the government of the Bahamas would have given rental assistance to the Bahamian people. Pine Ridge say it ain't enough. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, we've given it. Mr. Speaker, the government of the Bahamas would have spent close to some $40 million in food assistance to the Bahamian people. So, Mr. Speaker, even that argument in and of itself does not hold much water. This is a government who cares, a prime minister who cares, an administration who cares for the Bahamian people. And we have demonstrated that in our actions in a very real way. Mr. Speaker, there is one other issue that I will address before I ask that the question be now put. And I would have heard the member for Elizabeth, and I wish that he was here, and Engliston piggybacked off of the member for Elizabeth's analysis of our death rate. And the member for Elizabeth used the Bahamas and extrapolated and said that if we really want to get a good metric, we ought to extrapolate it to the ratio of what it would mean in regards to 100,000 persons per population. And as a result of that, our death rate is 1 in 7 times that of other countries. But Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go that far. I as a engineer, scientist myself, I'm going to go with what the WHO says, eh? The WHO deals with the mortality rate, which is you look at the amount of COVID cases that you have, and you look at the amount of people who died, and it gives you your mortality rate. The global mortality rate, Mr. Speaker, and the member for Elizabeth also intimated as to what that was. The global mortality rate, the way you would calculate that is you have 100 million persons who've now tested positive for COVID. That was stated in this place. You have 2.2 million persons, Mr. Speaker, who would have died from COVID globally. 100 million positive cases, 2.2 million who have died. The mortality rate is 2.2%. Now, Mr. Speaker, based on that metric, I will tell you that the Bahamas, that's the global average, the Bahamas is doing slightly better, if you could say that, because every loss of life is one too many. But I didn't want to leave that on the record, Mr. Speaker, that somehow we're doing twice as bad as other countries. That is not the case, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, the mortality rate of the Bahamas is 2.1%. So in actual fact, Mr. Speaker, we're doing slightly better than the global average. Mr. Speaker, I want to deal with another statistics I saw, and this was brought to my attention, that we just put out the numbers for the amount of positive cases in the Bahamas that we would have experienced yesterday. And there's a little cause for alarm because the number jumped to 21. But I want to let the Bahamian people know that of those 21 positive cases, 11 of those cases are from a yacht. They are crew members on a yacht who've been in the Bahamas for about 3 weeks. They've been cruising the Bahamas. They have been getting tested on a weekly basis. And 11 of those individuals have now come up positive for COVID. But I also want the Bahamian people to know that the Ministry of Health has moved very aggressively. Those who are asymptomatic, meaning that they're not presenting with any sort of signs of the virus, have been quarantined, and those who are systematic have been completely isolated. And the ministry is monitoring those individuals to ensure that if their circumstances should deteriorate, the ministry would move in a way to ensure life and limb. So the true numbers for the test yesterday, as was said by the Prime Minister, is 10. So I want to make sure that there's not that cause for alarm. But as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, I shan't be long and the hour is late. And so at this juncture, at this point in time, Mr. Speaker, as I intimated earlier, I support the extension of the emergency powers. And Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the question be now put. And Mr. Speaker, we want a division on this vote. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas pursuant to Article 29, subsection 1 of the Constitution, the Governor General may make a proclamation of emergency declaring that a state of public emergency for the purposes of that article exists in the Bahamas. Now therefore be it resolved that this House, A, approve the continuance of the proclamation of emergency made on the 24th day of November 2020 until the 23rd day of May 2021. B, affirms the continuance and effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic risk management regulations 2020 made on the 24th day of November 2020 until the 23rd day of May 2021. C, affirms the continuance and effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic risk management order 2020 made on the 24th day of November 2020 until the 23rd day of May 2021. And D, affirms the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic risk management special provisions order 2020 made on the 24th day of November 2020 until the 23rd day of May 2021. As many members are in favor will remain seated. The contrary will rise. The clerk will now perform the division. Desmond Bannister, Carlton Boleg, Frankie Campbell, Shannon Dawn Cartwright, Reese Chipman, Chester Cooper, Dionisio de Aguila, Marvin Dames, Philip Davis, Chanel Ferguson, Ramon Ferreira, Faisal Forbes, Michael Folks, Adrian Gibson, Glennis Hannah Martin, Aaron Henfield, Mark Humes, Ellsworth Johnson, Hank Johnson, Hiram Lewis, Jeff Lloyd, Ricky Mackey, Frederick McAlpine, Ron Miller, Hubert Menes, Lakeisha Parker Edgecombe, Michael Pintard, Ruben Ramming, Miriam Rackley Emmanuel, Travis Robinson, Lanisha Rule, Bransel Rule, Dr. Dwayne Sands, Donald Saunders, Brent Simonet, Peter Tynequest, Brandwood Wells, Honorable members, as a result of the vote taken in division, the yes 17, the nay 7, and absent 14. Accordingly, the resolution is agreed. Order that the document will lie on the table. Further resolutions.
Mr. Speaker, there is no further resolution.
Member statements. Appointment of select committees. Instructions to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. Notices for future meetings on the government side. Sorry. The chair recognizes the honorable member for the Exumas and Ragged Island.
Remain in the name of the opposition.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, all notices are renewed in the name of the government. And Mr. Speaker, I do move that the business of this House do adjourn until the 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 3rd of February, 2021.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House adjourns to Wednesday, the 3rd of February at 10 a.m. As many members are in favor, will remain seated. Those who oppose would stand. Final adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the House adjourns until 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 3rd of February, 2021.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House adjourns to 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 3rd of February, 2021. As many members that are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The House stands adjourned to 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 3rd of February, 2021.